Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The Blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! Whoa. That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a Blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Blade for proper, nice deflect. Look at him go! Like 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes full! Oh my! That is ungodly! Another one! Absolutely demolished!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, your host from the first 2 seasons, back here in Season 5, and I am joined by a former 5-man reser, the Mercy legend, Scott Custa Kennedy in the middle.
As you know me.
And, of course, the greatest hamster of all time, the Wrecking Ball, that carried me to my first Talent Takedown Championship, Johnny Reinforce Larson. How are you feeling, Johnny?
I love it. You are the only person who refers to me as a Wrecking Ball player. I love it.
Are you even good at Wrecking Ball, or?
Look, I'm natural at Wrecking Ball, all right? Roll around.
He's working on his Junker Queen, but the Wrecking Ball is really where Johnny's prime. Gentlemen, it's been a minute. COVID has kept me away for 2 years. I am back, though. This is the Summer Showdown. And, Scott, we got to talk about something that is new now for me. The tournament points, they didn't exist back when I was doing this gig. So break it down for me. How does it all work?
Yeah, so tournament points, obviously we have the matches, but you get extra tournament points for doing well. And what these do is they add up. So if you qualified for the tournament, then you get 1 league point. As you can see here, this is the East region. But the #1 team who takes the championship gets 3 points, second place gets 2 points, and then they get some cash with it as well. If you head over to the Western region, there's a lot more 1 points. And these 1 points matter. They accumulate for some of these teams who might be on the cusp of these plans.
All right, so you got some serious prize money up for grabs, but also these tournament points. And these points are going to not only seed your team, but also secure your spot at the end of the year's Overwatch League tournament. So which teams desperately need these points? Who needs to make up some ground right now?
Oh, so it depends on the region that you're looking at. In the East, it has to be the Guangzhou Charge. This is a team that struggled early on, and they're really battling with the Los Angeles Valiant for that final position. The team that comes 7th in the East is the only one who will not get a chance in the final play-in. So Guangzhou Charge, they qualified for this tournament, they got that league point, and that'll be so integral moving forward.
I believe in the Charge. But Johnny, what's going down in the West? How's it all breaking down?
Well, in the Western region, I mean, the San Francisco Shock, they're on top with 21 league points, so they're pretty much good. But the Vancouver Titans at 11th, they started this season 0-13, but with 3 wins this stage and maybe some additional league points, they can compete with the Boston Uprising for that final play-in spot as well.
Vancouver, 3 wins. New York Excelsior, 3 wins. Times have changed here, gentlemen. Let's get into the matchups here at the Summer Showdown. Now, last week, our team selected who they wanted to play at the tournament. It was pretty cool to see this process. Walk me through the selections, though, and let's start in the East region because there's only 4 teams qualified. Really, you only have to make 1 pick, and that pick belonged to the Shanghai Dragons. Custa, Dragons are going with the Guangzhou Charge, even though Philly was ranked lower. Was this a good decision?
Only time will tell, and this really goes into the inconsistency of the Fusion. Sometimes in the playoffs, they show up and they hit that new gear, and I think the Shanghai Dragons are just afraid of that, especially now that they've been playing more MN3. The Guangzhou Charge, that's an evil that you know. You know what their peaks really are, so I think the Shanghai Dragons are confident in that.
Who's the threat on the Charge?
Jimmy, I'll talk to you on that.
Okay, we're going to talk. I'm ready to learn, Scott. I am ready to learn. We got to talk about Philly, though, Johnny, because that's the other squad who is now in the East facing off against the Seoul Dynasty. In my prep, I was really weirded out because there's a guy named Prophet, kind of MVP from that inaugural season finals. He was on Tracer back then. Now he's playing Brigitte.
It's
Seoul,
temporary.
Philly,
No, not
is
again.
Carpe still playing? How's this working?
It's temporary, all right? Prophet got tired of the damage rolls. He moved over to Brigitte, temporary for this stage. But on the other side of things, you have Carpe as well. Now, I know that back in the days, you know, the name of the game was play Carpe. Let him do his thing.
Yeah.
This time around, don't play Carpe. Play M3. He's the young talent coming up. Carpe haven't looked as refined. But the Philadelphia Fusion, as Costa mentioned, they got tons of firepower and they're looking sharp going into the Summer Showdown stage.
I'm loving the action in the East. That, of course, is happening all week long, as is our action in the West. So let's take our eyes there next, because in the West, bigger bracket, right? We got 8 teams qualified, 3 teams got to choose their opponents, and it all started with our number 1 seed, the Fuel, picking Washington Justice. Now, a little bit of banter was happening in that selection show, and Sparkle had some words for another DPS member. Custer, break it down for me.
Yeah, so Sparkle's just saying Decay's getting a little too comfortable, a little too happy, and if we go all the way back to the 2020 season when Decay was on the Dallas Fuel, he left that team in the middle of the season, went to the Washington Justice, and then went on that ridiculous playoff run. Maybe Sparkle and the Dallas Fuel learning from their previous mistakes and being like, hey, let's not let Decay get too happy. Let's not let the Washington Justice get too comfortable, and we will take them out early. And honestly, it's a safe pick. The Washington Justice did have 3 of their superstar players depart from their roster recently. They do look weak, and Dallas Fuel should win this.
Johnny, do we consider this trash talk?
Yes, we consider it trash talk. Look, I'm usually like, hey, players should be happy, but then Spark comes out and is like, no, Decay's too happy. We can't allow that. No happiness for you.
We have seen Decay unhappy in the past. Right now, he's smiling with Washington. We'll see if that is still true when they take the stage in just a little bit. Next up, though, more things change. Some more things are staying the same, and the 2-time champions, the San Francisco Shock, are still near the top, a dominant force here in the Overwatch League, but they're coming in with the number 2 seed. So, Johnny, they had a chance to make their selection. How'd they go about picking the Vancouver Titans? This used to be a battle of juggernauts on the West.
Yeah, I mean, like Super versus Bumper. Come on now.
Classic.
Yeah, classic here. You got Twilight on one side of things. No, sorry, Bucket. Things are not the same anymore.
Not the same.
But the San Francisco Shock, they're still great. You saw them number 1 in the regular season standings. Proper, he could be the first player to win both the Rookie of the Year and the MVP award in his very first year in the Overwatch League. On the other side of things, as I mentioned, the Vancouver Titans, they started 0-13, but they got 3 wins under their belt in that play-in pursuit. But yeah, it's really all about Proper in
Who
this one.
is this guy?
This is, he's an absolute freak of nature. It looks like he was born to play Overwatch, Proper. He looks fantastic when you watch him play. Now, the San Francisco Shock, they haven't won a stage in a couple of moments here. They got second in the mid-season Madness, but with the LA Gladiators not qualifying for the stage playoffs, one asked himself, could this be the stage where Proper and the San Francisco Shock won their first stage in quite a while?
I'm just ready for more Tracer, more Reaper. Proper, bring it all out today, please. Our final selection here with the 3 spot was the Houston Outlaws. And the Outlaws, we all saw, they had Jake on the desk, then Jake was on a starting lineup, now Jake is coaching. Outlaws, I still think I know this squad. On the other side, we got the Mayhem, the 8th seed. Tell me about this matchup, Custa. How'd this selection go down?
Yeah, so Florida Mayhem are living up to their name and just pure chaos right now. They are the one team that is really innovating the game. They're playing this double flex support to mixed success, I will say. And that's on the back of Sir Majed on that Zenyatta. He has really been that offensive powerhouse. Yeah, he's a mechanical warlord who just only plays aggressive. Look at these Zenyatta statistics.
All the ones!
That's crazy.
Look at all those ones. That's great. It is only out of 1 player, but he's the only guy who plays Zenyatta. I might have lied to you on that one, but that's how unique it is. He is the only guy who is currently playing it, and it might be their ace up their sleeve. But the Houston Outlaws did pick them, favoring that over the London Spitfire because they're comfortable that they can take down this sort of defensive style of playing.
Saudi Arabian Zenyatta, that is my new favorite player to watch this weekend. Thank you so much, Sir Majed. And last but not least, gentlemen, we got to talk about the leftover matchup. The number 4 seed is the Toronto Defiant, the hometown squad for this weekend Summer Showdown. Is that going to be enough to help take down the number 7 seed London Spitfire, who got the best of them last week?
One would hope so. I mean, last week, the London Spitfire, they had to win 2 crucial maps to qualify for the Toronto playoffs this week around. But the Toronto Defiant, I mean, they underperformed. Hisu, who's been a fantastic Ash player so far, he didn't have the best of game. He got arguably outplayed by Sparker on the other side of things. But taking a look at his stats, you can see number 2 in scope hit kills, number 4 in hero damage per 10. I mean, this guy's stats are amazing. So I would love to see Hisu, with the crowd backing him, really come to show up to play. And if that is the case, the Toronto Defiant, they should coast to victory against the London Spitfire.
I've seen a ton of Sojourn. Is Ash the play today, Johnny?
Sojourn is the play for most teams, but when it comes to Hisu, he has favored the Ashe so far in the Summer Showdown. I would love to see him come out on this hero and have a banger of a game.
I'm not sure that he said coasting before. He saw in that Ashe got dominated by
Come on,
Sparker.
Toronto crowd.
Just got dominated
Back
by
your home
Sparker
team.
this
Let's
recent
go.
weekend. I don't know about that one, Johnny.
Scott's touching the beaver already. We are
I'm
getting
sorry.
excited
Look away.
here on Watchpoint. Gentlemen, I feel all caught up. I am ready for 4 more days of Overwatch League action. And remember, the tournament is kicking off. But before we talk about who's going to win it all, we got to show a few commercials. We got to pay the bills. When we come back, we'll break it down. Who's the #1 team in the East and the West right here on Watchpoint. We're back live with Watchpoint, gearing up for the Summer Showdown here at the Overwatch League. Chris Puckett back in the building. I missed you all. I love you. Thank you for the Twitter messages. We got Custo, we got Reinforce, and we got some picks to make here, fellas. It's time for Who You Got?
Whoa, let's go.
I'm ready.
All right, so let's start things off here in the East region. Nice and quick, fellas. There's only 4 teams, right? Not a lot to choose from. So let's start here, Cust. I have a feeling you may be going with our #1 seed, but I challenge you. Tell me how Guangzhou Charge is going to win this tournament in the East.
Well, I got you, Pucker, because here's the thing. I know you've been out of the loop for a while. I know you haven't really been able to keep up with everything as highly. So let me tell you about the truth. The MVP candidate of this year.
Please do.
Jimmy. He's the best hit scan player. Shut up, Johnny, please. I'm talking. He's the best hit scan player in the world. Jimmy goes hard. He has been putting up crazy performances. He has taken down last year's MVP Leave on hit scan. He has dominated some of Shy, some of the best performances we've ever seen. Guangzhou Charge
might
be the best team in the league.
He's not that good.
Back of this player. His Sojourn is clean. His first pick.
He's all right.
Yeah, okay, he's all right. He's fine, but you should keep your eye on him. But more importantly, you should keep your eyes on the Shanghai Dragon.
Johnny, I was looking at the numbers. Scott presented me. Jimmy's on the up and up, it looks like.
He's on the up and up, but, he's coming from nothing. You gotta rise steady, slow and easy. Maybe next year is your year.
All right. Guangzhou Charge and Sir James, as we'll call him, after he pulls off the upset today. I believe in Jimmy this week, and Custa has sold me on it. But send me the clips, guys. Why do I need to cheer for Jimmy? Scott went with the easy one here, Reinforce. I expect you to do the same. How do you see things breaking down in the East here?
Well, Shanghai Dragons are the favorites, but if you aren't going with the number 1 seed Shanghai Dragons, you gotta go with the Seoul Dynasty. They've been looking dominant. They started this stage 12-0 in maps, a bit of a San Francisco Shock flashback there. And I've already mentioned his name, Prophet. He is, by the way, the declared GOAT of Overwatch. And
Number 1, greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time, and he can do it all. Not only is he on the Tracer or the Genji, this stage he's on the Brig, and it's exactly what you think it is. It's a damaged player playing support. Final blows third. Dice almost like the third less as well. The healing done though?
Yeah, okay, 17, Johnny. I need you to cover that one.
19 players. Whoa. He's number 17. These are good numbers, right, Scott?
Okay. This is a DPS player. This is the definition of a DPS player playing support. Of like, he's so great, I'm so great. Look how many kills I'm getting on support, Johnny.
Good offense is the best defense, or something like that. The more, if you kill them all, you don't have to heal your team.
True.
So I have seen different metas, though, where the support is expected to lay out that damage. We had Jonak all season one, right? So is that where we're turning now, or is this just a one-off with Prophet being Prophet, Johnny?
It's a bit of a one-off here with Prophet, but he can get away with it as well. I mean, as long as you provide the armor packs to the damaged players, Fitz have been looking amazing. Stalker is a young rookie on the Seoul Dynasty playing this Genji for them. Just deliver them the armor packs, and then you can do whatever you want, Prophet. That's the name of the game.
The Tom Brady of Overwatch.
There you go, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. That's right, all of you fantasy kids. Football kicks off this evening. The Western region, though, is what we're talking about next year. And we got 8 teams in this tournament. So a little harder to pick the winners here. And I have a feeling you might both be looking towards the top again. Let's start here with you, Mr. Johnny. Why is Hanbin going to be the player to watch in Dallas?
All right, so Hanbin wasn't around in the Overwatch League when you used to host.
No.
But if you didn't know about him, you'll know about him after this weekend. Hanbin has been the best Junker Queen so far this stage, playing the new hero, of course. And if you look at his stats, I mean, he's been electric. Just like the effectiveness with his abilities, you can see tied for second in Jagged Blade kills and Rampage the ultimate. Well, he's tied for second in that too. So top 3 stats all around. He's going to be a game changer for the Dallas Fuel going into this tournament.
Is he the best tank in this West?
It's definitely in the West, but it's between him and I'd say Smurf. You know Smurf, of course, 2-time champion for the Seoul Dynasty. I'd say those are the 2 best tanks, but in my mind, Hanbin is the best tank, all right? If you gotta pick one, I would go with Hanbin from the Dallas Fuel.
And Custa, I'm seeing a lot of Zarya clips. We even had a little Reaper highlights from his buddy Edison. But what are we expecting from Hanbin today? What tank is going to be in almost every match?
He's going to be playing the Junker Queen, and as Johnny just highlighted, he is the best that we have in it. He did pull out Zarya. I know you love Zarya. He pulled out Zarya for one little bit, and it did look good, but he played it in the kickoff clash. I wouldn't expect to see much else of that.
All right, so we had Shanghai for you in the East. If it's not Guangzhou, I think Shanghai was your real pick. Who is your real pick, though, as we look at the 8-team bracket?
And I agree with Johnny. The Dallas Fuel, they did just take down the San Francisco Shock this most recent weekend, but I still believe in my boys at the Shock to bring it back around. And I think the linchpin of this team of are they going to find success in the playoffs for the first time will be on the back of Kilo. He's a rookie hit scan player he's been good. I don't think you can doubt his performances.
Yeah, but he's been good.
Not proper level.
You're always going to get overshadowed by proper, but he's not Jimmy level on the hit scan either, but he is very good. You look at the stats, he is middling with some of these, 10th in death, so he's not, staying alive for that long, but he's high on eliminations and he's high on railgun kills. He did get dipped by Edison in their most recent match. If he steps up, if he hits that mechanical peak that the Shock need him to get to, then I think they do have the edge, because the Shock do not have the same level of coordination as the Fuel.
See, I don't agree with this pick. I don't understand why you could go with the San Francisco Shock here. So here's what I'll say, all right? On the table right here, we got some maple syrup. And last time we had maple syrup on the desk, it was 2018. So I'm going to propose this to you. I believe the Dallas Fuel will win so bad that I'm willing to bet with you. If the San Francisco Shock wins, I will chug that maple syrup. But if the Dallas Fuel win, you gotta chug the maple syrup, Costa. Are you in?
Or you can pour it on your chest. 2 options. Whatever you guys want to do. It's up to you here on Watchpoint.
Dallas Fuel are going to win the Summer Showdown playoffs.
Edison's not going to show up the same way.
The
No
bet has
chance.
been made. It's official, ladies and gentlemen. Someone clip it, put it on the internet so we have it for the history books. Johnny's feeling confident to
I
kick
am
off
so
this
confident.
weekend. I'm loving this, Custa. How you feeling?
I'm confident. I think Johnny's off the goop. I think he's recency biased out. I don't think the Dallas Fuel can replicate it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't like our experts' picks, or maybe you do and still think you're smarter, I need to challenge you right now. We need to get your picks right in the bracket. Pick'em.overwatchleague.com. Fill out your bracket. Do it right now for the Summer Showdown. You only got about 10 minutes left, so get those picks in while you can. And remember, you can do it right now because you're not going to miss much. We're going to commercial break, but hurry back because when we come back, we're breaking down the first battle of the Summer Showdown. It's going to be Dallas versus Washington when we return. Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. Our first match of the day is just a few moments away with the Dallas Fuel taking on the Washington Justice to kick off our Summer Showdown. We got the top squad, Dallas. And that was not something I'm used to here, Johnny, because in my first two seasons, this Dallas squad, well, let's just say their record wasn't always on the winning side of things.
Well, you know,
I take that personally.
Most of it was Custa's fault, but
yeah, they got rid of Costa. That was the first step in the right direction. And after that, they proceeded to drop the other guys too, all right? It was a rough first couple of years here, Puckett, 32.4 win rate. But then, especially after 2020, the 2020 season, they got in. Brand new faces, tons of talented players like Handbin, Sparkle, Doa, for example. And since then, they've been lights out. Last year, they were one of the best teams in the West. They made top 3 in the final playoffs, and they won a stage as well. and they're looking to carry on that momentum this year as well. So, you know, they're my favorites going into this stage bracket.
Are they truly favorites, though? Because a lot of people in the chat are saying it's still the Shock right now. Where is the Dallas hype in your mind, Custa?
I think it's completely fair. There's always going to be Dallas and Shock fans. They
beat the Shock a week ago.
I know, but they're both very passionate about their teams, and they love to be the winning team. So I think it could go either way. Neither of these teams have won a stage so far. The Gladiators decided to knock themselves out at 2-4. So it could go either way. I don't think you can lean. If you're going from a purely analytical side, you can't lean one way or the other.
I like that. Sit on the fence as an analyst. Safe play. Custer, we got to talk about the underdogs in this matchup, though. That's got to be the Washington Justice, right? Everyone sees them as the lower seed coming in. But what's it going to take to upset the top dogs?
You know, we always know Decay is going to be big. He's always going to be that firepower for this roster. But I want to look at some of the other players. And I think Assassin on that Genji has been one of those standout players.
Johnny, you like this guy?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's had a few memes behind him. You missed out on the whole Washington Justice saga, but don't worry, I'll give it to you during the break, all right? But for now, all you need to know is Assassin on the Genji. He is the linchpin, in my opinion, here for the Washington Justice. Obviously, the K, he can pop off on the Sojourner, etc., but Genji is crucial in this meta. When you get the opponent players low to about 50, 100 health, that's when the Genji needs to dash in and finish off those kills. So you can see here, the hero damage is great for Assassin. He's third when it comes to Dragon Blade kills, but he needs to get those final blows up, and he needs to die less, 17th. That's not good.
Another 17th on this graphic.
Another 17th. What's going on, guys? All right. But yes, Assassin, if he is successful on this Genji, he can be the player that really makes the difference for the Washington Justice.
17th when it comes to the deaths. He doesn't stay alive very long, but he makes his impact felt with that hero damage. He's very Puckett-like.
Yeah. and
I'm already a super Assassin fan. Custa, though, if we're seeing Assassin have success, is he picking off supports, DPS? What is the role of the Genji? Who is the prime target right now?
Right now, the Genji, he's kind of like that initiator. Because you have the Junker Queen, you can't jump in like a Winston would as you would initially think. So the Genji is really the person who is dashing in, choosing the target, and executing them. So honestly, whoever's low, it's the Genji's job to go in. And I think that's where the disconnect and the high deaths can come from the Washington Justice. Assassin's going in, but he's not getting the follow-up.
Looking at some of the stats here, it seems that Dallas feel, well, they protect each other pretty well. When the whole squad is close together, seems this hive mind is getting the job done. So how is it working with the Fuel in particular?
Yeah, it seems like the neural network of the Dallas Fuel that we knew from 2021 that was in beta version, it's in full-fledged activation at this point, and their coordination and teamwork is unparalleled in the entire league right now. Their ability to just do things at the same time, use their ultimates perfectly, and push and pull like you need to in a meta like this has just been absolutely incredible. So for me, the Dallas Fuel are the favorites if they can play this way and have the same level of individual performance on top of it as well. So the question becomes, can Hanbin lead this team to the success that they haven't seen so far this season?
Who's in charge of comms here? Is it always the tanks now in the 5v5 meta?
It goes back and forth. I think you're always going to have your main support. The Lucio and Chiro is probably going to be making a lot of calls, but your tank player, he is at the front. They are at the forefront, and Hanbin has been known to be one of the biggest brains in the league.
One of the biggest brains and one of the best tanks, according to Johnny. I am fired up for the Fuel. Johnny, any final words for the Fuel fans who are desperate for a victory this weekend?
Any final words for the Dallas Fuel fans? Well, you need Edison to pop off, all right? He had a monster performance against the San Francisco Shock yesterday. He claimed, I am the best hitscan player, and it was truly elite. But was that a one-off? Or are we going to see repeat performances? You want to see Edison pop off for the Dallas Fuel.
Okay, well, I think I know the answer, but let's make it official, gentlemen. It is time for our first prediction of the Summer Showdown. Who are we going with? Washington Justice, Dallas Fuel. We're all burning blue, right?
Yeah,
It's
you
the
have
Dallas
to.
Fuel.
Right? There's, yeah.
Easy peasy. There it goes.
Yes!
Spitfire!
Wow, no one else believes in London. They just beat the Defiant.
Hey, believe in the home crowd. Toronto fans.
All I know is Danny Lim and I have the same picks. We're equally smart, and Johnny is in our level, ladies and gentlemen. What a great time we have in store for us today. Toronto, welcome back to live events. I am fired up for this week. And Scott, any final words for the people at home?
Oh, man, I'm just looking forward to seeing another LAN event. It's a completely different environment. Players and teams step up at different levels when they get there. Will Toronto go up, or will they go down, stuck in front of their
They'll
home
go
fans?
up. They'll go up.
They'll go up?
They'll go up.
What do you have to base that off?
the crowd. You guys are going to be great, crowd. Keep cheering.
You guys are going to be fantastic. Make some noise, cheer on your squad as they take the stage a little bit later. But right now, it's time to kick off the Summer Showdown. We've got Dallas versus Washington taking the stage.
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire! That is absolutely ridiculous.
Blade for proper, nice deflate. Look at him go! Like 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes oh my! That is ungodly. Another one, absolutely demolished. With the Summer Showdown qualifiers done and dusted, we have 8 of the very best teams in the Western region of the Overwatch League converge here in Toronto at the Mattamy Athletic Centre in Toronto for the Summer Showdown. We're in Toronto, by the way. G'day, how you going? I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matt Morello. I'm just so excited to be here. We'd be remiss, of course, if we didn't start off by thanking the city for hosting us. What a beautiful place this is to be, and what a great place to showcase the talents of our top teams in the Western region, Matthew.
Yeah, and it's going to be a different tournament than the ones in the past, right? Where the Gladiators and the Atlanta Reign, like those 2 teams have really been staples, like going deep into some of our events, are not here. Did not qualify for this one. So going to get a new champion this weekend.
Yeah, a new metagame, of course, in this stage, for better or for worse, has given us a very big shake-up of teams in our top 8. But there are still some rosters that remain at the top. That's right, we're talking about teams like the Dallas Fuel, like the San Francisco Shock. Of course, one of those is in this matchup today. They'll be going up against the Washington Justice, who sneak in at 7th here, after losing 2 of their last 3 games. Dallas get the option to select the first team here, and they make the choice. They say they want to face the Justice.
Yeah, and their last match against the Outlaws was rough. I mean, that was a tough one to watch, as the Justice just got wrecked. So not surprised to see the Dallas Fuel look at that result. Washington only winning 1 out of their last 3 here in the Summer Showdown, and saying we want that team first.
The team has surprised us, though, after a bit of a reshuffle, but let's refamiliarize ourselves with this team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a good old-fashioned Toronto welcome to Washington Justice.
I'd imagine a good old Toronto welcome is just cheering for everybody, regardless of where they're from. The Justice, they take the stage. We know the roster by now, right? I'm excited to see Decay play on LAN, right? You get Decay in there, he's in there all the time now. See how he plays. I think the difference maker for this team kind of decides on, how long this series goes is probably Kalios, right? If Kalios can stay alive, but keep that aggressive play style, they have the firepower in terms of damage dealers to, hang with the Dallas Fuel. If he is going to get picked off early, though, it's going to be a fast one.
Right, that's the question. Can Kalios have that big impact? He showed on Twitter, he said, I've got these big damage numbers. I've got some stats to back my performance up.
Just don't look at how long I'm alive.
Exactly. It's all about framing, Matthew. Decay, though, whichever way you frame it, he is the #1 in final blows on Sojourn coming into Week 19. That'll be this week. And despite a pretty invisible showing in their last game, Assassin still is #2 in hero damage, #3 in dragon kills, and also 3rd with the highest time to charge that dragon blade. So I would say that we saw a lot of suffering against the Outlaws for this Washington Justice team. The key pieces weren't working, but I tell you who looks like a well-oiled machine. It is their opponents today, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the Dallas Fuel.
I think the Dallas Fuel are just about fan favorites anywhere they go. You know, we were all talking about the Shock and their win streak and how good they looked in Dallas. They wanted none of that. They have looked fantastic so far in this meta. Hanbin has looked unbelievable on the Junker Queen. When you look at like Hanbin and Kalios, right? Kalios able to put down those big damage numbers, right? But does die quite often trying to be that aggressive. Hanbin, that is not the case.
Hanbin is #2 in least deaths per 10, not only having a huge and outsized impact in many of Dallas's team fights, but also staying alive. This is the team that obviously showed up at the kickoff clash in Dallas and were defeated in front of a home crowd, and then had a pretty middling mid-season madness tournament. They are lacking titles so far this year, and they've come to Toronto to remedy that.
But with how good they played in the Summer Showdown, I think if you're the Dallas Fuel and even the San Francisco Shock, you look at a team like the Gladiators not here and an opportunity to make up some ground in terms of league points, right? Because your overall season record is quite good. And you look at this as a huge opportunity to, you know, secure some type of like playoff seeding, right? Or guaranteed slot.
Exactly, there's a lot to play for here. Again, it was highlighted, of course, in the truck. Big shout out to Puckett, great to have him back on the show. It feels like old days again. But they point out, obviously, 3 league points up for grabs in winning this particular tournament. That is a big deal. There's a lot more than just pride on the line here, and especially in a matchup like this, the Justice want to punish the Fuel for selecting them first. It's definitely a statement by Dallas, very clear that they wanted a matchup they'd feel comfortable in. And I'm going to bring it back to what Scott said. Edison needs to have a big game. He's up against Decay. He needs to show that he is that elite level hit scan player that he's already professed to be.
You could look and you're like, how did the Justice possibly win a series like this, right? They're able to punish Hanbin a bit on the Jungle Queen for being that aggressive. And Decay has a game like we know Decay can have, and Edison just cannot match it, right? We actually casted, I believe it was Dallas Fuel against Toronto, actually, where Hisu was really good early on in that series and definitely gave Dallas Fuel some trouble. That's one that like Dallas ends up winning 3-1, but it was like pretty close and competitive all throughout. So you've already seen like another team kind of have a quote-unquote, like maybe it's not a blueprint to beat them, but one to make it close. It'll be Ilios for the first map. Potentially even some Ash play you could bring out if you're the Justice, right? If you want to try and slow the pace down a little bit. Make it a little bit easier for Decay, possibly. Force Edison to take those long-range engagements. So it's kind of your path to victory, I think, if you're the Justice. I don't know if there's like a clear-cut path just straight up playing the same exact stuff, the same exact way, and just relying on, I guess, like being better, right? I guess that's what you're kind of looking at.
Assassin, at times, throughout the Summer Showdown qualifiers, was putting out some league-best Genji performances, right? When he was looking really confident, he was having a huge impact. We know Edison likes to play the Ashe. He really likes to try and control Genji, right? Hit him with the dynamite explosion, and make it very, very hard for Genji to play aggressive. As soon as he gets that tick damage and also the upfront damage from the explosion, he can't go forward anymore. So keep an eye on Edison. Look out for him trying to prevent Genji, Assassin, from getting up close to his back line. It'll be Lighthouse to kick us off here on Ilios, and you won't see any surprises in competitions from either of these teams. I'd suggest, as much as someone like Fieldo probably misses playing the Ana, now is not the time.
And you see in week 1, that was the last time these teams met. It was a 3-0 for the Dallas Fuel. So already some experience with beating this team. To see if they can do it again. The Justice may be on a little bit of a slump as the Dallas Fuel is sending.
So Edison will be on that Ashe here. Probably no surprise. That's something that Dallas have preferred. They have that flexibility. Good early poke here from the Washington Justice as Assassin tries to threaten, but he's forced to deflect essentially straight away. Commanding shout means Edison can drop to the low ground here and have most of his health pull intact, but Decay strikes first. It's Sparkle that goes down, and Assassin's up in Fielder's grill. This is the Justice that we need to see if they want to have success in this series.
Yeah, so I mean, look, this is how you know that the Justice can win this series, right? Decay comes out, get that first blood, you're not being punished after the dynamites come down. And if you get that first pick advantage, that allows Kalios to just YOLO, just go right in, just make a play, right? Which that's the kind of style he wants to be essentially on the Jungle Queen. He almost wants to act like a damage dealer, right? He wants to get in there, really brawl it out.
Something Houston did really well is they tuned in very quickly to what Kalios could do. You could say the same of the Spitfire, even if they weren't ultimately successful in that series. Shio needs to be careful here. Oh, that's a railgun from Decay. Man doesn't miss on land, but Assassin's gone down. Sparkle's able to win the Genji duel at the very least, but the Justice already have 30% and counting. In a 4v4, make it 4v3. Decay will not be moved.
If you're Dallas and you think you can win this series just by like challenging Decay with your Lucio or just your Ashe coming around the corner and taking those fights, that is like the perfect series the Justice would have wanted. The Justice would have said like, yeah, sure, well, like if that's gonna be our option and like one of the things on the table and a thing for us to potentially win, like you'll take that matchup every single day. I mean, Decay, one of the best damage dealers in the league still.
Edison playing the low ground here, a little bit up close and personal. The Bobby's launch is going to have to be a commanding shout here. Running online, the Justice overlay those support ultimates, but Bob is going to be dispatched pretty quickly here. It's 66 and counting for the Justice, and they look so good. Edison is down, but Harmon and Sparkle get back involved in the fight here with Decay and Kalios off the pitch. The Dallas, the Fuel are poised to flip this one back, and so they do.
Yeah, you still got 73% here for the Justice. The bad part is you ended up investing both support ultimates. So now it's Shio going to have this sound barrier coming up for the Dallas Fuel. You figure they could chain a few fights together. Maybe one that Justice would have liked to have back.
Yeah, if you have a fight where you layer your support ultimates and you lose, that is absolutely crushing. No, sometimes it's acceptable, right? But, I mean, yeah, losing there, big punish.
You're going all in on that fight, right? You use both support ults and you win that
They wanted to win the round there.
Yeah, you're looking at 99% right now, and this is just Dallas running to the point.
Okay, it's going to be a beat for Blade, surely. Oh, she goes too slow. Edison's already taken down. An Assassin seems far from done. But Sparkle reciprocates. A Blade of his own is going to find his opposite number. Kalios is looking worse for wear here as Sparkle will convert. And Dallas stay in the hot seat now at 45 and counting.
They got fortunate though, right? That sound barrier doesn't connect with Edison. Assassin's able to get that first kill. That's something you really don't want to see from the Dallas Fuel, but Sparkle answers back with a Blade of his own, and there's no support ult on the other side because they layered them the last fight. So you see how that kind of still comes back to bite them.
How about this? Hanbin with the rampage up. Kalios will try and poke through it, but it's more likely it's going to come up late in the fight. That's about it here. In the most important fight, no key support ultimates on the board.
See how the Justice decide to play this. Do you just want to like go for the point? I'm surprised Dallas not being a little bit more aggressive, knowing that there's a lack of support ultimates.
Great pressure from Hanbin. Kalios is in trouble. They need to keep him up. Otherwise, it's a free fight win for the Dallas Fuel. Hanbin's thinking about the rampage, but so far has been holding on to it. The healing resources are getting taxed so heavily. And Kalios goes first with the rampage. It's only going to be Hanbin hit here, but Opener needs to get his sound barrier up before he drops down. In the nick of time, he gets it. 4 versus 4 now as the rally comes out from field, and we're playing around the point, but the Justice have flipped it. Just in the nick of time as well, as Dallas look like they're going to try and coalesce a little bit before they try and engage, Matt. Rally comes out from Krillin, though. The Justice want to clean him up.
I was going to say, it's massive because you have this rally, you further close the gap. It's going to be Bob that comes out, though.
Big dynamite connection as well, but it's Dallas to take far more poke damage here, and Bob is being circumvented mostly by the Justice, who move off the point. They're playing in the cage. Here comes the overclock from Decay, getting in the round here and now. Sparkle's seen better days. He's trying to get to the point. Harbin's the only one to find an elimination so far. Decay is a fully charged rail, and he's not afraid to use it. Hanbin is very, very low, and he's brought down, and the Washington Justice are going to get rid of Fielder, and they're going to take the first round here on Ilios. Quite the statement from the underdog team.
That's about as bad as the worst start you can get for Dallas. I mean, we talked, and I mean, Custa kind of highlighted it as well, like how did the Justice see a path to victory? It's exactly how we just saw that round 1 play out. If you do not punish Decay and you allow him to get these free shots and sight lines, he's going to hit those shots. You know, one of the best aimers in the league. And if you can't punish him, whether it's with Shio and Sparkle, whether it's Edison playing maybe some Ashe at range, it's going to be a really tough series for the Fuel.
How impactful is Edison in that round, Matt? Seems like he doesn't often have enough space to get much done.
No, not really, and maybe it's just that way that map is kind of laid out for the Ashe, right? It's like not really the spots that the Justice are taking these fights is not the effective range of like Ashe. It's really like a little bit too close for comfort, or maybe a point here like Well, it's a little bit easier to get that use out of the Ashe.
Edison making no switch here. Big dynamite connect there as Decay and Kalios are taking the tick damage, where the Justice are the ones that try and take the game into their own hands. They set the pace once more here at the start of Well, and Dallas seem all too happy to give them the space, potentially even give them the early cap.
Yep.
Oh no!
Well, you also saw that second dynamite, right? Edison just throws it around the corner, it goes for nothing. As they're trying to wrap, the Justice just get aggressive and they just push on in, where that's where you get much better value out of the Sojourn, right? The Sojourn can help brawl a little bit in that closer range with this SMG.
Definitely get a sense that Dallas are unprepared for how aggressive the Justice want to play, but it's well documented, Matt, that the Justice take this approach, especially with a tank like Kalios on their team. They always want to go forward. And Edison is playing a less mobile, long-range hero, one that does worse when that space is taken away.
At one point, if you're the Dallas field, do you decide, hey, you know what, we're not able to punish their aggressive playstyle with this Ashe in the fashion we think we can? Do we just switch to the Sojourn as well?
I'm able to punish though. Assassin gets caught out there. Kalios wants to come forward as he always does, but he's lacking damage dealers at the moment. He tried to fill that void himself, but unfortunately, it won't quite be enough. Still, the Justice had to be pleased. This early campaign for them nets 55, 56%. And back to the fuel now as they gain control.
So still pretty good percentage here for the Washington Justice. This is a difficult point to kind of take back. You got sound barrier v sound barrier. I think a little slight advantage towards Krillin here with the rally. See what the Justice decide to invest into this fight. We saw that, you know, they ended up doing that double support ultimate in the last round and didn't really work out, able to win the round in the end. Do they try and maybe bait out some support ultimates here? You kind of lose this fight, give it up, and then come back with an advantage in the next one.
25 and counting, but Sparkle takes a bit of a licking in the neutral here. He's playing a little far away from the rest of his team, but he's hoping for a blade while he's in behind enemy lines. There it is, pressure on Edison. Commanding shout has to be used, and their sound barrier is going to come out preemptively here. And the rally. The Fuel need to win this fight, but Assassin's going to go in with the blade. Gets forced away. Looks like it was whip shot upwards here, but he's able to get into the cookie jar anyway. Harbin and Sparkle both fall. And the Justice once more overrun the Fuel.
Yes, I mean, look at that. Edison pushed so far back. Can't really contribute in that fight. He's going to die here at the end, and now you're going to have to wait out, probably get 10% for free off of this kill, right? You have a Rampage coming through the choke. Decay with the overclock, with how good he has been, is, man, this is it's looking like a map that the Washington Justice could steal.
Not the foot that the Fuel want to start on here.
Oh, not at all.
Bob up for Edison, but does he have a chance to use it? Who's going to heal the guy? Fielder gives him a pack. Patches him up. Now or never for the Fuel, though, as the Justice get tantalizingly close. And Kalios is going to have that first Rampage up. He's looking to line it up too. Decay was focused by Bob for a time there, so he's forced to play inside the low room, but he still has plenty of targets. Rampage catches 4, though. That might be the answer. Opener and Kalios fall both to bleed damage. And Hanbin showing why he is considered the best in the league on the Queen.
Yeah, there's just not enough healing to heal through all of that, right? So much just damage coming down overall from the team, and then the ticking damage, the anti-heal from the Rampage. It's just not possible for the Justice to stay alive. They come back with a Rampage of their own, where you looked at this tank matchup and who is going to get the better. So far, Hanbin on this round has given the Dallas Fuel a chance. Can Kalios kind of slam the door here on map number 1 in favor of the Justice? You know, a good Rampage probably does it.
Can Chio redirect Kalios mid-Rampage? That's the question. It's one of the only ways you can... Yeah, he is really wrapping around. Okay, he runs at the back line. What a flank! Harbin and Edison both anti-healed right now, but the follow-up is not really there. Okay, Fielder drops, but it's going to be a trade of bricks, and Sparkle finds his way into Decay. Kalios is very healthy right now, and Hanbin is just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Eventually, he too must succumb. 98, 99 for the Fuel. Fielder needs to have this rally on board. He needs to get back to the fight. Can Edison get away? His fate is sealed by Assassin. The blade is sharp, and so is the wit of the one wielding it. Chio trying to stave him off here, but Assassin gets a commanding shout. Fielder going to be returning in with the rally, but he's under pressure. It's a doom fist for Hanbin. Already down to half, but Fielder is going to back him up for now. Dallas can get their players back in position. If Chio can find a sound barrier, this could be big. He'll have to use it pretty quickly though now. And here it is. 4 players benefit from the sound barrier now, and Hanbin is on the hunt. Looking to try and pressure Decay down. Does he have enough damage? Is the follow-up there? Decay's able to get away just as Krillin pops the rally, and Hanbin is the first casualty in this fight. It's a 4v5, but Kalios, he will also fall. 3 players left for Dallas. It's a desperation blade from Sparkle, but the connection just isn't there. He's trying to hunt, but Decay brings him down. Unreal from Decay. And that's a map 1 for the Washington Justice, just like they drew it up.
Man, and we got Callios' face on a monitor here, and as soon as Decay hits those 3 shots, he's clapping his hands. It must be fun to play with that guy. You know, if this is going to be a really brutal series for the Dallas Fuel if they don't make some adjustments, because you know, Decay's shooting like that in kind of that head-to-head against Edison, it's going to be tough, man. You're going to have to figure out a way to slow him down.
Dallas Fuel getting a little bit more than they bargained for here at the Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Stick around, everybody. It's a first to 3. There's much more Overwatch to be played in this series.
Had to kill Decay.
The 1v1 on the card now. Drew boots him away, but it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there. The man is still alive.
Look at this opener. And out.
Look at that, too. They got sent to the skies.
Ready with a rampage here.
experts, pundits, fans, all were pretty unanimous on the likelihood of the Dallas Fuel looking the better team in this series. But after map 1, that is not the case, Matthew. The Washington Justice come out of the gates and boy, they're swinging for the fence.
It's a scary team to pick because some days they look like this, some days they look like they can't win a map. It is just, it's a really like feast or famine with the Justice. Today though, especially here on LAN in the venue, right? It seems like they're bringing it. And with a team that's like hot and cold like that, you kind of think that in this type of environment, there's a better chance they're going to be hot than cold, right? You kind of have the crowd to feed off of. You're, in person with the other teams in the league and whatnot. So you think there's a little bit of an increase in performance, which Dallas is definitely aware of now. Probably a bit surprised, I would say.
Wouldn't be the first time that the Fuel have had to spend some time warming up when they get to stage. Again, can always be a little intimidating being the first team up, and also when you're expected to win, that comes with some added pressure. Paraíso is going to be the second map of this series, selected, of course, by the Dallas Fuel, who were felled in map number 1.
Hey, see, you're too nice. I know a little bit of pressure being the first team to play on the weekend. Like, I mean, come on now. Like, they played in so many events. This team has been so good. They played in high pressure situations before. Being the first team to play against the team that you selected out of any team is possible. I mean, it's a tough sell on nerves for me.
Hard man to please, Mr. Morello. Again, more than just a grain of truth in that statement. There's a reason why you select a team like the Justice, because you expect to absolutely wipe the floor with them. Now, this map was where the Fuel were able to showcase a very strong performance against the Shock, one in which they're able to shut down proper. The player who did that primarily, though, was Edison, a player who struggled to find his footing on Ilios.
And it's interesting, like the sightlines here are quite large, so maybe the Ash you get better use out of, but I don't think the Justice are too scared about that. You see kind of all-time hybrid maps. Fuel pretty good against the Justice. I think we're in a completely different era of Overwatch, so I don't know like how you can kind of like correlate that to current possible success. But if you're the Justice, I don't change anything up. I keep playing the Sojourn. You clearly were able to kind of neutralize Edison's effect on the Ash. And until they prove they can consistently beat this, I don't think about changing anything in my style of play.
Looks like they got the same idea. The Fuel also, for some reason, also no thoughts to change up. They still want Edison on the Ash. Some of the sightlines here are a little bit difficult to work with as attackers. So Edison will have to deal with people in his face as they make the way towards the underpass.
Yeah, I mean, look at where the Justice are playing from. They're not giving any sightlines to Edison to just get some free shots from. Everybody playing around the cover here, the Genji difficult to shoot. They want him to walk into this choke and play at close quarters with, like, what Ash wants to fight in this range?
Like, none of them.
Yeah.
And Edison's job is to control Assassin, who just drops off the edge. That dynamite explosion comes a little bit too late. That might come back to bite him. Yep, Fielder taken down by Kaliost. Chio having to back away here, and Sparkle's pretty deep. He has to dash back to his team.
It doesn't seem like a major thing, but like you mentioned, the dynamite, when he goes to shoot it, he like misses like that initial where it probably would have hit everybody. I think it only connected with one target. As Decay and Co finding some picks here towards the end. That's huge because you may have had a window for Dallas there if you stayed alive with Edison, where they would have had no Krillin in this fight. But now you're going to have both teams at full strength.
The Fuel are able to get through the first choke. That means that Edison can now set up towards the high ground. It's where he not just wants to be, but also where he really does need to be here. There will be aggression from Assassin one way or another. Play grouped up. Here's the commanding shout from Hanbin. Keep an eye on Decay, trying to stay around that corner as he can. It was a good dynamite connection that's putting some pressure down, plus the bleed from Hanbin. But Assassin will have a blade on board before Chio can beat.
And the Justice just playing this so patiently. I love the way they're playing this. They don't need to be the aggressor here. Now they go in with the blade.
No sound barrier for Chio. And that means Hanbin is brought to his knees awful quick. Sparkle gets away with this, I won't believe it. Somehow he has evaded death. We cannot say the same for the backline, and no one is there to get Edison out of trouble. This is over 2 minutes of the Dallas Fuel's attacking time bank gone.
I was going to say, this clock is going to start to dwindle fast. As you now look for Dallas Fuel, how do you go about breaking this? Sparkle will get a blade eventually, but you're going to have both of these support ultimates. So Edison's going to have the Bob, maybe the Bob and an off angle makes a play, but you're really like, you know, you're banking on maybe the Rampage when that comes up.
Trying to rely on something that can't pass the Turing test to win the round for you, Matt. Not a great idea. Decent Rampage connection there from Kalios. Just 2, but it'll be enough to put some pressure down and force the sound barrier here from Chio. Decay backing up. Here it is. This gets scary now. Kalios might be down, but Sparkle's dangling himself right into Decay's crosshairs. And he'll get the body shot for Opener to finish the kill. The 4v4 now, but no Junker Queen means the Justice don't have the space, but Edison falls to a headshot from Decay. Oh, the Fuel are lucky that Harmon's able to move in and take that space up. A close fight, but Dallas will get the card unlocked.
Yeah, they charged Decay down, still able to get 1 in the process.
A kill on Edison. Woof.
Pretty good hold, all things included there for the Justice. So that'll be point A taken here by the Dallas Fuel. 3 minutes and change here in the time bank. I like this decision from the Justice. Play close. You win a fight here, you get some ultimates out. You still have like 2-3 fights possibly remaining.
Keep Edison uncomfortable. Seems to be the game plan for the Justice. Don't give him that rune to work. So far, Assassin's been able to get up nice and close.
You play close here, it also makes it difficult for the Ashe, right? You're not giving the Ashe, like, you know, roof sight lines and whatnot.
Blade here, no sound barrier for Opener. That's already been expended, so Sparkle's able to catch Decay as he heads upstairs. A little bit of extra damage goes a long way here. And yeah, with Krillin as low as he is, you'd think the Fuel will be able to push up. Hanbin, can he access these targets? Eventually Edison, putting in the work for the backline, is able to clear the chaff. The remains of the Justice formation, and Dallas with 2 in a row, finally building some momentum.
The Justice almost got exactly what they wanted there. Like, the Blade comes in, they actually start trading some of those kills. Like, it doesn't get both support ults. If you would have been able to keep Kalios alive, I think Hanbin's potentially forced to use the Rampage, which that's what you want, to get both of those ultimates out. They end up being able to hold on to the Rampage, which is fortunate for the Dallas Fuel.
Bob looks pretty scary in this cul-de-sac, Matthew. Pretty hard to contest if Edison can get that ultimate off with nice positioning. Decay will have to focus all his attention on burning Bob down. Harmon would love some tick healing right now from bleed damage somewhere, but okay, Bob actually comes out with very minimal fanfare as the Fuel don't really push behind it. They just let him go. They get some free progress to be sure. Here's the Rampage. Assassin's always able to avoid it for the time being, and a sound barrier is just the right timing from Opener to keep the Justice healthy enough. They lose the Lucio, but Harmbin falls to his death now, and it's a sound barrier for the Dallas Fuel on 4 players. The hope is that Fielder can build his rally during this process and can use it later on. Dallas definitely favored here, starting to find a bit of rhythm, bit of groove, and they're down to party in this last phase of the map.
I was going to say, you don't even need the rally there from Fielder. That'll be the second checkpoint, so the Justice get 2 fights. They don't really put up a great showing there on the defensive stand in this part of the map. Still an opportunity to hold the Dallas Fuel from completion. This can be pretty difficult to kind of contest this high ground.
Ult economy not great for the Justice though, Matt. They've really burnt through those support ultimates. Kalios, you only have a good chance to use that Rampage, and that's an Opener. Nice job. Edison, pretty robust dynamite connection, and another one that seems to be backing the Justice up somewhat. You'll have to drop to the low ground for a time, excuse me, but the Justice can't really play aggressively. They can't play the way they did on Ilios.
That 1 kill gives them so much space. I mean, look at how far they're moving this cart. You just got 1 corner to get around. You gotta worry about Kalios with this Rampage, though, in this close quarter scenario.
Straight to the corridor, it could be absolutely devastating. Could shut down the rally here as well. Kalios always so low before the Rampage even comes in, but it's a nice connection. Did Dallas just let this one go through to the keeper? No, they get rid of Kalios. They can heal themselves back up. Where was the follow-up from the Washington Justice there, Matt?
It's been nowhere to be found all map long. Sparkle in the spawn with a blade. This is what we thought we would see from the Dallas Fuel.
They're doubling down off the blade, and he got both backliners to boot, which means Krillin and Opener won't get those support ultimates up in time to stop the Fuel. Here they come once more as Kalios dropping down, but he's already been picked up. Bob was deployed to the point, but Decay from low. Oh my! You cannot be serious, Decay! 3 to try and save the day for the Justice, and Chio's gonna fall to him as well. This man is unhinged.
Well, that's one way to get follow-up. Decay just goes on a flank and kills everybody. As that is a potential map completion saving. Those type of fights also are so draining, probably emotionally, for the Dallas Fuel. You think you have it in the bag, all of a sudden one player on the opposing team goes on a flank, gets 3 kills. I mean, that is tough.
What a way to knock the wind out of the Dallas Fuel sails just as they're about to win the round. Okay, Sparkle opens up the account though. It's in the positive to start with. Assassin was hoping to chase, but Sparkle had a sixth sense about it. He dashes back to the rest of his team to benefit from that Inspire proc. But Assassin will be looking for the blade. He'll wait this sound barrier out if he possibly can, but it's time to go. Pressure on Edison here. Can he coach gun the Genji away? He can, but Assassin has a dash. He thinks twice about using it though, as Sparkle's already been picked up. 3 players from the Justice playing around the card right now. They know they don't need to push up, and Field is stuck in the corner. Edison finds Kalios, but the Fuel aren't confident. They don't have the players, and they don't have the time. They have to make something happen here, and it will be Cheer to step up. Trying to stay Decay away, but you better get up early in the morning if you want to put the hurt on this man. What a stop for the Washington Justice. Just as it looked like the Fuel were going to finish with over 30 seconds at least.
Oh yeah, you know, we were getting to a point where it's all, okay, this is the Dallas Fuel we expected. You know, they're rolling through the second part of the map. Here they go. The Justice are giving up a lot of map here at the end. Kalios going out, dying early. And then Decay just does stuff that he can do. Goes on a flank, and he's ended up killing 3 players. Takes all of the momentum out of everything the Dallas Fuel were building, and they're not able to complete. And now you have a clear path to victory if you're the Justice. Oh man, I mean, although I will say, how many times can you rely on him to reliably do that throughout the series? The fight after that gets really scary, because Kalios basically goes up the stairs and says, hey, please kill me, and they get rid of him right away.
Release me from this mortal coil opponent.
And they're able to like stall long enough for Decay to come back. All right, so let's take a look at this. No ult here at the start.
There's no information right now.
The information he has is, if I don't kill everybody, we lose. So that's good enough. That shot is just stupid. I mean, that is so sick. Oh, sorry, you got 4 of the 5 players there.
You're watching the kind of play that kind of breaks the rules of engagement at times in this game.
We talked a little bit about, like, at the beginning of the season, 5-on-5, where individual players can have way more of an impact. That is what having way more of an impact looks like, being able to make the play like that.
With that said, the Washington Justice still have a precipitous climb ahead of them, figuratively and literally. They've already circumvented the choke. Look at the speed. Oh my goodness, they just go. Decay gets caught by the Jacket Blade though. He's yoinked back for the time being, so he's trying to fight and reposition at the same time. So far, though, so good. He's working his sideline well, misses that rail gun, but still...
The threat, though.
Yeah, they're pressured off the point.
And the threat of that one shot of them coming around the corner makes it very difficult to advance.
Sparkle goes in. They've got to make a play. Dallas, they've got to get the Justice off the point. Forced back is Sparkle. He sees Assassin in his own backline, but he can't do anything about it. Krillin's still able to find Fielder, but Chio's there. Stays off the enemy brig. No Inspired healing on the field right now, but no healers for Dallas. Harbin tries to stand tall, but the car was already picked up. What? Dallas gave way too much ground to the Justice there and let it slip away.
Oh, man.
Say it.
I see people. I see people in the crowd there. Their hands on their heads. Just, oh man, is this going to happen again? It's Dallas just giving it up there on point A. It's a 5 minutes plus, get this car moving. I think you saw the effect of the Sojourn there, right? Like the disruptor shot makes it difficult to go through the choke. You don't want to get one shot by Decay coming through. Just a little bit more passive than what we're used to seeing from Dallas. They're not able to advance.
Dallas actually give a lot of ground here as well, but Sparkle was able to pick Krillin off. I think he took a bit of poke damage. Very different stylistic approaches between these teams right now. And you can see how they manifest on attack and defense sides of this map specifically. Dallas, man, oh, they gave so much room to the Justice. You are giving this team an inch, and they are taking
miles. You need
miles.
a really good hold here, because your end of the map gets scary with some of those sight lines with the Sojourn, where you could see a world in which Decay gets some kills again.
I mean, Anderson was just dead man walking when that blade got drawn. Still, Sparkle was able to get in one towards Kalios. That's huge. He still has a blade to spend, and Chigo's coming up on that sound barrier. Never mind. Never mind. Opener picks him up, and the Fuel are still able to punish This is huge. 2 fights in a row in this part of the map. You are starting to bleed that big old time bank down.
And now you have your blade here for the Dallas Fuel. You have both support ultimates. Now you're starting to, amass like an ultimate bank here to be able to use. And look at this, they sit right on top of the Justice spawn.
The Briggs are just going at it. Hammer and Tongs, a wet noodle fight, and Sparkle breaks up the Gentleman's Duel. Excuse me. Krillin gets taken down. Something sharper than a Destructo Disc came his way, and Sparkle finds 2 kills.
I kind of like the decision by the Justice to just decide not to really fight that and don't use the sound barrier there. Hold on to it, because that is effectively a lost fight at that moment. So you hold on to that to fight another day. So we'll see what they decide to do. Okay, we're wrapping all the way around. All right. So we never see it. You can actually go all the way around this building and go around, but
they don't want to play from the low ground, the Justice. I think they really want to get Decay in position to do just this. Here's the overclock. Decay maintains it high ground, but the sound barrier is going to make it harder to cut through these health pools. Edison needs to get some work done. Sparkle went for the dive, but Decay is taken down. A lovely little rampage gets the 2 most important targets. Decay and Kalios just bleed out.
Now you're starting to get rolling if you're the Dallas. 2 minutes. 2 minutes shaved off the clock already. A lot of ultimates being used here by the Justice just to try and get out of their spawn. And you can play from this high ground. Like, what do you even do with a rampage here? Like, it's really difficult to get any type of value with it. So
when you're forced to play from the low ground like this,
yeah, I mean, where is he gonna go? I mean, you can try and get to the cart and start moving it.
I like this. Oh, I like this a lot, Matthew. 3 here with the rampage. Sparkle, yep, nowhere to go there. Great carnage connection from Kalios. And hey, you asked for it, you got it.
It was actually a nice, it was like almost like a predictive rampage. Like, they came around the corner, they played from the cart. As soon as he saw Sparkle there, he assumed that enough damage was going to go down on Sparkle that everybody's going to come to help, and he just pops it straight away with just seeing one player, where maybe you feel that one player, that's enough to start moving the cart again, where they still have to get another fight to go their way to probably take the second checkpoint.
Showdown, whoa, blown up. Not great for the Fuel here. We're going to have to give this ground, especially that disruptor shot in the doorway.
Do you invest rally here if you're the Dallas Fuel? Try and hold it here.
Probably. The time bank increase for the Justice is scary, man.
It sets you up so bad, though, if you lose this fight.
They're going for it. Assassin coming with the blade here. What can he make happen again? Edison's his first target, but Sparkle shuts him down. He gets in between Assassin and his intended target. And Fielder's able to find the bonk on Krillin, sends it backwards, and Sparkle's blade may not be necessary as he gets it done the old-fashioned way, and the Justice are just short of that second checkpoint.
And they're fortunate, right? If you lose that fight, you're in a terrible spot with some added time going into this last part of the map. You're still in not really a great position because you have the beat plus rally to be able to use like offensively here against nothing. You think in how much the game right now is about sustain. Having those 2 ultimates is just, it's so difficult to burn through. You're going to have to get an early pick off, if anything.
Justice have been feeling the hurt of the topographical disadvantages they're forced to play from. Oh, Bob's coming in. Good lord. Kalios able to get out of the way just, but that's another nice dynamite connection. Did Bob just, you know what, we'll just leave that. Don't worry about it.
Bob has his own thoughts.
Yes.
He can do what he wants. Could have potentially been like booped or displaced when he was running. Didn't really get a chance to see, but that's great for Dallas. That buys them some time. You're at least going to have sound barrier here. No threat of blade on the other side. So this is looking like Dallas, after Decay kind of had some heroics late, could actually battle back and take this map.
Sparkle thinking about it. Oh, he's thinking about it. Double support ultimates here for the Justice. Decay verging on a key ultimate for this fight. Here's the blade into the rally. Sparkle waits his time. Oh, the dynamite connection. He's hoping to follow up on that.
They don't beat.
They catch Assassin though.
Where's the beat?
Both teams hold on to their beats. Open are going to use it now on a playing disadvantage. It could be devastating. Dallas reciprocate. Both teams with sound barriers now, and Humber's getting close to a rampage. Look out for that, but it's Decay. Oh, it's always Decay. 2 headshots with the overclock, and Hanbin burnt to a crisp in front of him. Now Sparkle trying to get to Decay, but the damage is already done. This man has already put your team to bed. That is just unreal. The Justice again kept alive by Decay.
The beat from opener comes out so late. They don't save Assassin. Maybe they want it to try and match like Chio's. They don't want to use it and then have Dallas like disengage and go around the corner and then have that advantage. So maybe they feel like they need to use it at an opportune time that it is last fight territory. But I mean, is he just gonna like win them the game? Like, is that like just kind of like we're talking about all these individual fights, but really it just comes down to Decay just going bonkers, just winning them the map?
I'll see your Overwatch analysis and I'll raise you.
Yeah.
The one-man army himself.
Yeah.
Does want to go aggressive here, Matt. Not sure why. It doesn't work out. Boy, okay, that's classy. Little 180. I see you.
Yeah. You can put together a pretty fast analytical breakdown of the series thus far. Put Decay's POV on and throw some, like, you know, Modern Warfare 2 techno dubstep music for like a montage.
Lens
that's
flare,
about it. Yeah,
slow-mo.
Some slow-mo and some lens flare, and that's pretty much your video right now. It's 27 seconds left. Rampage available, sound barrier here, and Blade for the Justice. They are in prime position to take this.
One fight to rule them all here. Decay charged up with a big railgun and the fuel go aggressive early. They don't find what they were looking for though, and Open is able to use that sound barrier here. Assassin's Blade is drawn. What can he find? Ooh, not a whole lot there, but Decay again delivers. Assassin forced to use most of the blade, defending himself, but it's a player advantage here for the Justice for the next few moments. Assassin reaches, Decay overclocks, Edison able to stay alive, but just on the high ground, it's Fielder brought down by Kalios. Decay goes upstairs, he says, beat me up, Scotty! We've got a galaxy to conquer! Overtime now as Harm been trying to keep things going on. Just the Doofus Chiyoda trying to touch desperately. He's going to be forced away. And the Washington Justice have 2 in a row. You've got to be kidding.
If somebody gets in my ear and asks who my pick for player of the match is in the break, I'm going to be angry. Decay is going bonkers here in our first 2 maps. Comes down to the wire there on point B. Ends up just taking out 3 players. Dallas almost with an opportunity to seal the deal on the map. He ends up going on a flank kill in 4. I mean, if Dallas doesn't come up with an answer soon, this could easily be a Justice 3-0.
Back up the Brinks truck for the Washington Justice and Decay, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2-0 in this series. Looking to potentially sweep the Dallas Fuel in our opener here in Toronto. Unreal scenes. Don't go anywhere. The Summer Showdown legendary skin is smile on your face. Happy Genji is on sale now for just 200 League tokens through September the 6th. I swear I've seen this in Animal Crossing. I swear.
What?
Yeah, it's like an outfit Animal Crossing.
You know what probably happened before the series is Assassin was like looking at this Genji skin and how awesome it was, and was like, man, it would be dope to see that in the Justice colors. And Decay was like, don't worry, I got you, fam.
Yeah, you might be right. Oh, I'm looking forward to jumping in and getting that one. But what a series we have seen so far. I mean, quite the timeline, really. If you go back, Dallas Fuel selecting the Washington Justice as their first opponent, and honor that they are that is rendered unto them for being the #1 team coming out.
Sometimes you get got.
Sometimes you get got.
I mean,
so far they're getting got real good.
So what's interesting is the next map for Escort, Dallas obviously selects again. They go Circuit Royale. So it seems like they're trying to force these like more longer range sightline maps where Edison can play the Ashe, which is interesting because when we counted Dallas, Toronto, Hisu was running the Ashe, Edison was running the Sojourn, Dallas was not able to break it, and then they switched and they look great.
Yeah.
I wonder if sometimes like fighters fall in love with like, you know, the stand-up, right? Where maybe that's not your game. I wonder if they kind of fell in love with like, hey, we can play this long range, like it's more easy to punish, right, with the dynamites. And just kind of moved away from the bread and butter, right, where you can go back and play the Sojourn. Because you think about Circuit Royale, yeah, the sightlines are great for the Ashe, right? But we see loads of teams spawn camp with the Sojourn, right? Play really close, aggressive, like take these fights. So another, I mean, it's not exactly, I actually think almost any map is a risky pick because of the playstyle that Dallas is trying to force versus what the Justice are doing. Like, it's still kind of the same game as map #1 and 2. Although, you could say, if Decay doesn't go bonkers in map #2, we probably win that. The issue is he only has to do that one more out of 3 times. He's already done it twice. You think
so far it's looking like a little bit more than just like a once in a blue moon occurrence, Matthew.
It's looking pretty consistent this far. So we'll see if we see any changes here from the Dallas Fuel. I think they're the team that you're really looking at. If you're the Justice, I mean, I would, you know, the coaching staff would just be like, do not do anything differently. Continue to make the same decision.
Don't even breathe, yeah.
Yep. Don't breathe different. Don't look at each other different. Just get the same way, because they're playing great.
Dallas, we've seen them. They've been pretty happy playing a very close-up spawn camp. And it's worked against many teams. We'll see the Justice try and do something similar here. Before they come out the gates, why do you think these weaknesses weren't exposed in the qualifiers? Or is this just, I mean, is this just Decay? Or is there something that Dallas really needs to find?
I actually think for the Justice as well, Kalios has done a good job staying alive. Like, we've talked like a few times, he's kind of like been the first death, and it's been quite bad. But playing a little bit safer, I think, keeping the Junker Queen alive has been huge.
Oh my! Oh, Edison! Welcome to the Hotel California, my friend. Yeah, you can check out, but don't think about leaving.
That's about as fast as we've seen somebody die in the Overwatch League.
Look on his face as well.
Yeah, that's a Custa stat. I don't exactly have that down, but...
Custistics?
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it. That seemed pretty fast. Assassin's in a rough spot.
You'd say that, and then he just gets out scot-free somehow. A lot of damage on Sparkle and Fielder here, and the Fuel are scrabbling to try and just to clog up the dam here.
We've seen teams get stuck here for a while, though. Like a minute plus.
Oh, man. Oh, man. So much pressure. Assassin getting away with it. Oh, my! This is starting to cross into inhumane territory, ladies and gentlemen.
Just to remind everybody, the Dallas Fuel are the #1 seed. They picked the Justice, not the Justice picking the Dallas Fuel. You get that kill, though. That's huge. That should allow you some space here for the Fuel to operate. You can get out of the spawn. They can't play that close-up game without Krillin, so buys you a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room here. And you know, Fielder and Chia, with how much damage they've taken, they're just getting way more healing across. So you're gonna have an advantage in terms of support ultimates. Maybe you do that to just kind of get over this first checkpoint.
What's good for Edison is good for Decay when these long sidelines come into play. Decay is more than happy just to work these, poke down, get rail guns and fire them off. Dallas trading damage upwards here. Pretty effective so far.
Dallas not being aggressive, though, has allowed the Justice to build their support ultimates here.
And that blade's coming in right now. Opener gonna back Assassin up and give him that durability. Chigo's forced to spend his, and hard bin! 2 support ultimates in play, and it's still not enough to keep the Junker Queen alive. Assassin gets what he came for. Decay now starting to chime in from the periphery, and the Justice get another stop.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you just get a feeling, and there's just so much momentum on the Justice side right now. And they end up winning that. That's both support ultimates for the fuel use there, and you're able to win it by holding onto your rally, and you're going to get a rampage here. Things are just lining up nicely for the Justice. 1 minute and 37, so you can like take a fight here at this corner. You probably end up trying to use 1 or 2 of these ultimates, win that. You're looking at then like 45 seconds on the clock, right? 50 seconds on the clock coming back, depending on when this kicks off.
Here they go, the Dallas Fuel drop in nice and close. Let Sparkle get into the back line.
Kalios took so much damage at the beginning of that fight before anything even happened. And they had to use a bunch of cooldowns to try and keep him up, and then they could use the blade. That's one where we talked about how Kalios has been better, not like being overly aggressive. That's one maybe playing out a little bit too loose.
Pretty big speed boost from the Fuel though. They're like leaping over the heads of the Justice in that fight. Checkpoint not achieved yet. Assassin goes down here. Still no checkpoint. 4 players here with that rampage. Chigo has to be careful. Oh, he just stays alive. But Kalios going to try and hold ground here. Decay gets rid of the bob. Opener's forced to get out of that corner that he was in, but Fielder now starts swinging that flail. And that'll do the job.
Not pretty from either team, if I'm honest there, where the Fuel able to get it over the line. So 3 minutes on the clock here for them to get that second checkpoint. Kalios invests a rampage into that. And you got like only like 1 or 2 other players there. It's a good rampage. Connects a 4, but there's no follow-up.
You breathe on Chio when he absolutely gets eliminated there. Follow-up, unfortunately, not able to be within arm's reach for the Justice. Nothing to work with for now. They're going to have to deal with the rampage from Hardman. Look at Decay. They say you make your own luck, Matthew, and this guy's as lucky as they come. Into the back line, finds a kill, and then the follow-up is there. I love that from the Justice. No ultimates to speak of, going against a rampage, and still come out on top.
He doesn't need luck. Just give him a little bit of space and some charge on the rail, and that'll happen. So that's a huge fight, because we know how difficult it is to make this like upward trek here around this corner on Circuit Royale. So
yeah, I mean, Samwise is trying to carry him up Mount Doom at the moment. It looks so painful for the...
Is that Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Nice job. Mount Doom's a pretty, general name for a volcano, so you picked it up well. Yeah. Could have said Mount Wannahakaluki Mount, but thought better of it. Fielder low with the rally in play. And Edison is down. This is big, but it's a trade. Okay, both teams have lots of DPS, but Decay is still ticking over nicely. The Fuel are split apart, and Chio gets punished as a result. Well, it's back to spawn for the Fuel once more. Here, the Justice just need to be careful not to overextend.
And at what point for Dallas do you say this is just not working and try something else? I think you could also probably look at it from Dallas' perspective as like, look, like we kind of had advantage in some of these maps, and a few of those crucial fights didn't go our way, but gotta feel like there's gotta be something to change here.
Rally from Krillin, blade from Sparkle, sound barrier to back up the Dallas Fuel here as Krillin eventually is brought to his knees, and there it is. The Fuel have broken through, but they still need another fight to get this next checkpoint.
So. You would think you're going to get one more fight here if you're the Justice. Got to get out of the spawn fast. You may need Assassin to touch, or do they decide to give this up?
That would be odd. There's so much space still left. No,
yeah,
they can
it
get
feels
here.
like there's a lot of time. Yeah, they're going to be able to get here. So Kalios could get a rampage during this. Maybe you try and he's got to stay alive though.
Assassin, oh, he went out too early. He got hit with the dynamite, but he still stays alive. The commanding shout there, pretty big from Kalios. He's getting closer to that rampage, man. It Decay strikes once more. Sparkle's gone down. Kalios is in position, and the Dallas Fuel, the house of cards is crumbling. The Joker is you, Dallas. Hartman going to be forced back. Edison on the card here. Kalios seen better days, and Assassin has fallen. Kalios has to give some ground, but so must the Fuel with 12 seconds left. It all comes down to this.
And they don't use the rampage during that. They're able to win it clean without.
Unreal.
Rampage in sound barrier. Sparkle's got to be the one to touch. He should get blown up fast.
Deflect, Matt. He gets there. Touches the card, and overtime has begun, but the Justice are pushing back already, and that's 2 hit with the rampage. Sparkle, Edison. Oh, they've forced off the cut. And the Washington Justice set their rare win condition for a clean sweep of the #1 seed in the West.
Series got a little bit of everything to kick the day off.
Oh, man.
It's, not able to make it back towards the payload. So with the Ashe, can you play close to the spawn door? Like you'd have like a big opportunity for a dynamite early, right? But you probably just go into the spawn, get that healed up, and then come back out and fight. Are you capable of doing that? Is that how you want to play this? I'm interested to see what Dallas does on D.
Oh, man. This is a long map. And we see sometimes teams have to burn 90 seconds plus to get out of spawn if there's a competent spawn camp facing them. The problem for the Fuel is, and something we've seen from the Justice is, sometimes Decay just slides on out there, gets sideways and just finds a random headshot to push his team forward. Something actually the London Spitfire did pretty well to break spawn camps against them on this map. I think it was actually against the Justice, so that's something you want to be careful of, right? You lose that one player, the spawn camp's over for defenders.
And now they'll match. You'll put Edison on the Sojourn. Maybe you're able to make something out of this.
It feels like a concession, Matthew.
Well, I think you have to. I actually think it's like almost necessary. Like, you cannot play this close spawn hold with the Ashe. If you concede that much space and you lose that fight, you're looking at a scenario where the Justice have like 4 or 5 minutes on the clock, right? Because you've had like 1, maybe 2 fights. Yep. And they just have to get like to the second checkpoint. They don't even need all of it.
They're not doing this. They're getting out of dodge. This is going wrong for the Dallas Fuel. I think they don't want any of this smoke. Oh, this is a pretty ignoble look for the Dallas Fuel as they just back right on up here. A lot of respect given to the Justice. Decay's looking for the Genji. Krillin finds Edison. I think the body shot was involved there as well. The Dallas Fuel are getting absolutely steamrolled on the streets of Monaco. What is going on?
Chris Puckett brought the Dallas Fuel back. Brought his Dallas Fuel back.
And the Puckett era has returned. Well and truly.
Puckett brought his Dallas Fuel back. Oh, man.
Have a look at this. So they're expecting the Genji or something. Oh, my. That is a railgun body shot, though, from Decay to set that up. And Krillin, damn. Yeah, you've been training a Kami house for quite some time. Love to see it.
And what do you do? I mean, if Dallas plays close, I mean, that's a huge shot there.
Great knife.
They need a fight win here in such a desperate way.
Dallas need to do this. They need to go through the motions here of chasing and staggering kills. That's going to build that confidence a little bit more because they had none of it at the start of this map. They look absolutely terrified of the Justice.
They need a big fight or a big moment to go their way. Kind of get that momentum, get that swagger back.
Gio little, oh my, he just piles into the room with everyone else. Harmon and Fielder though, give a good account of themselves and Decay is staved off here. Fielder's able to find his second for the fight and so the Justice will be slowed up once more. A sigh of relief for the Fuel here, but still over 2 minutes for this part of the map on the clock.
Yeah, but now you're starting to get things going in the right direction here if you're the Dallas Fuel. You can come back, you have a rally to use here. We'll see if Edison is able to find anything with his overclock, but Decay just lurking on that other side. He's going to have it for this next fight. We know how aggressive he's been on like flanks and getting into off angles with it. The one positive for Dallas, not a lot of great opportunities for that here.
1 minute 42. Edison, okay. That is beautiful. Perfect railgun kill on opener means that Justice have to use a commanding shout to run away.
And I think with how that first fight went and where this card is, I think it definitely woke Dallas up a little bit of like, oh, we lose another fight, like we're walking off this stage losing 3-0.
Decay for the overclock. Great pressure on Hanbin. Hanbin clinging to the vestiges of his life. And here's the blade. Assassin going to go straight into a sound barrier here as Edison finds the first pick once more. The Dallas Fuel put a stop to the momentum here once more. And Andy comes alive.
So, you know, what was wrong with running this? As this looks totally fine here. As
there's no slouch on the Sojourn, that's for sure.
Yeah, Edison goes big. So what could swing this in the Justice's favor? Rampage for the Justice, Rampage for Dallas Fuel as well. But Opener actually, because he gets picked off early in that previous fight, doesn't have an opportunity to build towards barrier. Or he's going to actually have it here. So you get a good Rampage here from Kalios. And even if Hanbin uses it, you feel pretty good because you got your beat.
Here's the Rampage.
I thought he was going off the edge.
Nothing. Two players caught with that one, though. Chio's going to go down. Couldn't heal him up, couldn't keep him alive. Great knife from Kalios as Edison gets drawn into the sweet embrace of death. Now it's a matter of cleaning out your corners, getting rid of the fuel, and Hanbin eventually is also going to be drawn out of hiding. The Justice, they get it done, Matt. It's not pretty, no, but they're still in this with 2:35 to go.
And they do not need a point B cap. You see where that golden box of victory is at the top of the screen. They need a little bit before. Allows them to just kind of play around this corner, maybe get some free fire here. So if you're the Dallas Fuel, it's interesting. If you don't play close, you're looking at a one-fight territory. That is a huge pick-off, though. You play close, you play right around this corner now.
The Justice don't have anything to use to try and slant this back in their favor after losing a player. So Kalios will be the main recipient of the scrutiny, and Edison will bring him down alongside Fielder. Back to spawn you go. 2 minutes now.
But when you're playing the Ashe, there's no worry of Decay there, like jumping out and just getting one shot, right? When you have the Sojourn on the other side, that is a real threat.
You have real burst potential.
Yeah.
Oh, nicely done. Decay wasn't paying enough respect to Edison. This is getting ugly now. The Justice looking to brawl. They get the one. Is that enough to back up the fuel? Doesn't look like it.
It might be once the rest of the cavalry come out of the spawn here.
So it is.
Yeah, so it is, right? They're going to have to back up because an early death here for Dallas, I mean, you're looking at a junk fight for that last fight, and that's not what you want to see. So a minute 18 on the clock. Still an opportunity for the Justice to close it out here.
Overclock for Edison. What can he find? He's fishing for a kill. It's going to be Krillin falling first here. Rally in play for the Dallas Fuel, and Assassin and Opener are so low. There's no way they use his ultimates now. Looks like they'd let this one go through again. Justice need 2 fight wins in a row here, minimum, and they have a minute.
Maybe 2. If you get 1 fight win, right, and the card is like progressing, with where it is right now, like you may be in a situation where the Dallas Fuel, with like how the fight goes, or like if everybody gets wiped fast or players staggered for a little bit, like where you're not fighting that last fight at full strength. Still an opportunity here for the Justice to forge an advantage with 30 seconds left.
You heard the announcer. I like Dallas started this fight up quickly. The Fuel want to stay alive in this series. It looks like they're finally warmed up. Sparkle gets the blade. He gets it where it needs to go. It drinks of Decay's humors. And that'll be that. One more chance for the Justice as they get absolutely smacked. There's no way he's going for this. Oh, you're kidding, Decay! What have you done?
I mean, what do you do? There's no way to get a touch here. Assassin goes over to the Tracer, not able to get back towards the cart. It's the Dallas Fuel. They stop the bleeding. They take this 3rd map. They prevent the sweep here. And now you get a Washington Justice map selection. If you're the Dallas Fuel, I think you go back, you kind of talk here, a little bit of a break. There's no shot we come out running the Ashe again. You stay on that Sojourn because it was looking fine.
Excellent looks for the Dallas Fuel there. Edison and Sparkle both stand up. Now we have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to kick off our Summer Showdown tournament. So don't go too far. It'll be the Justice's pick for map number 4. After going 12 final blows for 20 deaths in the first 2 maps, leading the server in deaths, Edison comes back to a more than double his first blood total, final blow total rather, with 14-7. After swapping to Sojourn on Circuit Royale, you can see he's getting some encouragement from his teammates here because he was the difference maker when it mattered to keep the fuel alive, Matthew.
Yeah, and I think you just kind of, as a team, have to acknowledge, like, hey, you rough first 2 maps. Yeah, maybe we put you on the wrong hero, right? Like some of that blame's on us. Like, you know, that was the strategy we all decided. Let's get back out there. Let's run that Sojourn. It was good there on Circuit Royale. You can go back. You can play it on another map here coming up, and maybe you take it.
It'll have to be a reverse sweep from the Dallas Fuel to remain in the upper bracket here in the Summer Showdown. It's not beyond them, to be sure. A little bit of a quieter map from the Washington Justice as well. You know, and we were pretty frank about it, Matthew. The first couple of maps looks like they could have gone either way until Decay steps up and takes over the game. There are very, very few players in the league that can match that level of impact. And the question was, how many more times can he do it?
Look, when you're playing the Sojourn, they're playing the Ashe, you're not punishing their Junker Queen with the Ashe play, right? For Kalios, who's pretty over-aggressive at times, right? I mean, just kind of runs in there.
You're trying to punish the Genji.
Yeah, and Assassin as well. If you're not doing either of those things, and then Decay is also like doubling you up in final blows, like I don't know how you expect to win maps. It's good to see Edison come back to life there. Still a little bit close on that map, right? It's not like, you know, just switching him onto the Sojourn resulted in blowout, but still looked much better than what we've seen from Dallas over the first 2 maps.
And they're going to be calling upon Edison to continue to deliver some of those moments. Quite a career from him. We'll have more time to talk about it later. On your screen there, Assassin. I mean, Edison, let's have a look at his map 3 stats actually while we have an opportunity to show it what he gave us on Sojourn. The 14-7 number I quoted was obviously combined with his Ashe stats, but 10 final blows, 7 of those being railgun kills, close to 60% accuracy, and most importantly, everybody, 2 deaths for Edison on Circuit Royale as Sojourn. He's a player that began his career, quite a while back in 2017, but was on GC Busan Wave for a time, then the Atlanta Reign, right? A team that, you know, was looking for a lot of ways to try and, you know, work him and sort of Erster into their DPS rotation. Middling performances from Edison, and then he came to the Dallas Fuel to answer their lack of hit scan DPS, with Exi unfortunately unable to compete on the roster. And now he's looking right at home. Again, the other side of the stage, though, some serious veterans in this server, ladies and gentlemen. New Queen Street is going to be map number 4 in this series. A treat for those locals. And I must say, the real thing, almost as picturesque as the utopian rendition of Queen Street in Overwatch.
So we'll see. You know, a push map is so scary, man, in this type of scenario. Like a first fight goes your way in a big way, right? You get that bot moving, you know, you get that checkpoint for the next go around. It's so snowbally that, like, if I'm Dallas Fuel, like, I'm so scared going to this map.
And the question, as you raised, you know, there's a feeling that maybe they let Edison just sort of run on this Sojourn, right? It's like he has a bit more flexibility, a bit more individual agency as well, especially when, you know, people try and get in his face. The Ashe not enough to shut down Assassin's Genji, but more importantly, the Sojourn of Decay. Still public enemy number 1 for the Fuel on the other side of the stage. He will need to be answered once more.
And if you're the Fuel, you know what the Justice are going to do. There is 0 changing, there are 0 adjustments. They're going to play the same exact way, and maybe Dallas, you know, you kind of figured something out there on Circuit Royale. This first fight, though, Mitch, man, when they play for that statue, it's like, you're the Justice, you get an early first pick, you can kind of capitalize on that. Like, it's something that can snowball out of control here. So really interested to see how the Dallas Fuel play this first fight. They have to understand what's at stake.
It's all about the neutral, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about who works, who gets worked. Note the low ground Assassin positioning there. Sparkle getting pressured somewhat. Okay, shouts coming out from both sides. Keep an eye on those health bars, everyone at home. Kalios is the one taking the brunt of this aggression, and he falls first. Quite the key target to get rid of. And the Dallas Fuel now will continue to close the vice grip on the Justice. A great start here for the team that needs to reverse sweep.
The start of that fight is fine when everybody's, you know, trying to trade their commanding shouts, damage exchanged. Hanbin just able to get out with his life, backtrack a little bit, where Kalios decides to just hang out behind enemy lines for a bit too long. And that's been a lot of what's gone wrong for the Justice when things have gone wrong. They've just stayed around for too long on that Junker Queen when they need to back out.
Good start. Now Dallas want to convert on that first fight. Keep an eye on those ultimate charges. Sparkle close to 60 here. There'll be another fight without ultimates, but Sparkle again gets rid of Kalios. The over-aggression of Kalios being punished once more. Oh, this is a different page that we have the Fuel on here, Matthew.
And it wasn't like that early on, but maybe with the inclusion of the Sojourn, a little bit more consistent damage going down on a Kalios, as Edison pushes up, takes out the K. It's going to be the checkpoint here already for the Dallas Fuel. And the Justice, they have done absolutely nothing. I mean, there has been no semblance of defense here.
Some of the roughest moments for the Justice have honestly been on this map. We sort of saw it in that first stage, right? Sleep Darts not being followed up on. Very difficult first stage for Washington, but that's in the past now. It's all about this fight right here. Rally to start a fight up from Fielder, and Sparkle's blade may not be necessary. The Shuriken's striking true. He is running away with this one, Matthew. Sparkle is just doing whatever he wants.
This is brutal. I mean, this barrier is going to get uphill here. It's going to make it around that first corner. Probably going to get it up close to where that like red car is. Maybe a little bit less. But look at all the ultimates available for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be an overclock here for Edison. All you need is one, and you may get a map completion.
Kalios down! Opener just got his first sound barrier for the round, and he couldn't keep his main tank alive. Oh, this is not good at all. The Washington Justice heading for the hills now. There is a white flag above this door.
Yeah, this may be a let's just go again type of deal.
Oh my.
This looks like the #1 seed against the 7th seed now.
Still, 4 ultimates online. The Justice going to start to break into that war chest and make use of them. Sound barriers out from both. It's going to be a rally now. Pop by Krillin as Sparkle tries to pressure. Kali goes down. Assassin stands up looking more like a warlord in that team fight. I mean, that was a hard one-fight win for the Justice. Look at that spend.
And what? They're going to get back to maybe mid-map? Like, look at how far this bot has to travel to get back. Yeah, I mean, Dallas is going to be able to fight this, like, in the neutral of just where the barrier is. Like, you're not even going to get anything out of this if you're the Justice. You just get to, you know, play for another 6 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, they're just playing to stay alive with that fight. Yeah. They need to do more. This time with that ultimates. Harbin's about to go Mad Max on these fools. Commanding shout, boot back by Opener. No connect on the knife, but Harbin, oh, what is that? Opener somehow gets caught by the hitbox on that one, but a pretty underwhelming rampage from Harbin.
Bit of a swing and a miss.
Yeah. What about Kalios? Slightly better, gets it 2, and Edison crucially is connected with by that one. He is down. And this is going to be 2 in the row for the Justice.
So what? All right, so let's try and pull out a path back here for the Justice.
Cartography, my favorite.
Yeah.
We're in uncharted territory, that's for sure.
So you win that fight. You're going to get close to the checkpoint here. You probably have to see Fielder use a rally. You got to back up, maybe give up some space, right? Then come back with some support ultimates of your own. And then you're still stuck at the checkpoint. You probably need another 2 fights after that. You're looking at it, which you start to look at the clock and you're like, do we even have enough time to make that happen?
Fielder has made the decision. It's time to go forward. And like you said, the Justice are trying to give some of that space, but they haven't given enough. The Dallas Fuel, they're greedy and they want more.
Well, Kalios has to know that when the rest of the Dallas Fuel see his team carve off to the right from their perspective, around the corner.
He goes to the left.
He is to the left in the hallway. He is going to get focused down. That where you just need to fully back out with the rest of the squad and then come back into the fight. They just don't have enough HP and enough survivability to play at that corner and hold.
Dallas are 5-1 in this stage, or in this summer showdown. On push maps, pretty good one for them, and they're showing you just why. Sparkle's Blade, mostly for theatrics at this time, as the sound barrier blunts it a little, and Krillin will punish Sparkle as he tries to come forward.
But still, you're just going to keep playing in this back and forth game here where, you know, the Justice are going to need a fight to go massively their way, with the Dallas Fuel kind of throwing some ultimates or just kind of having some misplays during it to give themselves an opportunity. I mean, they are just so far behind in terms of barrier progress.
Overclocks, that's not an echo, it's both Surgeons going for it. Sparkle's low, and Essen, what a nice catch on Decay. What a beautiful elimination. And they're far from done. The Dallas Fuel really want to get back in control here. They're a little out of sorts in their positioning, but Edison now is having to close the gap. It's going to be Assassin looking for the blade, but Chio had the antidote. And he charges straight into Krillin. It will be a trade of Brigittas, but Dallas Fuel take the player advantage here, and Assassin needs to find a bit more. Hanbin wasn't in a position to look at him there, and Assassin wants to try and keep this going, but he is outnumbered, outgunned.
And that's what I talked about early on, where I was actually more worried about like something for Dallas, where Washington wins an early fight and just kind of steamrolls away with it, snowballs. It went the other way, where, I mean, how do you bounce back from this? It is just so much progress that you're going to have to give up, and every single time you lose a fight, you essentially lose that progress, right? Because the bot is now moving all the way back to your territory.
And you got 3 minutes.
You need 4 fights in a row, I think, here for the Justice within this like 3-minute window to give yourselves a chance.
Oh, this looks like someone's lining up for a rampage here. Hanbin getting very assertive with his space taking. Carnages both connect, so those Junker Queens have some healing, but the damage is there for the Fuel. Oh my, what an execution.
You can also do this if you're Dallas and play a little bit more aggressive with these support ultimates around the corners and whatnot, with the barrier moving, because you know that if the Justice have anything, they're forced to use it match because they can't possibly give up even more space. Where you just kind of like deplete their ultimate bank just off of their sense of urgency, right? Because they need something to happen.
That's the rampage. It catches on a Hanbin. Kalios getting the biggest fish in the sea, but can they hook it into the boat? Kalios looking low. He struggles. He's down. Hanbin now with some tick killing from that Carnage. A rampage would also give him some survivability. Commanding Shout does the job. It's a 2-for-3 fight here in the Fuel. Oh my goodness, they're going to do it. Under a meter left, and they clear the map. We have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen. Wipe the slate clean. It's a best of 1.
Since Dallas went to the Sojourn on defense on Circuit Royale, they have not turned back. Great on that defense. Absolutely blow the Justice out here on Toronto on New Queen Street. One map though to decide it all, and that's scary because you gave the Justice, obviously they win those first 2 maps, but you think maybe you kind of switch up compositions, play a little bit different style. They could have went differently. You put yourself in 1 map territory in a coin flip. I mean, that is tough, especially now, what, the Justice, they get to pick the map. I imagine we're gonna go to Lijiang Tower. That's where if I was like the Justice, that's where I would go, force that close quarter style of play, and maybe you get the K back online.
Let's see if either of these have anything left in the tank, because they're not called the Fuel for nothing. Map number 5 is where it's all going to end in this series. These teams both pushed to their limits early in the tournament. Stick around for the decider after these messages. So if you're anything like me, and one of the big things I love about esports is sort of chasing that magic, then you might be finding some in this particular match, Matthew. It is a map 5 between the Washington Justice and the Dallas Fuel in the very first game of the Summer Showdown tournament here, live from Toronto. It's a big deal that the Dallas have to reverse sweep to stay in the upper bracket, coming in as the top seed.
And if Dallas ends up taking this 5th and final map, they still can't be happy. I mean, this is not a good start. That I think, you know, maybe it's just a really good wake-up call, right? You know, regardless of what you think of the Justice, they can rise to the occasion, and they can play with some of the top teams in the league. We don't see it as consistent as we actually probably all would like, because they have such a talented roster. But, you know, on the day, they can get there. So we see how the last 2 maps have gone. The Justice pick is Lijiang Tower. I am not coaching the Justice, but I agree with the pick. It allows them to kind of, I think you can get Kalios in better positions to be aggressive without him taking punishing amounts of damage because of like the closer, shorter, mid-range nature of the map. A lot of the times we're seeing them lose these fights. He's dead early. He's taken tons of early just poke damage. So pick a map that you can possibly avoid that with some of the sight lines and the angles that you fight on.
As quintessential as King's Row is a map in Overwatch, in the Overwatch League, Lijiang Tower probably the site of some of the most insane map 5 moments. Starting a market here, can't really call it a night market anymore for obvious reasons.
It is no longer at night, as you can see.
But again, for the Washington Justice, they love nothing more than for it to be lights out for the Dallas Fuel starting here in this first round. Obviously, the first thing we look to is Edison's pick here. It definitely looks like the call has been, hey, if you're more comfortable on Sojourn today, then throw the playbook out the window.
It seemed like coming out of like our kind of, you know, not exactly a halftime, but a little bit of a break. There was some kind of discussion with Dallas. Took them a little bit to sit down. Everybody kind of like huddled up and trying to cheer up Edison in a way. It seems like, you know, they realized like, hey, that wasn't the right game plan. It's been tough on you. Let's get things back in the right direction. This is how they've done it.
Out of the gates we go, ladies and gentlemen, in our map 5. Dallas look to reverse sweep the Washington Justice to stay in that upper bracket where they probably feel they belong. But the Justice are plucky, they're upstarts, and they start up. Edison goes down as Kalios finds the Carnage connection.
And that's the type of positioning you want to fight with Kalios, with how aggressive he is and maybe just the tendency to not fall back as fast. You want to fight in these close quarter scenarios where he can close the gap fast, play it at more of an even match.
This is awkward. Oh, the Justice try and rotate to the point to capture it, but the Fuel, they put their foot on the gas. They chase them down. Harbin and Kalios have both fallen now. A weird fight happening without either Junker Queen in the mix here. Krillin, though, swinging. That flail getting some serious work done as Sparkle tries to close the gap and pressure him down. Assassin, though, gets Edison first. What a back and forth fight here as it looks like Sparkle and co will be forced to submit.
And I think if you're the Justice, like you trade there early in that like neutral type of game, like maybe it's because you lost your Brig and you don't want to fight in that type of area, you fall back to the point. I would have liked to see them keep that positioning and then backtrack to the point.
Oi, Decay caught there. Hanbin's Jagged Blade finds its mark. Still, there's a trade in the fight, but Hanbin doing a lot of work in that front line. You need to respect Assassin, though. The Justice still have the point, bear in mind. The Dallas Fuel want clean fights. That's 3 in this fight for Hanbin.
But this fight is so dirty. Like, it kills on both sides as Dallas now wraps to the point. You're going to have a contest here for the Justice.
It is an utter slugfest. Hanbin hits every one of those shots. Means that Opener cannot even touch. He cannot even contest. He gives the Fuel that point in every way in that last fight.
Without a doubt, is this going to be a blade from Assassin?
Edison trying to stay alive, but there's no support ultimates online. Fielder gets that running a little bit too late, but will it be enough to let them equalize? Assassin's blade finally gets sheathed, but Sparkle now comes out, finds Krillin. Assassin still getting involved into the backline. The Genjis are having all the impact in this fight, but Decay gets one. Hanbin very low, and Assassin will be successful. No one can force them away, and the Justice flipped the point there.
Yeah, but Fielder's still alive. Okay, now he finally falls. As maybe that's just kind of stagger that goes now. So you're going to get up to about 50% here for the Justice. You'll have your rally available here. No threat of the blades, as we just saw both of them come out in that previous fight. You can play close to the door here with this Rampage, possibly. It's going to be an overclock right away.
Opener's already been taken down though. The rally is going to be used here, so Edison needs to work a little bit harder. But Krillin is removed. The flag is in the mud. And that's a cheeky deflect from Assassin, who drops in front of them with a sliver of HP remaining, hoping for a bit of a gimme. It won't be there. Dallas are back in control with a sound barrier to boot.
And that's huge, to win a fight by just using the overclock there and hold on to some of those ults where you don't have a rally anymore here if you're the Justice. You're really relying on Kalios to hit a really nice rampage and maybe with some follow-up from Decay.
Overclock here, maybe on the menu. Yep, finds it off straight away. Was looking for Fielder at the back of the point. Commanding shout, then sound barrier. More overshield than Decay can hope to even deal with, and the pressure is immense. But he still finds Fielder. At the back of the pack is Decay. He gets some space.
They flipped the point.
Yep, and Decay is just attracting orders at 10 to McCrillen's already found Hanbin. Dallas have to fight hard to get the point back in favor. All the while they're bleeding this capture percentage away to the Justice. And with Kalios getting rid of Edison, Washington might run away with this. This is disastrous for the Fuel.
But this is why I like this map pick from the Justice, because this is the type of play they want. They want fast, they want chaotic, they want to try and let their individual players shine as opposed to try and play more as a unit. And you're seeing they're doing it right now.
Assassin dives. Geo Fielder taking a little bit of damage, but they'll be okay. Blade here for Assassin, surely not. It's Edison falling first. Rampage going to connect with the Genji. Assassin can't heal, but he can do damage, and you better believe he's going to try. Fielder intercepts him with the shield bash, and very importantly, Sparkle goes to the point in that fight. He flips it, but now he's got more work to do. With Harvin out of the picture, Dallas still need to win this fight, and it's all about this Blade. Kalios has fallen. The Justice trying to group up around this rally, but they're in a fighting retreat right now. Looks like they're trying to give control over.
Oh, and they end up using the sound barrier here, and that's just going to connect with Opener, Decay, and Assassin. They want to still fight it. Decay's able to get one. I thought maybe you had used a sound barrier. You think you're going to go with Krillin. They got to go now.
Bit of a quick taxi there to get Kalios back in the fight. The Justice, that sound barrier. Oh, they might have been better off just going back to spawn and taking the L.
They got to capitalize on that.
Kalios got hammered with damage early on the point. He actually backtracked for a second there. 70% charge for Decay. He's looking for an easy insta-kill. Sparkle was the intended target, but Kalios instead has fallen first. It's going to be the Dallas Fuel to roll back over the Justice here. A 3 kill situation to open it up, and that is it. Washington Justice, a massive error in support ult usage, and they get punished for it.
So it's not necessarily a massive error if they actually sped in and capitalized on it faster. They just were not able to. By the time they got in position, they couldn't get another kill before, I believe, Fielder got back into the fight.
They went to taxi Kalios, I think.
I think it was actually Krillin they went to go taxi. They went to go taxi Krillin back, which, you know, you're fighting without your Briggs, maybe yours gets there a little bit faster, but still, even if you taxi him back, you almost got to take that speed boost and go deep. You got to commit at that point. They just kind of play in the neutral, and once both teams get at full strength, Dallas just too good.
All right, Justice, deep breath. On the precipice of a crushing reverse sweep here. They must win Control Center to keep this series going and take it all the way to round 3.
Justice get really aggressive here by the center stairs. They push all the way up to the Fuel side. Fuel just seem to be kind of prodding at this point. A little bit of a boot there to splice some players.
Assassin slammed in the neutral there. He had to back out early. Couldn't pressure Edison very much at all. Who still needs to respect Decay. Oh my! Even Edison couldn't believe it. Look at the look on his face. Open to the first kill there, and maybe just the perfect one. Now the Justice have no choice but to go aggressive. They've got to go. Fielder's been eliminated here, but Decay's already down, and the Fuel raise the flag. They'll be the first in control.
You see, like, earlier on in this series, right, Edison not able to find those first picks playing the Ashe.
12 and 20.
Decay able to find them pretty consistently since the switch. It's been much more even, I would say.
Decay really probing for something there. Door is shut in his face, proverbially. Even with Edison being so low, they can top him up pretty quickly. Here's the commanding shout. Fielder playing the front line, and Sparkle wants to get his hands a little dirty as well. He faces a little argy-bargy. Hardman's so low, though. Great job for the Justice. They punished that Junker Queen being out of position. That's what Sojourn does so well here, but it's a trade. Both teams have lost their frontliner. How do you take space outside of that? Raw damage and eliminations as Decay provides 2 more.
Yeah, this will be a point flip here. Chio comes back in, he gets booped, he'll get taken out. So 39% here for the Dallas Fuel. This next fight, Mitch, I think is going to be the biggest fight probably this round. Everybody's going to have their support ults. If you're the Justice, you end up winning that. We can kind of get to a spot where everybody's even in terms of percentage, maybe even take the lead. If you lose that fight, you're looking at a really tough spot.
Blade here from Assassin. Sound barrier comes out. The alarm more than truly raised for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be Kalios going down first. So again, the Junker Queen focused by both sides. This time it's Dallas again. Able to get rid of Kalios. Decay actually goes for it here. He's going to pop the overclock, forces Hanbin away. So the Justice lose their frontliner and they keep control. Sparkle gets blasted to the wall by that railgun. But there's a feeling of inevitability about this fight, right? The Justice being forced off the point, Dallas on the cap.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. I mean, he buys them enough time to where they end up taking the lead for a split second, but now you're going to have everybody at full strength coming back.
Eddie's looking for a big elimination to start this off. Yeah, just good damage on Kalios there. Can't complain about that. And a grazing blow on Assassin forces him out of the fight. Makes him very easy for Hanbin to dispatch. Have a look at that ult charge for the Justice, Matt. It paints a grim picture.
Yeah, not good. I mean, that's why I talked about that one fight is going to be the biggest one of the round. They end up losing it in the end. It's really going to come back to bite him because look at this. I mean, Hanbin, you can play pretty close in this hallway if you want. Try and go for that rampage, be aggressive. And then you're looking at one fight territory.
80% and counting. This is dangerous for the Justice. It has to be now. But the Rampage comes out from the Fuel first. And they're better off just letting this one go. Assassin able to snap Fielder up, but you have to think the Justice want to just regroup. If they get staggered here, if Assassin gets staggered, it could be all over.
I mean, you don't really have a great opportunity to regroup. Assassin with Opener and Kalios trying to work their way back around to the point.
It's time to face the music, Matt. The Justice step forward now as the Dallas Fuel are at 99. Kalios waiting for a bit of a top up here, but he needs to rampage forward soon. He'll take the point. Dallas don't quite allow for the flip, and it's going to be, oh my, Fielder just gets cut in twine. Decays falls to Chio, though. Great aggression in the backline here, but Assassin keeps it alive for the Justice. Okay. First step's being taken, but it's not quite done yet. Kalios needed a Carnage connection there to shut Hanbin down. The sound barrier, the Fuel, they're going for it. You can't be serious. Kalios trying to run for the hills, but Hanbin runs him into the ground instead. The jagged blade connection on Assassin. It's going to be a blade from Sparkle to finish the job, and oh my, the Washington Justice are put in the ground. The Dallas Fuel make the reverse sweep happen. You better believe they're warmed up.
Oh, a bit of a sigh of relief there from the Dallas Fuel. You see Sparkle, I mean, always in high spirits, but that was not the face we were seeing from them after the first two maps. They were getting rolled there early on, and they came to life there later in the series. Man, Kalios, you know, they take the point right off the Kalios rampage, and he connects with a knife on a Hanbin, and when he grips him in, the sound barrier comes down, and it's like, uh-oh. It wasn't asking for this.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Yeah.
Great turnaround, though, and look, I mean, that's not easy to do in this kind of metagame, which normally is really predicated on player advantage, especially when it comes to your Junker Queen. Or your support ultimates here, but that's...
And also, I think if you're the Justice, you need to figure out how to win in more ways than Decay going crazy, right? Because it's not entirely fair, I think, to him. Like, hey, you know, like, we're only going to win these two maps when you go hero mode and save the day, right? There's got to be other ways you're able to force these fights that get you wins. That's really what kind of ended up ruining them in the long haul.
But tell me, is this Dallas Fuel, is this look from the Dallas Fuel going to be enough?
Man, I don't want to see that Ash again. I'm sure it's good. We've seen Edison on it in the past. They just looked way better with the Sojourn look. It was like night and day.
Plenty of notes to take away from this series, but we're going to get some insights from the winners themselves. We're going to head down to the stage with Danny and a post-match interview.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Chio from Dallas Fuel for the post-match interview. All right. So I'm gonna be honest. I personally thought it was gonna be a 3-0 for the Dallas, but it really wasn't. This was a very close fight. The first half, I guess, well, you guys seem to have a lot of trouble, but at the end, you guys were able to manage to get the win. So, what adjustments did you guys make after the halftime? 자, 첫 번째 질문. 오늘 승리가 그렇게 좀 쉽지만은 않았던 것 같아요. 일단 1, 2세트를 이제 달라스 팀이 조금 힘들어하다가 이제 하프타임이 지난 후에 다시 좀 원래의 모습을 찾은 것 같은데 하프타임 때 좀 어떤 얘기가 오갔고 또 어떤 변환점이 있었나요?
우선 저희가 애쉬를 많이 썼는데 1, 2세트 때는 애쉬 조합 같은 경우는 좀 천천히 굴려야 되는 조합이라 좀 천천히 했어야 됐는데 예, 저랑 스파클이 좀 너무 싸우고 싶어가지고 급해서 좀 스킬 교환 잘못해가지고 많이 힘들어서 그리고 2세트 끝나고 3세트 때 가기 전에 저희가 너무 싸우고 싶다 그래서 그냥 소전 들어달라 다 이겨주겠다 해서 그렇게 바꿨습니다.
All right. So the problem that we had for the first two map was that we played the Ashe composition, and for the Ashe composition, the team has to sort of stay back and play reactive, but I guess we were a little bit too aggressive, so that was a problem. And I guess it was me and Sparkle. We just really wanted to just go in there and fight, so we were a bit too aggressive for the Ashe composition. So coming into map 3, we asked the team, hey, let's play the Sojourn. Me and Sparkle, we're gonna carry this, so please let's go Sojourn and win this, and that's how we got the win against the Washington Justice. All right, moving on to my next question. Chio, it's not really a question because I heard that it's Chio's birthday, everybody, today. So, Toronto, do you guys mind? Should we sing him a big happy birthday for the birthday boy? Are you guys ready? Let's do it. 3 seconds. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Louder! Round of applause!
Thank you, everyone.
All right, and Chio, for your birthday gift, I got your win against the Washington Justice. So, I mean, today's your birthday. You got this big win against Washington Justice. Are you gonna do anything special today? 자, 오늘 또 생일이기도 하고 오늘 첫 경기 승리도 이루셨고 오늘 좀 어떻게 좀 즐길 생각이 있으신가요?
오늘 이제 형들이랑 좀 이제 밖에 나가서 산책도 많이 해보고 진짜 너무 힘겹게 이겨가지고 너무 좋은 생일 선물인 것 같아요. 네.
All right, I mean, I'm definitely going to, after this match, we're going to go outside and take a big, long stroll. And also, it's really good to get this win against the Washington Justice. I am just very happy. All right, everybody, give it up for Chio one more time. Thank you guys so much. That is all I have on the floor. So let's send things back to our casters. Mitch and Matt, back to you.
Gotta give credit to Danny there. That would be like you turning out to my graduation and giving me my degree for my birthday. You know what I mean? Happy birthday, Mitch. Got this for you. Congratulations, of course, though, to the Dallas Fuel. And a big birthday win for Chio. And look, they set themselves quite the tough task with their selection. You've got to feel like they got more than they bargained for from this Justice squad.
Yes and no. I mean, we see what happens towards the end of the series when they make the adjustments. And it's all Dallas Fuel. They just came in, didn't play that way. Maybe just a really odd read.
It wasn't close in the second part, right, of the series.
No, it was not.
And look, one play we want to highlight for that. Yes, Edison came alive, but across the whole series, consistency and excellence came from Hanbin himself. Not an easy job when you are going up against a tank line, rather a tank of Kalios, leading the Justice into a lot of aggression against you early. Tough to play against that when you're playing an Ashe composition that needs space, that needs some time to really get their engine running. So credit to Hanbin for, again, what he could do in those situations. And late in the series, man, he was just electric.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and I think like Edison's making the hero swap and kind of allowing the team to play a different play style is like massive. But also, he was really like non-existent for the first two maps. I mean, he was nowhere to be seen. Where Hanbin was trying to keep this team in there and keep those maps close. And definitely on Circuit Royale played a huge impact.
Again, 4.5 deaths per 10 minutes. That is such a big deal for someone who needs to stay alive late into the fight to have that impact, right? Multiple blades, get people out of position, get a lot of those carnage hits. It's so important, and Hanbin really filled that role nicely with numbers approaching that of DPS that we give players of the match to as well. So fantastic showing from the Fuel. Also, enabling people like Edison to get the job done when they had to after that switch to Sojourn. This is going to continue to drive our conversation forward when it comes to the Ashe versus the Sojourn pick, right? Very clear, and Dallas admitted it, that it was a problem for them. I'm curious to see what other teams like to do, especially teams like the Outlaws and Merit. Is they going to be going back to the Ashe? Because he's shown some Sojourn again recently.
Even Toronto. Toronto runs a lot of the Ashe composition.
Yeah.
So interesting to see after that first series how that worked out for Dallas if they decide to make any swaps.
Yeah, so keep that one in mind as we go forward. What a way to start off your Summer Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more of it here live from the Mattamy Athletic Centre in Toronto after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
What's up, Toronto? We are back. It is the Watchpoint crew here to talk in our game break about what we just witnessed with the squad I am very familiar with, Dallas Fuel, playing like the Dallas Fuel in games 1 and 2.
Dallas versus Fuel.
But Dallas versus the Fuel seemed to end in game 3. Let's talk about all the action we just witnessed, because the Washington Justice was making Johnny more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen you in your career, Johnny.
The Beavers were laughing at me. The maple syrup is right there. I was ready. I was looking up guides, like how can you actually chug maple syrup? What's like the fluidity? I had to dig into all the details. I was sweating bullets with Dallas Fuel down 0-2 to the Washington Justice. And Washington looked good. I mean, Decay came out of this Sojourn on fire. And this is what you want to see from Decay when you talk about what Decay is capable of. This was a top-tier performance by him, some of the best Overwatch he's played. And meanwhile, the Dallas Fuel, they were middling. We talked about Edison on the Ash, how great he was against the San Francisco Shock last week. And he just fell flat in the first couple of maps here, Costa.
Yeah, Decay, these sort of plays was really the big moment for the Washington Justice, but they were just playing well overall. Yes, Decay is the highlight moments. He's keeping them in, when their backs were against the wall, but Washington just playing a very fundamental good style, and they were able to isolate the players of the Dallas Fuel. We credited Dallas time and time again this stage for being that hive mind, working together as a unit, but they were picking them apart, absolutely routing around them until we got to this Circle Royale. And that's where things really started to flip a switch. And the Dallas Fuel started mounting that comeback. And Mitch and Matt talked about it. Once they made that transition from Edison on the Ash on the Ash to the Sojourn, all of a sudden the Dallas Fuel looked like a completely different team because it felt like they could play more cohesive.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, we'll be talking more about Ash this tournament. Going into the tournament, we're like, we like the Ash, it's a nice component. But Washington Justice, I think they really proved as well. How do you counter the Ash? Well, you go aggressive. You dive on top of the Ash.
Get in their face.
You don't get in their face, don't let them get away. And when Dallas swapped over to the Sojourn, you can slide away, you can get out of the fights, and you have to respect Dallas Fuel and Edison at that point.
Cuss, after that Game 4, you said this is going to be Fuel in Game 5. It wasn't as easy as we predicted, though. Washington taking them the distance there in that opening round.
Yeah, and it could have gone either way, and honestly, there was just some great individual plays. I think that opener beat on that first round might have gone a little bit by the wayside. They would have liked that one to hold on to that one for the end, but this is another disappointing tournament for the Washington Justice. The exact same thing happened.
Still in it, double elimination.
Yeah, but the same thing happened at the kickoff clash in Dallas earlier this year. They made it to the tournament. They went 2-0 up over the San Francisco Shock, only to get reverse sweep. So they show off. They can play against the best. They just need to close out.
Okay, I still have faith in this Justice lineup, and for one reason. Can we take a look at it one more time? Gentlemen, it's all about the DPS when I play this game. We got to highlight Decay and what he was doing, because I have a feeling this is the man to pull you out of that lower bracket. If you want the rally, you need Decay to be on top of his game as he was here in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that second shot here on Edison is absolutely ridiculous. And Decay, notoriously, is someone who's come out in the past and been like, I'm not really comfortable playing the long-range hit scan. It's not really something I want to do. And instead, that's why we saw someone like Happy come in for the Justice at the start of the year. Happy no longer on the team. Instead, Decay has to take on this long-range hit scan role. And what a way to do it in this tournament so far.
As the Fuels tank is going to take the MVP honors for our first match, I think we also need to give some credit to the man who made that role swap. We saw the Ash put away. Edison pulls out the Sojourn. Is this the future for the Fuel? If you're going to win this tournament, is this the character you want him playing?
Okay, it's so hard because we've been going back and forth on Ash and Sojourn so much this stage. Yes, there is validity to the Ash when you can play this long range, but look at these stats that Edison were putting up. There was just too much pressure. The Washington Justice were getting in his face, and he was unable to do anything. And if you can't pump out that damage, then what are you even playing it for? You're not getting the picks. When we saw this transition over to the Sojourn, look at these stats. It is just way prettier. Look at how many eliminations per 10 minutes he has. 11.5 final blows and only 4.5 deaths. If you're the Dallas Fuel, it's nice to have that Ash in your back pocket, but I think you lean more towards the Sojourn.
And I think the big takeaway for me was 0 scope critical when he was on the Ash. When he switched over, Johnny, the man's landing final blows with that railgun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, Washington Justice, they were always on top of him, right? So what's the point of scoping in? You're just like, oh, they're everywhere! They're everywhere! They're on the walls, there's Lucius everywhere. So he didn't even have time to scope in, right? So that just tells you, like, Sojourn, way more appropriate. You have a slow, you can plant on your enemy team, you disengage, you fall back. That played way better for Dallas Fuel.
Well, we still have 3 more matches to go before the break, Johnny. Are you still on the Dallas Fuel train?
I'm in.
You believe
come
in the
on,
blue?
I'm in, all right?
After that?
Staying blue, come on.
My
That was just a learning experience. You lose and you learn.
There you go. Lose early and then win 3 in a row and just finish that way for the rest of the tournament. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for our first match. When we come back, though, things are getting spicy. The Spitfire faces off against your own Toronto Defiant. Don't go anywhere or you'll be missing out.
What?
Oh, Canada!
What?
Edison as well has the Bob. Dallas Field, they're waiting. Oh, the last second.
Does get on it. With the help of Sparkle. Oh, Edison spawn! He fell off the map. That's not good. 1-0.
That's something we need to take a look at a little bit more as well, as Finn just changed Bob's trajectory.
Oh my God.
Goodbye.
I mean, that is a round-winning boot there by Finn.
Excelsior can go cut back with that rampage. Kellen has hit some pretty big ones in this series as well. But ooh, a takedown here, they might not even need it.
Oh, that rampage was huge. Crowley's going to die to just the bleed. Oh, what a knife by Kellen. Okay.
60 seconds remaining. Yeah, repeated fight with Stalker so low that V couldn't have come any later for Finn Dame to save him. Rips out the blade, doesn't have the healing, and MN3 shoots him out the sky, ending the blade early, pops the overclock to 5 Finn Dame, and again, MN3K for Philadelphia Fusion, get the team kill and keep this bot moving.
Now as the Ashes are online here, the payload is right there close to the finish line. You can see the Hunters skirmishing over to the side route. So much chaos, the rally gets put up, but Zerny's gonna take it down first. Everyone gets deleted by Leaf, and the rally was all for naught.
I don't even know how Leaf sees players through all that chaos there. He somehow perceives it through the matrix, the screen lines of text coming down on screen.
And that's a rampage there. Happy gets hit by, but a sound barrier's timed well. Funny Astra and Happy able to get away, and Kempster's found the blade. Killing Vigilante already. OG's a little bit too late with the beat. Again! Kempster now heads upstairs. He sees Kai on his own, and he can't even make it back to the health pack. It's a deflect elimination from Kempster on the Genji. It's all over. There is nothing left in the Atlanta Reign. Not even a whimper as they go down.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Summer Showdown here live in the beautiful city of Toronto here at the Mattamy Athletic Center. Oh my God, today has been a great treat already. But like Day and I are ready to serve you the next course. It's a rematch of the London Spitfire versus the Toronto Defiant.
Oh yeah, so home team's finally going to walk out in front of their home crowd, Lemon. But last time, like you said, these teams met. It was 3-1 for London Spitfire. It was a huge upset. No one was expecting London Spitfire to be able to slap Toronto Toronto Defiant around the way that they did. And in the end, it all came down to kind of Sparky being able to hit some massive stat cards during that particular battle. Over 13k damage per 10 minutes on the Sojourn during one of those maps. He was absolutely trouncing for Toronto Defiant. So the question is, this time around, are Toronto Defiant going to be able to try and turn around the tempo of these engagements and make sure that Hisu has enough space to work with?
Well, I had to talk to Toronto Defiant about this because I was like, you know, Moby Dick, the result didn't go well last time. What words do you have for your opponent? Now, besides, you know, the constructive stuff of not wanting to trip over their toes and wanting to improve over the mistakes they did against the London Spitfire, Moby said, "Dear Christopher, Chris, it's Moby. You might have beat us last time, but now that we're in front of the fans, we're going to beat you this time in front of everyone." So this match means so much more. It's a lot of pressure on these players who haven't been on a stage like this.
Yeah, back in Overwatch 1, we talked about the 7th man being the crowd. Now we're down to the 6th man being the crowd. And a lot of players say that it is something a little bit different. It's a little bit of extra vigor in their step. And we've heard so many interviews from Toronto Defiant during their qualification run about how much it meant to them, how they were working extra hard. They were putting in the extra hours, doing the extra VOD reviews to make sure that they could be here in front of their home crowd and make it worthwhile.
Well, across the pond, it's the London Spitfire, who were kind of shaky this meta, not going to lie. And you thought, oh, the Rush Kings, surely this is going to fit them like a glove going into Junker Queen. But like when I talked to manager Nuki about this team and just how are they feeling going into this tournament, it's a big mental game for them. They're so confident in their mechanics and their understanding of the game. It's about just their mental. Like someone like Backbone, who we never really saw play Genji in Genji metas previously. And I was like, so what's up with Backbone? I think he looks awesome on Genji. Why haven't we seen this before? And she was like, it's all a mental game with these guys. And when you're young like that, you can maybe get frustrated with yourself. You got pressure, you got fans cheering or booing for you. So it's easy to make mistakes when there's so much on the line. So London, it wasn't about reinventing the wheel and getting different strats. It's about just mastering the fundamentals.
Well, from my opinion here as a Brit, Britannia rules the waves, and that includes Lake Ontario. Everyone in the arena around the world, please give it up for the London Spitfire.
Far away from home, but still confident, leading that charge, Chatty. But then you got Backbone, who I think has done a tremendous improvement, is actually looking like a great duelist on the Genji. They all look 6'5", by the way. I'm on a box and they tower over me. Look at Chatty. He wishes this was a Winston meta, but he'll be
batting his chest.
He's batting his chest in the game and out of game too.
Well, I'll tell you what about Huddy as well. Really interesting stat line. He's actually got the highest kills per 10 with the Carnage at the moment, which is kind of, it's reminiscent of his legendary status as one of the greatest Reinhardts in the game. Surely when it comes to the big melee damage that you get with the axe, with the Carnage, Huddy's the one delivering. And the question is, in this matchup, can Toronto Defiant turn it around to try and punish Huddy for going for those deeper melee kills with the axe?
And Admiral Landon, although maybe rookies and not people you talk about too often, they're incredibly consistent, they do their job, and they're people you can trust. A lot of these players come from British Hurricane, from Contenders, so they know each other for years. And even people who weren't on British Hurricane, they played in Contenders and they know each other. So the amount of trust that this team has, this is why they looked so good in previous Rush metas. Now coming into the 5th seed, yeah, maybe they're not on top, but it's not about the seed, it's about how you finish.
Yeah, and when it comes to how you finish, you've got to manage to get on top of Hisu and finish off that Ashe before it can really do some damage, because Hisu on the Ashe that we know him to enjoy playing is really going to be trying their best to get continuous damage onto Backbone and shut him down. And that's one of the things that we're really looking out for Toronto Defiant in this rematch, as to whether they can try and either peel back and play a disengaging game to make sure that London can't completely control the tempo, or if they're going to potentially match that Sojourn, because we just saw in our last matchup right now how vulnerable teams can be to just being outsped. Washington Justice just kept bringing it to Dallas Fuel while Edison was on the Ashe, and eventually it had to be a swap over onto that Sojourn so that the tempo could be matched.
Well, your home team is ready. Ready, wearing red, seeing red is your home team. The North has arrived. Give it up for the Toronto Defiant. They're loud and they're proud. They're on the stage. The Toronto Defiant hitting the stage. Give them your love, Canada!
Rolling through the crowd, everybody wants a piece of the action when it comes to Toronto Defiant. They are the hot stuff in this meta. For my money, Lemon, Sharong and Twilight, this duo in the backline, the Vibranium backline, the Adamantium backline, they are unbreakable in this meta. Twilight has a brain that has tenured over generations upon generations of competitive Overwatch, and every single time he's come out on top on the Brigitte, it's no different. When he chooses to put that rally in place, you know that it's a winning move. Twilight understands he's in the Matrix, and he is always being the one to tell Toronto Defiant, I have looked through the future, I have pondered the orb, and I can see the victory in this fight.
And they want to rewrite their destiny, because as you mentioned, London won their last rematch. This was, what, like a week or two ago? Time is a concept. So it was 3-1 for London, and Toronto showing up on the biggest of stages in probably a country they've never even been to before. Here's your starting lineup, and when talking to Moby Dick, the one person that really glues this team together is Twilight. The experience, the veteranship, the way that he takes care of his players in and out of game. This is a team play meta, and you gotta look to Twilight to unite this team once and for all.
Yeah, Twilight and Hopper as a duo here. When it comes to LAN experience, they are going to be unparalleled. Of course, Hopper, he's been in every single season of the Overwatch League on a cavalcade of different teams, but especially in our first 2 seasons, we were over in Barlet. It was LANs every day. Hopper knows how to play in front of a crowd that is screaming his name, but I want to zoom in on although possibly the least name value for any player on Toronto Defiant. That is a short-lived title, because although when it comes to the Genji mechanics in this particular meta, he has been up and up and up and really impressing us with the ability to clutch fights that Toronto Defiant might not be able to win otherwise.
And Aldo from the shadows stepping up into the spotlight, because in previous metas it was Finale, but Aldo has been growing into that Genji role similar to Backbone. I feel like they both have a similar story of being known on other heroes, but then really becoming prominent on the Genji, which is so important in this meta to be a good duelist on the Genji, because yes, you're getting resources, but you also have to be smart. You can't be over antsy, and this was a problem that London had of just maybe going in too deep or wanting too much or being too quick in the fights. You really got to take your time. And Backbone and Aldo have been learning so much from their coaching staff, and this is a matchup I'm so looking forward to.
Interesting tidbit as well. Aldo actually was on London Spitfire in our 3rd season, so true. It's even though it's a completely different organization now, is a little bit of a battle against his original home in the Overwatch League. Of course, these are 2 very close seeds. Number 4 and number 5, Toronto did not get to pick their opponent going into their own homestand, so they were kind of left with London Spitfire as everyone else decided, we'll take anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard from Jaws that London is kind of this dark horse of, yeah, they had maybe a slower start to this meta. We really thought they were going to be top 4 and above because of how good they were at Rush when no other teams wanted to play that. And even just the team, London knows that Hadi has been adapting. I mean, every tank has had their trepidations of trying to learn the Junker Queen. First map choice goes to Toronto Defiant, having the better seed. It's 4th versus 5th, and we go to Ilios. They've only been to this map once this stage, and it was against the LA Gladiators, which Toronto had success on.
Mattamy Athletic Center. Long have you waited for Toronto Defiant to come home to you as aspiring champions in their first ever map in front of your eyes. Send forth your energy.
It is all red. I'm ready to see red on the ground too. Map 1. I mean, we've already had a crazy day. The fact that the Justice game went to 5, and it was a 2-0 start when Dallas Fuller talked about being the #1 team or just even going all the way to winning it. But really, you got to throw all your expectations out the window when playing on a stage like this. There's different factors. It's a new environment. There's a crowd. There's noise, distractions, and everything. But the doors are about to open for our rematch of London versus Toronto. And you know it. Jesus on the Ash and Sparker's on the Sojourn. Let it rip.
And this is a big technical matchup here. How does Hisu get the space to operate against a very fast London Spitfire? Can Hisu find themselves a high ground, or will London Spitfire deny those angles entirely? Playing in the gazebo at the moment. Backbone's already doing a significant amount of damage, but Hopper, I believe, has already used their shout.
Backbone just applying pressure to Hoppa, who's completely surrounded by Spitfire members and not getting the resources. Toronto already starting to back away, but around the corner actually, but not really wanting to initiate anything without Hoppa. So London get the cap first.
Yeah, although we'll be able to skedaddle here with a good amount of ult charge, at least getting up towards that blade. But Hoppa will have to wait now another 11 seconds for that next shout to come up. Of course, you can do some poking in earnest before any of this is available. London Spitfire, though, they'll be able to control all of these defensive areas where they really want to deny Hisu some space to work with.
Oh, although already going after that Brigida. Hottie trying to protect his backline with everything he has, but he's the first to fall, and Landon can't back him up. So that's a quick turnaround for Toronto.
Yeah, Hardy being the first of all really hurts because after that your disengagement is so much weaker. You don't get the additional speed from that shout as well. And oh yes, although sitting at 85% towards the blade, and look at London Spitfire support ultimates at the moment. Admiral and Landon are so far behind. If although decides to take a tempo blade here and strike first, Toronto could pick up a very quick second fight with which to farm their other ultimates.
Oh, and Toronto already wanting to initiate, and even just getting a dash or a few right clicks in is great for Aldo because 5% away from the blade. Now they can maybe create some distance, poke away, get up to the blade, and hope that Admiral doesn't have the barrier in time, and really got to judge the ult tracking of Toronto. Here's the first blade from Aldo, and all of London are grouped up. They use the shout from Hottie. They back away. Admiral has the sound barrier, and Aldo never killed anything. So London, like you said, can get maybe a tempo engage off the barrier coming up.
This is dangerous, though. Twilight just a little bit ahead on the rally, not enough for it to matter, but it's going to be sound barrier versus sound barrier. Trong is forced to move into a second barrier.
Beat engage for Admiral. Chorong unleashes his second. Twilight with the rally and Landon as well. Resources expended and Admiral's first to fall. No speed for London as Hisu has been free-su to poke away at London and dismantle them one by one. But what is this? Landon, are you serious? Takes out Twilight. Very limited healing for Toronto, but is the job already done? You look at the point, it's 3 versus 2 and London back away, so Toronto hold the point.
Credit to Landon though, that forced for usage of the Bob there from Hisu. Now contesting the point needs to be a risk of the health of Toronto Defiant when they move on to there. Huddy's just ahead when it comes to this rampage, but Sparker here with the overclock is actually going to be in a really good position to try and follow up those rampages at good range with a consistent rail shots.
Rampage first from Hoppa, hits 4, Hottie responds, hits 3, Landon down, no healers for London. It's 92% for Toronto as well. They just have to hold on a little bit longer, but Sparker has to shine. It's a headshot on Twilight. Sparker keeps this winnable.
No way.
Look at the point. It's 4 versus 2. Toronto just needed to finish, but Sparkle ignites, and London are still in this.
London still have to stay on the point as well. It's overtime in favor of Toronto Defiant. Hopper will be sent reeling back to the spawn, and London Spitfire are going to finally get their flip, but not without significant investment. Now the blade is the next ultimate that needs to be looked at and considered. How could it be countered by the Toronto Defiant? They have an extra boot, remember, in the form of a coach gun from the Ash, and that needs to be considered by Backbone, because now going up against a triple boop, and that can really mess with your locomotion when you're trying to get a blade that's not assisted by a damage boost.
And Backbone is ready to cover mid. The rest of London are covering the left side, so Toronto have to choose how they engage carefully. They don't have any ultimates, but they just have to survive this Backbone blade. Here it goes. Immediately after Hoppa, cuts him by the ankles. And here's Hottie to assist, and all the resources behind Backbone. The 1 kill is all they need to send Toronto packing for now.
Backbone's decision there to use a short dash as well to try and guarantee that extra 50 damage on Hopper and close the distance so he can't be outran was a great way to just read what is required of that blade. Only the 1 kill was needed. However, now although on the other side is going to be looking to achieve the same. However, this is going to be the last fight, Lemon. As we move in towards the 80% for London Spitfire here, all the cards need to be put down on the table, and the Bob is almost ready for Hisu as well.
And London have their support ultimates a little bit before Toronto, and that could make a big difference. All those blade, how will you pierce through this? Admiral has to be ready. Although getting into position, sees London approach near the mini pack side. Here's Hisu having the space as well. Although he already sees the sounder, he just has to survive, and this blade could be all-American and all-free. Toronto on the high ground, waiting to get towards the back line. He finds Landon, who activates the rally, and although gets nothing but so does Backbone. The sound barrier from Toronto does give them some extra resource, some overhealth to work with, as now all things are equal, 4 versus 4. Admiral makes sure that his backline is safe. Good whip shot from Landon. Here's Toronto trying to boop someone in position, but Sparker headshots Hisu.
But on the point.
Not a lot of damage and not a lot of people on the point. Toronto with round 1.
It was a big old bomb that forced on the Spitfire backwards. Yes, they survived, and yes, they killed the big old Nick Butler, but in the end, they lost the point, they lost their footing, and they've lost the well as we head over to stage 2. It's Ruins, Lemon, and this is another fantastic area for the Ash. Some really long sightlines that can be exploited for locomotion towards that Ash is a little bit more difficult because the point is in a depressed zone. That means Ash can sort of play around the periphery and have themselves a high ground to work with.
And here's the final looks of the C9, if you want to call it. Zoning Blade, I know we kind of meme about it, but although kind of accomplished a lot if you think about it. I don't think we killed anything because of Admiral, but the way that London stepped away to respect that blade is what costed them the round. We enter Ruins, doors open. Let's take a look.
And part of the reason why they had to step away to respect that blade is actually what Bob forced for sound barrier beforehand, so they only had a rally to really deal with that. Look at Toronto Defiant here, and if they make a move to control the mega health pack, because that's so important for keeping Hopper alive.
Backbone is making his way free into the back line, but Hadi already dips the front line, so this could just be a front-to-back fight if you're looking at London. But they can't be too eager, and see how they're not dying. That's so important. You don't want to go in too deep once you get that first kill, because 4v5 is still winnable. London are playing smarter than they did before.
I think it's a misstep from Orvo as well. He picked up the mega health pack, and I talked about how they were making that play to control the zone. So Hopper was actually in that area with no cover and couldn't get the burst healing from that mega pack. Now he gets hit with a knife pulled on in. Hopper's taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hopper got a knife pulled by Hadi and was already forced to use Shout. This is going to slow down the fight for Toronto, as they just want to take shelter and not get pulled or maybe one shot by Sparker. And he has to be careful for knives too as he steps up for those picks.
Sparker very high on the charge towards the rail 100, but where is it placed? Not enough to take Twilight out, but it does leave him in the danger zone, Lemon.
London are playing this very measured. They get down to about half health. They respect that space, but Backbone is killable. Twilight assures of it. Great whip shot moment as Toronto step forward to clean up the rest. 5v4, taking control of Mega Pack is great. Hadi a little bit behind from the flock, but Aldo cuts through the back line and more as Toronto take back the point.
2 whip shot kills in one fight as well from Twilight. We talked about what the veteran brings to the table. And it's not just the calm mind, it's also the accuracy. Nobody escapes Grease on Twilight's watch. Taking out the next as well. This was a large, oh, it's an environmental as well. Taking out Sparker, both the DPS slain. I'm the DPS now, says Twilight.
Twilight is so scary. He's not afraid to step up and put your whole team in a locker. As a Brigitte, like I'm waiting to see Twilight just promoted to DPS. He has the attitude, but check out this. He's to just drop the bomb. London have to back away because the bomb isn't pretty deep. It's standing as a bodyguard in their doorway. They burn it down. Now London can move forward. Because of this time burning, Toronto have taken the lead.
Spark's actually built up a rail off of this Bob though, so have a look to see if there's any burst damage being delivered from Spark. There's the rally, blocked by both sides.
And London need the space, need the resources, and Backbone finally has the blade. Sound barrier first from Toronto, and let's see if this can convert it to any picks as another barrier drops, and Backbone unleashes his blade. He goes immediately after Hoppa. Once that first tank domino falls, so usually does the rest. You also deny the win condition of the Rampage, as London are satisfied with this pick, and Twilight maybe tried to present himself on the point to extend that lead even further, but for now, London get the flip.
And that was all about London responding very well to that early Bob. They simply disengaged, didn't use either of their support ultimates, and that meant that they could draw even with Toronto Defiant when it went support ult for support ultimate. Now Hardy with the Rampage. We talked about how Hopper died in that denied a win condition, but now it's much harder for Hopper to get value out of that Rampage because London Spitfire can control their spacing incredibly well. With Admiral and Sparker up on the high ground, they're going to be incredibly difficult to catch with a Rampage.
Although already pressuring the high ground kind of forces the London DPS to drop as they're really good at respecting that space, but one identification, Hadi rampages the backline. Twilight is toast, but London managed to get a trade, so it's 4-on-4 as Aldo gets another blade, but he's not getting the multi-kills, but man is he scaring the heck out of London, who are still anti-healed. It's 80% plus. If Toronto win this fight, they're setting themselves up to take the map.
Toronto, they flip the point in the middle of this match despite being down on personnel for quite a while. In the end, though, it's all about the cleanup that although can bring to the point. And now Hisu once more can poke away easily. Atlan and Spitfire as they have to put themselves in danger to touch this point with no ultimates.
Admiral can't touch. Is there anyone else there? Sparker! He does jump in, starts the overtime. Landon is around the corner. Hottie has to jump in. Toronto, they shut the door! And Toronto take map 1.
Their first map in front of a home crowd, and Toronto Defiant do not disappoint. They have been grinding for years to make themselves a team that Toronto could be proud of. And this first sampling, Lemon, it seems to be going pretty well.
There's another Canadian team here. Did you know that? The Vancouver Titans, but Toronto, they want to be the #1 in Canada. Hey, #1 in the league too. That's not too shabby. But for now, it's about showing up in front of the crowd, and it's already a good start. We're gonna throw it to a break, and we'll see you after this. The Toronto Scarves are out, but so are the Claws. Toronto take map 1. It was looking close, but they're already starting to rewrite their script. But Toronto, 83% win rate on control. This is their best game type. What now?
Well, I guess that they've prepped pretty heavily for the Ashe here, and they're thinking, okay, if we go there by the Izu, we can potentially hope that Toronto Defiant are going to be leaning heavily into that, and then the game plan that we've got to counter it will work out a little bit better. And maybe they just feel they've got really good control of the movement and their pathing towards things like point A, because we know that London are a team that, in their history this season, have had to rely very heavily on good pathing, because they've been playing a lot more Reinhardt than other teams. And with Reinhardt, you've got to path so efficiently to not lose your shield and lose out in poke fights, and that's incredibly important by the Izu as well.
Yep, that is London Spitfire's choice. One more time, Paraiso, one of our newer maps in Overwatch 2. And just making sure Backbone's chilling. Smiles all around, but also not feeling, maybe the map one was a bit nerves, right? But I think after we just heard all the Toronto Defiant chants in the crowd, you kind of saw the Toronto Defiant players smiling, but it's important to also stay focused and not let any win get to your head.
Yeah, although I do think that there's going to be a quiet confidence coming to us as well, like Moby Dick really sort of like imbued that upon us, that he really believes that it's going to be a win, and that the 3-1 before didn't phase Toronto Defiant. They'd already been in a pretty good position in this meta, and to be fair, I think that Toronto's performance in this meta has been a little bit surprising. I didn't expect Aldo to be as powerful on the Genji as he has been, and when we saw Hisu like being an average Ashe enjoyer for a while, that there was a little bit of philosophical debate for a while as to what is more valuable, and since we might have a technical pause here, let's talk about what the Ashe brings to the table. Because Ashe as a hit scan is very good at bringing damage on demand. There's no real charge up like you have with a Sojourn Rail that you have to charge up to 100, and it means you can continuously pelt the enemy Genji with damage and keep them from getting into positions that are too aggressive where they can really access the backline. And it keeps Backbone much more suppressed. So one of the things that we really have to watch out for here is how deep Backbone can go before it is far too much and he can just be burnt to death with a dynamite.
Well, we saw in Ruins just how deep Backbone went and was not very bueno for them. We're going to Paraiso as our second map. Still first to 3, and there's still a lower bracket. So the story won't end here for either team. But yeah, you brought up Aldo, and maybe not the flashiest blades. We're not seeing the 5K, the good old nano blade days where I would just have my vocal cords fried. But the presence that Aldo has, the way he just forced the C9 on well, just because of how they were able to manipulate the position of London and quite literally corner them and make it so they didn't even have space to get on the objective. So that's what I really like about Toronto, but London also aren't getting too aggressive. Minus like 1 or 2 mistakes from Backbone. They're really measured on how they give and take space. This has been a great match for both teams.
Well, Spitfire going to be starting off here on the defense, opting into the Sojourn instead of the Ashe here. So one of the things that we really have to look out for here as analysts and as an audience is where Spark is going to be putting this Disruptor Field, because the Disruptor Field is a really important piece of utility in this meta, because if you put it in the right place to bisect an enemy team, you can force the enemy Junker Queen to use their shout too early in order to give a speed boost to the rest of the team to move on through, or for the Junker Queen to disengage. And after the Junker Queen has used that shout, that's the go sign for the enemy Junker Queen, because they have such a huge advantage in the next engagement.
Here's this initial Widowmaker shot. Sometimes you get lucky. It's like bingo. It's like 1% chance. And then you also get to convert maybe some ult charge. You really just saw Hottie there. Sometimes you even go for shot number 2, because you never know. Okay, you get Hottie half health. That's kind of cute, but he'll be healed back up, so it's fine.
Yeah, and Hisu gets to start off with a premium on ult charge. Not terrible, also keeping those flicks warm. Learn Spitfire here. Not getting overly aggressive, but Backbone is he is testing himself a little bit and almost got himself into the back line.
This is an interesting spot to take a defensive fight. Usually you let the attack come to you, but I think London wanted the initiative, and it's weird that Sparker is the first one to die. Chorong is not afraid to jump in your back line and see who he can duel, and winning that against Sparker is kind of massive for Toronto. But on their journey to the objective, they've lost a few members. Hisu, Hotba. This is just a dead fight for Toronto. But because London lost a few members, they're not exactly going to position near the bridge, and rather near the point now.
Yeah, aggressive positioning here is off the cards, but that's a really good 2-stage engagement there onto Hisu. You had Backbone engage first, knowing where Hisu had to go, because he could have gone in even deeper. So when he disengaged, he was right into the path of Landon, who could deliver the melee DPS to get that killing blow. Now Toronto Defiant, they aren't close to any ultimates. What they don't have to do is battle through the high ground. This is an ideal fight for them.
Oh, Backbone got found. Great headshot by Hisu. He has one of the highest crits on Ashe as well, and Landon's just toast. This is such a free fight for Toronto, and all they had had to do was walk up while London lost control of bridge. So great fight by Toronto.
It's all about that attrition, like you were saying, Lemon. London Spitfire, they could not move forward to control that high ground, and so the pathing forward for Toronto Defiant was absolutely free. They didn't have to use a shout or a speed boost in order to actually access the point, and that means that both of those amps were available for Toronto Defiant in the actual fight in those narrow areas where you can really get massive cleave damage.
Aldo's been positioning quite aggressively as well, just going on off angles to kind of surround London. But look, London go underground, and now they're behind the car. They try to catch Hotba off guard. It's a good disruptor shot from Sparker. All the pressure is on the Hotba. They get that trade, but not before Sparker gets headshot by Hisu. So it's a 4v4, but Toronto, the attack without a tank. Spawn room doors around the corner, and they don't want to get trapped. They invest the ball behind London just to force London's attention behind them, so Toronto don't get spawn camped, which would cost them some time.
Yeah, an amazing bisection as well. Landon gets isolated. He won't be back for a while. Sparker, well, London knew that they could not hold that spawn, even if they did win the fight without Sparker. The long-range damage is so important for being able to put down suppressive fire on those spawn doors. Although now has a blade ready to go, but London Spitfire have both of their support ultimates that can be used, and there's no Bob beforehand to try and force something out of London. So all those likely to be mitigated here, he needs to stay safe during his blade.
It's the last fight for B, so London have to burn a lot of time here. They got kind of rolled at the start, but Backbone, it's time to do some bulldozing himself. He is on fire and not in a good way. That dynamite lit him up. So he really forced out a barrier, but not the rally. Admiral also had his barrier forced by Aldo's blade. No one died. London, though, they're still on the defense and they're still holding.
Yeah, because of a need to use that Bob to break the spawn hold, now Sparker has an advantage against the lack of support ultimates. A rally's popped by Twilight, but a disengagement from London, they're not going to counter rally.
Hotba wants to draw everyone into an alley for this rampage. He catches Sparker, Admiral, and Landon. Landon's rally trying to keep the team up. Howdy counter engages. He gets a 3-man or 4-man anti. The supports from Toronto affected, but above is Sparker. He needs to hit the shots for London, and he converts on a few, at least 2. And Toronto dead in the water this fight with 2:40 left.
Oh, Toronto fans, they remember this stimulus. Sparker up on high ground, absolutely farming on the Sojourn. No killing blow onto Hisu. And that is a prayer given over to Toronto Defiant. They can make more time happen out of this. But London Spitfire, they've been completely spent. Look at those ult charges. Landon's the highest on 31%. Hisu's going to be the next to try and make something happen. And that's a well-facilitating dynamite.
Yeah, that was an expensive last fight. Now it's just all vanilla. Really, how can these Genjis maybe try and duel up against Backbone is pretty close to Hisu. Hisu sees that, drops on the other side. Backbone is on the hunt. Toronto fall back to Peel, but Backbone's already assassinated Hisu, and he goes after the reinforcements. He's solo killing people, and Toronto's like, I ain't want that smoke. That's not me. I ain't that guy. So Backbone really found a great opportunity for the defense.
Oh, and the last Shuriken as well takes out, although just extra ult charge and extra waiting time for the Toronto Defiant. And Hisu wasn't able to hit that many shots over the course of that fight. London Spitfire actually took fights in isolated areas that had physical cover from Hisu, making sure that he was at least a little bit isolated in those battles and couldn't help out others from range. And now London Spitfire, they've retaken the high ground. Toronto Defiant need to invest heavily in terms of their resources and their movement to take these areas. So Although and Sharong have to play as a duo here to even try and wrap around onto Sparker, and that means that pathing for Hop was much more dangerous.
You brought up the good parts about Ash, but how about this? You don't have as many, you don't have as much mobility as a Sojourn. So this part of the map is so close range that London can instantly pounce on Hisu. But Toronto have learned, they drop the Bob to stop London from jumping on top of Hisu. Toronto need Hisu in this fight for all the damage he can provide. Rally first from Landon. The fight has started. They picked off Hisu. They're going after the back line. And I mean, Hoppa can't do anything if London just walked past them. All those like, maybe I can push this card a little bit further, but this is another done fight. Back to back to back wins for London.
The spine that was promised continues to pick up the killing blows, and now Backbone will be rewarded for all of that with a blade. Sharong and Twilight, they are just a hair's breadth away from getting the support ultimate, so it would save Toronto Defiant from a blade-borne onslaught, and maybe potentially Sharong could get a beat that would also facilitate all those counter blades here. But the question is, how much will Toronto Defiant lose on their way in? Because Spark is built building up towards another rail. If he hits a body shot with that, he's ready for an overclock, and that makes the path to the cart where everyone has to be so much more dangerous.
Yeah, Landon's initiative on the rally was important last fight, but Toronto have the advantage here. They start with the rally and the blade, and it's already 1 kill. Hoppa leads the charge on the front line, and he's flattening the faces of London, who just decided to only use the blade and give this one up. This was an overtime push, though. Several minutes costed Toronto to get to this point. They'll have a little bit more for C, but it's a long road ahead.
Admiral and Sparkavare deciding not to invest their ultimates and trying to clutch up. It's a long-term view from the London Spitfire, a macroeconomic fiduciary bit of responsibility to not invest when they were already down backbone, knowing that without the dash resets to move between targets, they were unlikely to be able to follow up very well on the ultimates that they had available. Now Toronto Defiant, they need to try and find a way to extract value from this rampage.
As soon as Toronto rotates right, London tried to cut off their respawn, or cut off their rotations, and weren't successful at getting back any kills, as Toronto used a resource to rotate and also the right door to get back to the cart. There's so much attention from London onto Hisu. Look how they just speed past Hoppa and then try to go after Hisu. Rampage to rampage, and that's a massive one from Hoppa and Hottie. And there's just no one left alive. Toronto have to just hide in their spawner doors.
Hottie uses the knife to pull Hisu away from the invincibility area, so he dies to the bleeds. Hoppa, yes, can brawl up in the front lines, but they don't really have many tools on the way of Toronto Defiant to really force themselves forward. With no shout with London Spitfire waiting here, this is incredibly perilous.
London are always pulling the trigger first on these fights. Is it paying off, though? But that means also so much real estate for Sparker to just sit back and not have anyone get close to them. Although it's not being able to pressure Sparker, but look at Toronto already with the first pick in Hoppa. As soon as London approach, he holds his ground, and London sees some signs of life.
I think London Spitfire may have overplayed their hand in terms of a confidence there, pouring out through the choke into Toronto Defiant's effective zone of control, but now we're in overtime. The spawns are going to take longer, Lemon, and Toronto Defiant, as we get further in, they're going to get further and further away from their spawn room. Every single kill will count for so much, and Sparker can deliver them readily using the overclock.
Rally to rally, Toronto getting a free, they're already halfway to C. When are London going to choose to fight? They were on the high ground, but now at the end, they get pummeled by the Hisu Bob, who sets up at the end. London just commit the overclock to burn the Bob down. Now this card has not stopped pushing this entire time, so London need to win this fight or this will be a full cap. And it starts off the way of Backbone. Already 2 kills for the defense, and a blade on the menu next. Toronto present themselves forward, but this was a dumb fight to begin with, as London stopped the full capture from Toronto.
Tactically utilizing the reality of overtime, Lemon, knowing that while that overclock is online, Toronto Defiant, they've been conditioned. Fear the Sparker, fear the rail, so they all hang back. And they leave Hopper alone to just keep that car contesting. Yes, that car is moving, but it also means that there's no one to back up Hopper, and he can be easily focused down by all of London Spitfire as they take their time to wrap around the car and make sure Hopper's got no disengagement paths that are at all palatable. Now, Toronto Defiant, it's not unwinnable. They've got themselves a respectable push here on Balizu.
I was kind of worried about where London decided to take that fight, because like I said, it was just an unstoppable push. But the difference between Ash and Sojourn is that Sojourn can take advantage of super long ranges, and I think they set up Sparker at the end of point C for that reason. You had to spend a bit of your overclock to deal with the Bob, but if you manage to still get overclock value after the Bob's been dealt with, it ended up working out. And even if Sparker can't finish off kills, Backbone will. If you set up your Genji for success for those dash resets, that's where London really found their success. But they chose that moment almost too carefully, because that was almost a full push by Toronto. So London have to go almost to the end to equalize the series.
Yeah, and this is the dangerous part here, Lemon. Point A, with an Ash defending it, is a very tough cookie to take a bite out of. Hisu will be able to tax you incredibly toughly as you try and move through his zone of influence, and it means that you have to expend so many resources like the Amp It Up and like, oh, that's not the grapple Backbone wanted. Yeah, it's a little bit of a giggle there from Backbone. It's okay, bud, no one saw.
It's not like those Widow shots, I forget anything anyway, but to do that in front of a crowd, yeah, I would have installed. I'm just kidding. But London, Now they can just maybe, it's hard for Sojourn to attack here. You don't have the dynamite you could throw over, but that pull means a lot. Hadi pulls in Twilight to the line of fire, 5 versus 4, and not a lot of healing without that Brigida player. Toronto disengages around the corner. Sparker, man, he is lighting up. He's got a ton of charge, and Aldo finds himself completely out of rotation away from the team. He tried to take an off angle, but Toronto went the other way.
Yeah, it was a botched call on the disengage, and Sparker still reigns supreme, baby. Sweden's gift to Esports continues to hit those killing blows, but that was all about the Hardy magic hitting the knife on Twilight. I don't know what happened, but Twilight was caught without his shield up. Should have been 3D peeking maybe with that. Alas, the Brigitte pulled down to the low ground and quickly finished off. And you can see that Sparker and Backbone, they've been rewarded so heavily in terms of their ult charge. But the real question here is how aggressive can London be in terms of claiming this high ground away from Toronto Defiant and forcing them to spend resources in order to claim it back?
Yeah, that's important of who is having that high ground control. For now, it's Toronto, but London kind of just jumping up, seeing what they can find. It's a little bit of game of duck hunt when you're watching Sparker play. And I like that he has his Brigida shield, so he kind of has some protection if Aldo decides to apply some pressure, which he hasn't been doing as much of that lately. I feel like Backbone takes more risks, can be a liability, but can also reward the team. London now rounding this corner. Toronto put a stop to that, and they're ready to fight.
All right, Hisu on one angle, Aldo on the other. There are no unattended paths here for London Spitfire to try and move through. But look at this, Sparker falls low, gets the armor pack, and now Toronto's in a dangerous position alongside Aldo.
Backbone just tried to harass Hisu, and Twilight said, none of that. You are not invited over anymore. Toronto, and yeah, especially Chorong likes to go and harass people. Sometimes he wins that duel against Sparker, and if your Lucio can do that, that's kind of sick, but Backbone's like, enough of that. But he meets Bob around the corner. That is not who you want to meet in the dark alley, but the Bob is quickly burned down. Without Hoppa, Toronto don't have a tank. They don't have a front line. They need to stay safe for this final fight.
Hisu with that Bob, they may have actually given Toronto enough time to play this out because Chorong was saved by that Bob. Sparker, this is such an aggressive angle. London are just taking the land away.
Oh, I thought Sparker was going to kill Twilight there. He needs to stay alive for the rally coming up. Toronto holding well as London are playing cat and mouse. Brigida's exchanged. And it's Sparker with the overclock. He gets to sit back and be happy. But look, London just kind of shoved Toronto back into the point C area. And Toronto will have maybe a recontest, and they touch at the very last second.
Now we got to worry about the boops. It's going to be Admiral who's responsible for them. Backbone goes too deep, but Hopper's turned around on the other side. It's Sparker with the rail. Aldo draws the blades.
Oh, and everyone's solo from London. But Aldo, he doesn't want to take that risk, especially without Hoppa here. This could be a lost fight. So Toronto are done with this. They're happy.
Now Hisu taking up the responsibility of just making sure that can't be snuck on forward. Hopper readied with the Rampage. London, if they put themselves onto this cart, they're going to be very vulnerable to large spacing.
Hoppa said, what's up? What you guys cooking? The Rampage towards his own team. Hadi follows along. He pulls Hoppa into his loving arms, but I don't think Hoppa wants the date. He gets anti-healed, but Toronto never die. What a job from Chorong and Twilight to keep this fight alive for Toronto.
And Hopper as well realized that he went too far, was hoping to drag in members of London Spitfire, thinking, oh, Hopper's inting, let's just, let's take care of that. And then turns around with the old 180 and Rampages back. How did you get more value out of that Rampage? But the thing is, because Hopper had already antied people, London Spitfire didn't want to move forward into that enemy zone to actually follow up upon it. So Huddy didn't have as much backup as he would elsewise like.
Hisu is the only one with an ult. He has a Bob, but I guess Toronto's supports just fall over? How does that happen? Maybe they presented themselves to go for a whip shot, but without supports, this is just a done fight. London get point B. There's no saving this for Toronto. You're farming ults and you're thinking about point C.
3.5 minutes to think about as well, and we are far flung from the overtime take of point B. Chorong, given the armor packs, it's all reliable in Twilight who keeps his Lucio alive. Thank you, sir. Hisu with the Bob. Where do you put it here? Do you want to try and use it to try and force London Spitfire forward and make sure their disengagement path is going to be incredibly perilous because of the auto damage that Bob does? Or do you want to use it mid-fight instead when London Spitfire have already used their engagement tool so they can't disengage effectively from that Bob?
I like the mid-fight distraction that you're talking about with the Bob, but more importantly, just manipulating the position of the other team. As soon as London go forward, Hisu's Bob meets them at the front. London respect that. They go back, and, you know, it's actually the defense on the cart right now as London find themselves on the wrong side and also cut off from their own spawn.
Who's on what side? What year is it? London Spitfire almost have 4 ultimates ready to try and break through here, and only Twilight and his rally will stand in their way.
Oh, rally to rally though. Resources equal, but Hadi is taking a lot of heat, so Admiral has to drop the barrier, especially against all those Blade. But Backbone, he got the barrier too, and he hasn't been able to cut through any of these resources. And London still find themselves cut off from their own spawn. Well, at least they have access to the door now, as Toronto not really sure how to control this space. Hoppa moves away from the disruptor shot as Sparker hopes to disrupt this fight with the overclock. It's back-to-back kills for London. 5 versus 2, and Toronto only have 2 minutes left to defend.
Oh, Hisu staggered there as well. Hardy eventually getting the killing blow. The fact is, London Spitfire, that was not an amazing return for the 3 ultimates they used at the beginning. Only the overclock really starting to find those killing blows, and that means Charong now, he's going to be able to just hold on to his sound barrier until Hardy uses that rampage. There's going to be no other onus, no major stimulus, which forces Charong to play his hand early and to call the bluff of London Spitfire. However, when we look at the distance, this could be the last fight for London if they can eke it out.
Where did Toronto want to engage? The card is pushing. Toronto, oh my god, okay, they got at least Hoppa is there. The barrier drops on Turong, and Toronto run London over like a truck! And finally a fight win for Toronto on this point. See, after so many seconds have been exhausted, but London have many more chances with 1:15 left.
Okay, London getting a little bit smart there, knowing they didn't have the ultimates to try and win that battle, so instead they went for a split, trying to drag in Toronto super deep to chase those kills, while a couple actually moved off to hit the car instead. Toronto Defiant, they are still at least with a semi-filled war chest with the Rampage and the Bob, but Hardy here, if he can hit himself a top Rampage, Charong's already used that sound barrier now to engage. It's not going to be available to counter Hardy's aggression.
This might be tricky for Hardy's Rampage. Do you want to take it on the low ground? Do you want to hit him on the high ground and draw the fight down low? Toronto have ways to disengage, but they're the ones who initiate. They throw the ball forward, they split London in half, and they tried to send Olvo to finish the fight, but it's Hotba's Rampage that slowed London down. But without Landon's rally, London are dangerously low, but it's the damage that strikes finally for London as the box of victory is in their sight, and the London, no, that's a last second touch. I was almost ready for that to be a map win. Toronto, though, just had me going. London Spitfire will tie the series.
A last second touch after a celebratory sound barrier is not enough. On their own map pick, London Spitfire decided that the beautiful beaches of Palaizu were going to be where they would even up the series, and yes, there will be no sweeping today for Toronto Defiant. Though we're far from a 3-1 we saw before, now Toronto Defiant will be able to pick their own location going over to Escort and demand maybe an Ash versus Ash on something like a Dorado.
I ain't trying to curse. I don't want to try to get booed in front of the Toronto audience. I'm going to say this real low so they can't hear me. But Toronto won the control map last time, and then London rolled them the next 3 maps. Is this going to be the repeat of history? We're going to throw it to a break, and we'll find out after this. I see the Overwatch script is all going according to plan. Toronto wins control, and then London win the second map. We just like to keep things a little spicy here in Toronto.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate flashback, though, for a couple of Toronto Defiant fans. Did you ever get that feeling of deja vu?
No, mate. Was that a good accent?
Yeah, it's okay. We take those. And actually, I got a feeling of premonition as well, Lemon. I anticipated that as we go over to Escort that we might see Toronto Defiant try and force us to Dorado, because that's an area that's very good for Ash. Some really good sightlines and some high grounds that can be quite difficult for a Genji to path up to without actually using his dash, because the wall climbs can be a little bit finicky, and that makes it a much more dangerous proposition for a Genji, because he can be tracked very easily as he makes his way up to those high grounds. And when you go for Hisu versus Sparker in an Ashe battle, usually you're going to be preferring Hisu here. Hisu actually has our most time on the Ashe in the league by a huge margin. Over an hour of gameplay time in this meta, more than anyone else on the Ashe.
Well, speaking of map stats, we already knew Toronto were like mid on Paraiso because they actually got full held by Vancouver Titans. But when it comes to Dorado, this is Toronto's map pick. They have had great success on this. They have defeated the Boston Uprising and the Houston Outlaws on this very map. So Toronto are sticking to their strengths.
Doesn't surprise me that Toronto have done so well here in this meta. Like we said before, it's an Ashe's playground, and Toronto Defiant, if they can get aggressive, they can give Hisu so much space to work with, and when Hisu has space to work with, that means that Backbone doesn't, because you're getting consistent damage onto the Genji. It becomes too nervous to try and make those risky dash plays, knowing that if he has to brawl afterwards, the likelihood of survival is incredibly low. However, it's going to be Toronto Defiant who are starting off here on the offense.
Kind of watching Paraiso, I actually felt like London were the ones who were stepping up and trying to go after Hisu more, and that's where Twilight really had to get his peel on, and they had to kind of just punish London every step of the way. That's why Backbone looks like he's dying a lot more than Aldo, because Aldo gets to sit back and just peel for Hisu, or see what Hisu's opportunities can create, and Aldo can follow up afterwards. Or you just go full punish mode and wait for London to act first. But that's how I think London were able to kind of manipulate and almost puppeteer these fights when they get to control and have a say on how everything goes.
The Toronto Marionette should become Toronto Defiant here. A quick TP up to high ground, courtesy of Aldo. This gives Hisu a nice little zone from which to exact his will. You can see that Backbone's consistently taking that damage. That is a beautiful shot from Hisu and the Cloud. Yeah, they're getting their clap on. That's our hit scan. That's our hit scan.
Hisu has the most amount of time out of every player in the league when it comes to Ashe, but he also has one of the highest crit chances. I think something like 20%. And you see like a lot of Hisu's kills are just these random headshots. So it's really awesome to have someone dependable like that on the team, because that first pick basically guarantees you that you're going through bridge, but London are still holding this space, even being down a person. And look, Backbone tries to present himself in the backline, and Toronto know this is coming. This is the style that Backbone plays, and Aldo has to protect his team. A Sparker falls to Hisu, and the picks continue Toronto's way. With respawn advantage as well for the attack, they can keep this going forever.
Chirong, though, was punished for going for a very aggressive boop on London Spitfire as they made their way around this high ground. You can see, although, getting a little bit of poke to begin with here. However, London Spitfire, they are uncowed in their attempts. Spark is going to be rejoining them soon, so it's just a little bit of an S as they move on back, wait to go back to full strength, and then retake the high ground to make sure that Hisu doesn't have these easy areas to operate from.
Yeah, Backbone was kind of contesting the car, and he dashes in. I'm not sure if he got the reset, and this has been tough. Toronto are just surrounding them. They're still trying to punish Backbone, and they finally do. London finally gets removed from the car, but not before taking half of Toronto's time bank.
Seemed like that might have been a little bit of a comms issue for London Spitfire as well. They got the opening pick onto Twilight, and after that, the lack of burst healing from the lack of repair packs for Toronto Defiant should have made stringing together those kills from London Spitfire so much easier. They couldn't really pick a target to focus on. I think that this first point is going to be seized away, Lemon. And now Toronto Defiant are going to be able to move on to point B with London Spitfire once again, just calmly controlling the high ground here, knowing that they can't allow Aldo to set up here and maybe create a safe path for Hisu to be able to move on up. The Bob's going to be interesting as his access to the high ground is incredibly limited, and thus maybe we'll see Hisu actually play the Bob a little bit later in a mid-fight scenario to try and take care of London Spitfire who dive in.
Well, diving on in is Bob, who meets a few London Spitfire members down that alleyway. And London we're on the high ground, immediately drop. Backbone's almost a little bit too deep, so Toronto get to sit back, just poke him down. Now Toronto have access to the high ground, they have cart push, and London, they're sitting in bank.
Jerome taken down by Sparker. And once again, getting that feeling of deja vu, Lemon, as Hisu is forced to give away that high ground over to his better half. London Spitfire yet to invest an ultimate here on the Toronto Defiant side. Of course, they have used that Bob thus far. However, London Spitfire, if they can control the high ground here with Backbone, it means that Toronto Defiant are more likely to have to use an ultimate to break through that.
Ooh, Backbone steps up. All those okay, he's getting packed up. Now above, it's London, and Backbone with the blade forces out the barrier from Torong, and that's fine. Backbone backs away, and Toronto now back on the car. Around the corner, though, is Hottie with the Rampage, and drawing out all these support ultimates from Toronto could be a sign of success. Although goes in, 86 HP, goes at the Sparker, who jumps on out, and the barrier from Admiral saves the entire team, and London rolls them.
I love how Admiral actually held onto that barrier for a couple of seconds longer, not instantly reacting to the blade. Naturally, it was a little bit of a risk for Sparker, but he pre-packed him as well, using Landon to make sure that Sparker had a better chance of surviving. And they did that so that Toronto Defiant would be sort of tempted into over-following in that particular engagement. And it meant that they could get these early picks onto people who were positioned far too aggressively like Twilight. And then the snapback, like the elastic band snap for London Spitfire when they finally got that sound barrier, was on a Toronto Defiant who could not disengage effectively.
An ult advantage for London. So again, they always pull the trigger first, and the Rampage redirected towards Toronto. 4 members hit. The rally from Twilight, the disengage from Toronto. They only lose, what, 1 member, if anything at all? I think Toronto are fine. And now with this rally started, they might want to take this fight now that the overhealth is there. But what do you got to work with? You just have a Hopper Rampage.
The overhealth, the Hopper Rampage is brought right in, but Sparker can answer this with the overclock.
Oh my god, that bash from Twilight to get Landon on the ground, but Landon had a rally. London had support, and Sparker has the shots. Toronto fall 1 by 1, and they have 2 minutes left to go to B.
Oh, what a response from the London Spitfire. Landon tracked that so well, seeing that Twilight was getting aggressive after Hopper used the Rampage, going for the counter bash, knowing that I've got a better capacity here to try and get the damage onto Twilight because I've got Sparker in my pocket and he has the overclock. Lining up those headshots, you can instantly try and burn through even the overhealth that was left over from a rally beforehand. Now, once again, Toronto Defiant, they have to deal with a Huddy on the high ground who can freely reign over this damage, but Huddy being up here too means that Aldo can't get too aggressive because he can get carnaged.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he blew himself up. He said, I'm not going to let you get ult charge. I'm going to take myself out. But London just looming on this high ground makes it so Hisu has no space. Like, Aldo needs to get Backbone off of Toronto's back.
No one kills Hisu but Hisu. You'll know the rules. London Spitfire, once again, they're just making sure that every single inch Toronto Defiant have to walk through here is hard fought for. And Backbone almost has the blade. There's no way to answer it from Toronto Defiant apart from maybe a Bob. Remember, the knock-up during that can do a good amount of damage and might be a good counter to Backbone if he decides to go too deep.
Yeah, you can't let Backbone on that high ground. I think Aldo's keeping him in check. The first blade to Backbone goes after Churong, and Hottie squashes Hotba. So a 5-on-3. London, though, going a little too deep, but honestly, just losing Admiral is totally fine. You don't have to really back away too much from this, but London keep initiating every fight, and Toronto are just sitting there watching.
And now London Spitfire, they can play the schoolyard bullies. They have sustain upon sustain. Admiral with the sound barrier, Landon almost with the rally. Toronto Defiant, they need to survive long enough for Twilight and Churong to be able to bring their own sustainability. No way!
God! No. Not on land, bro! Not on land!
Toronto defying the need to touch the objective. I'm not quite sure that's what they were going for with the name Lemon, but that's a sadness.
So there are a few different things happening. So with Toronto, we're trying to adjust their presence on the high ground. Hisu went all the way behind, went up the staircase, went along the ledge. He wanted to help Aldo on that high ground. Hoppa was probably, I'm not sure. I guess it's really up to Hoppa and Churong. I have zero idea why Toronto were not on that cart because it's right in front of them, right? Like,
We've got a nice scenic shot here of Dorado waiting for you as well with Alama and Alerta, and I certainly am feeling both of those after that. Remember, Toronto Defiant, this was their map pick. This is where Toronto Defiant believed they had the best chance of sending the London Spitfire into a tailspin, and their record on this against teams like the Houston Outlaws have been very good. Let's have a quick insight into how this objective malarkey happened. Oh, Hopper just
Hopper thought he got the touch.
Oh, it's the disruptor shot! Oh, we talk about the value of that, but I'd never imagined that it would be a round-winning disruptor shot.
Maybe he thought he had the touch too. I don't
Maybe.
know. It looked close.
Yeah.
But
could have been.
No cigar.
I'm sure the Reddit scientists, well, I've got top men on this. They'll figure it out.
That is not a far push for Toronto.
This is for Dallas TP.
Are they TPing right?
It's a fake.
Just kidding, Jabate. Toronto are actually right above the cart too, so they can drop onto London at any time. So Sparker has to be careful where he positions, but also that Sojourn has a lot more mobility than Ash and can actually get away pretty easily. Now the disruptor shot drops just to get Toronto right around the corner, just away from that area. But Toronto are waiting to engage, and they actually go to punish Backbone, who dives into the back. Do they get the kill? He's very low, but as everyone is distracted from flanking, it's London that play front to back and end up winning the fight.
All right, chatty moment right here. What tracking he had on although to hit the first Carnage. I talked coming into this particular matchup, Lemon, about how Hardy is a melee DPS tank through and through. He's got the highest Carnage kills per 10 in the league right now. I think it's about 6.7 per 10 minutes. And well, that's obvious. For such an aggressive Reinhardt player, he loves to get up in faces, and he knows how to play the fear factor, how to intimidate his enemies into moving exactly where he wants them for everyone else to follow up on.
Oh, Aldo is getting harassed by Backbone. Aldo concedes. He's half health. London meters away from point A and anchoring themselves down. Toronto don't have ults and they don't have space, but they try and punish Backbone. But he's so wiggly. They just can't seem to lock Backbone down. But first support ultimates land, and as soon as he gets it, he pops it. And this is going to overwhelm Toronto. But just in time is Twilight with his own rally. And now they just get to coalesce into London. Hisu has the space to set London ablaze.
No way.
But Sparker redirects, but Hisu gets the last laugh, and Toronto hold.
That was a perfectly timed shout as well from Hopper when he was caught within the second use of that disruptor shot. And it gave the additional speed that Toronto needs to get onto those more vulnerable members of London Spitfire, including a Backbone who, like you said, was being so slippery. They needed that speed to catch up with him and actually pin him down into a fight. Now it's going to be a tale of two blades in this forthcoming battle. But the Bob is going to be such a good countermeasure here from Hisu, because you can simply put it up against the gate at the back and it will pepper fire into Backbone while he's trying to get value.
Oh, Backbone kind of double jumped, almost hit the wall, and I thought that would have been a moment, but Hisu's in the middle of throwing a dynamite, so couldn't get the headshot, but he puts the Bob right at the choke as London activate the sound barrier, and I thought Aldo was going to want to wait for that, but Backbone doesn't wait a second. He's blading the backline. Aldo does the same thing, but he was anti-healed by Hottie, so although you can heal him all you want, it's not going to work. So London waited, and it paid off. They will be getting point A.
On the Spitfire there, they managed to drag everyone into an area where how do you get good value out of the Rampage by using the Blade first to really try and force Strong into using a less than ideal beat. In the end, London Spitfire, yes, they use a lot to win that fight, but thinking over the course of the 3.5 minutes they have to do essentially half of point B here, Lemon, it's not going to be too bad at all, because now Toronto Defiant, they have a choice to make. Do they want to take one really good fight or play it twice?
Oh, the knife
back?
pull! That was on Chorong. The rest of Toronto have to follow this up, and they even throw the Hopper Rampage on top. This hits about 3 of London as they back away towards their own spawn. Toronto do not want to overextend past this archway. This is a London zone, especially with the spawns that close. So Toronto really don't end up killing or doing much with that Rampage.
Toronto's style of play here on point B has now been forced. They have to play for 2 fights. There's a rail that's charged on up. He wants Twilight, and he gets Twilight!
Twilight was looking at Backbone, but the match made in heaven was between Sparker and him. The overclock's still available, but you don't even need it. He's charging up off the tank, and London taking kill after kill, and Sparker is performing at LAN. 1 fight away for London to take the map.
The younger players on London Spitfire, we wondered after mid-season madness, were they going to be a team who would have these questionable performances on LAN. Someone's got to come in and touch this cart. We cannot have yet another absconding from the objective. And yes, it's a touch.
Oh, thank God, but there's a disruptor shot there. Don't be allergic to it. Hoppa has to anchor for his team. They need to heal him up, but Twilight is dead right before the rally! The London Spitfire overwhelmed them, and they Spitfire indeed. They're on match point.
For London Spitfire, want to once again repeat history, the 3-1 that echoes in the minds of Toronto Defiant players, fans, and backroom alike. Fear begins to set into the nerves, but they are going to have a longer halftime here, Lemon. This is the moment that backrooms are made for. This is what a head coach does. You don't need the head coach for strategy. You need them to be a leader. You need them to be the rock, the anchor that your team clings to when you are in dire straits and you are facing down the barrel of a gun. And right now, Toronto Defiant, they're facing down the barrel of a large bore aircraft cannon from the London Spitfire.
You got to look to Twilight to unite this team. The C9 might have boomed them a little bit, but they delivered a C9 of their own. I mean, London whiffed a bit of well back on Ilya. So, I mean, all things are even, but it's match point for the London Spitfire. Will this chapter end the same way it did last time? We'll find out after this break. baby. And we're so glad to be here in Toronto with all of you. It's going to be an amazing week/weekend, a couple of days. And the London Spitfire ain't changing the script that the Overwatch had planned, of course. 2-1 going exactly the same way as their last rematch, what, a week or something ago?
Yeah, am I watching reruns or something, Lemon? I was promised fresh content, but I think Sean Miller's just started reusing the script here now. Toronto Defiant, they want to break through the script and try and drag themselves up to an even scoreline. And in map number 5, we've had ourselves a halftime. And before the halftime, we talked about what the real value of a head coach is. And admittedly, Toronto Defiant dropped this. No more KDG. They have Moby Dick, I think, filling in as the interim head coach. They've also got these veterans in Hopper and Twilight, the avatars of the backroom, the senior players on the stage who are going to have to be working super hard to make sure Toronto's mental stays in line.
And when I talked to Moby Dick about just how the coaching structure and how just the backroom has improved over the season, because Toronto are getting better every step of the way. They actually have an horizontal kind of structure where they're not overstepping on each other. Moby Dick, Hoppa too, he directs the in-game stuff. But Moby Dick, he gives a general direction while the assistant coaches provide more individual stuff. But for them, it's about new feedback sessions. There's a lot more trust in each other, and they just communicate about just an overall goal. And when everyone is involved in the plan to success, Toronto are just getting better, especially in a meta like this where team play is so important.
Heading over next to our push map, Lemon. And once again, it's going to be the choice of Toronto Defiant. We're in our tournament arc now. And this is where we really start to see the character of the backrooms come out as well, because we ask, are you playing towards your own strengths, or are you trying to play towards your opponent's weaknesses? Which of those do you prefer more when you're picking from the options that you have? Admittedly, for push, it's only 2 options at the moment. You can either go to New Queen Street, the home ground for Toronto Defiant, or Colosseo over in Italy.
What is happening? Hottie!
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he keep going. 11,
He's got
12. He's been working. I heard from Nuki, this guy works out every day.
Yeah.
This is Chatty live. This is what you're paying to see, everybody.
Get your money's worth, baby.
I lost count.
It's been a real transformation for Huddy as well this year. Like, he talks about how he's working out every day. It matters so much to these players as well to not only be healthy in terms of their gameplay style, but also physically and mentally healthy. It brings so much to the table. And Hardy's saying in chat, yeah, just a quick pump, you know. Got to get that LAN intimidation. I mean, we take a little bit of that on LAN, a couple shenanigans, a little bit of tomfoolery. You could intimidate the enemy by showing off your physical prowess on stage.
Who's our most shredded player of the match when it comes to Toronto? Like, we gotta have some counter pump happening. Like, if I was that tank, I don't care if I can do 3 push-ups. I'm getting on the ground and I'm doing the same thing. But I mean, London Spitfire, it's all about mental with them. Like I've already talked about in the pre-show. It's the confidence that was kind of lacking at the start of the season, at the start of this meta, because it's a big adjustment. Even though they were the Rush Kings, it's still a different way to play Rush when you don't have a shield and etc. There's a lot of resources, but we go to the next map now.
Colosseo is an interesting choice here. It's a much worse record for Toronto Defiant compared to New Queen Street, but I wonder if they're trying to force London Spitfire into their own wacky racers fun timeline where they like to play the May, because London Spitfire, they've had a pretty good level of success on Colosseo. A lot of that, admittedly, was for Reinhardt May, and to a large degree that's because the geometry of this map is so well suited towards May wall boosting, where you can just get up onto these high grounds that are assumed safe using with less mobile characters like a May, like a Junk Queen, like a Reinhardt, by using the May wall for the boost. I think London Spitfire, though, after those last 2 maps, they're going to be fairly confident in just remaining on the Genji and the Sojourn and forcing Toronto Defiant to actually try and play towards them. And one of the things that was actually a hallmark, a little bit of a meme for this composition in the first week was on Colosseo. We saw like a 3-minute stalemate. We had ourselves a Battle of Ypres, a Somme, some trench warfare.
I died of old age. Like, sometimes that happens.
And the thing is here, Toronto Defiant, they would like one of those slow fights.
Well, this could be potentially your final map of the series. Everyone, give Toronto your energy. They're going to need it. It's match point for London, and Sparker versus Hisu again. And Hisu, he do be sticking on the Ash.
A wider split here from London Spitfire, maybe trying to wrap around and take away the space from Hisu before he can even start to use it. Just making sure that Toronto have to continually make these rotations and potentially leave Hisu behind us. He's going to have a lot more trouble actually joining them. Oh no, that's bad.
How does Twilight die first? London just sail past Hoppa. They don't know wall him, and they're constantly just finding picks on these supports. Toronto have to keep their head in the game because this first fight goes to London.
Well, there's a reason, Lemon, why no one wanted to pick London Spitfire. If they left Toronto Defiant, our 4th seed, to have that rematch.
Oh, the headshot.
Oh, and it's Backbone as well with just the pure mechanics, the headshots. And we began this stage, Lemon, wondering if Backbone could even cut it as the Genji. But trust me, he's cutting through Toronto Defiant just fine, mate.
They really needed to scout that Backbone was just on that wall. The fact that he was putting free poke, and Hisu didn't even know he was there. There wasn't a coach gun until Hisu was basically dead. So it's maybe up to Torong or Twilight to get a whip shot or some kind of disruption onto Backbone. And that's been kind of Toronto's game plan, is to punish Backbone, but they haven't been successful at doing that. I mean, he's so swift, and the confidence exudes from London. They are very low, though. Oh, 30 HP in a dream. Backbone still lives.
Hisu taken down by Admiral. The Frog goes rogue. Hardy might well be followed in here, but still can use the shout at his leisure, and there it is. The speed boost given forth, and that's for support seen, and support's executed.
Bring me that Chorong. Where is he going? It took forever to Hadi to get him, but that's 2 fights in a row, 35 meters, and now growing. This is dangerous.
Moving in towards that checkpoint, Lemon, Toronto Defiant are going to have to be very judicious when they take that next engagement. I believe that although it was the last to die.
And that's maybe checkpoint for London, 65 meters. Although wants to end the road here. He uses the blade, gets countered by the Admiral's sound barrier as Toronto now use theirs to engage after Backbone already used his blade. Can Toronto actually get any kills? That's the million-dollar question. They collapse on the land and Sparker is done with. Toronto get their first fight win of Coliseum, but not after giving up 65 meters.
So the overall plan there from London Spitfire, of course, was to try and zone Toronto Defiant back to allow themselves to get that checkpoint with only the singular ultimate. But the thing is, Toronto Defiant, they disengaged so well because they only used Hopper's Shout rather than using either of their support ultimates. Chirong held on to the sound barrier, and that meant that all those blades could be reinforced, and London Spitfire simply did not have the means to try and rebuff all, though, when all of Toronto Defiant fell upon them like a red wave.
Toronto need to win this fight if they want to match up the score. Twilight has the rally, maybe wanting to save this for the Hadi Rampage. Hadi, I mean, the lane is there, the red carpet is set. They want to keep Aldo in check. There's a Rampage from Hadi. It only hits the supports. Hoppa's hits Hadi and Backbone, and Sparker's done with as well. Trades back and forth, 4 versus 4, but any loss for Toronto is so critical. They're the furthest away from home when it comes to this map, and they just can't keep this going unless they get an insane punish, but Hisu is taking so much pressure. Finally, London leave him alone. They have to heal up themselves as Toronto are just barely holding on to this spot.
Hopper's so far away right now, though, Lemon, so there are only 4 players from Toronto Defiant who can really take advantage of this. That means Backbone isn't too uncomfortable in just trying to contest Timothy alone right now and just stop Toronto Defiant from getting that objective progress. Now both of our teams are getting back towards 5 members, but Landon's quite far away. Toronto Defiant need to take their opportunity now.
Toronto have to fight now that Landon is just getting back, and Hoppa is back in the picture, and Twilight is getting pushed by 2 or 3 members of London. Where is the appeal from Toronto? They're trying to counter dive. They're trying to do the same thing to Admiral and Landon, but they're unperturbed. And Toronto, they go for the closet, and they re-emerge with a blade, but it's shut down by Hadi and the sound barrier of Admiral. It just seems impossible for Toronto to get ahead, and London, they take back the bot.
You may have 1,000-folded steel, but I've got Shardy's special axe, and it thirsts for blood, baby. Shardy with 2 Carnage kills in that fight. London Spitfire, they really understood the timing there, knowing that they had a man disadvantage against Toronto Defiant because Landon wasn't back yet. They went for an early engage with the overclock to try and keep Toronto Defiant from flowing over.
Well, that's a bob from Hisu, just to kind of support them a little bit more and get London off the bot. Here's a blade from Backbone, supported by the Landon rally, countered by the sound barrier of Chorong. No kills quite yet, not even anyone low. That's a good dash from Backbone to get Toronto about at half health. And Twilight was just 10% off with a rally. That might have been that extra push that Toronto needed. But London are looking to extend this lead even more.
Excellent pathing there from London. We've talked about how important it was to their Reinhardt compositions before, but to be able to disengage from that... Oh, the Bob. Hisu's given it up. Well, the Bob that was used now.
That was
Hisu's
promised.
given up the Ash. Hisu's gone to the Sojourn. He's admitted that Toronto Defiant, they need to change the tempo, they need to change the style. London have figured out how to play against the Ash, but do they know about the Hisu Sojourn?
Oh, Hottie's in your back line, and he's coming for you. Toronto, they have the rally, they immediately use it. Hottie tries to deny some of those resources with the Rampage, and although already falls, and Toronto cannot afford to give up any more meters on this push. What a boop. Hotba is gone. London seem ahead for now as Backbone's hoping, was trying to get punished by Twilight, but it's a Backbone that had the last laugh. London are climbing to 90 meters plus. And with almost 4 minutes left, you don't want to call it yet, but Toronto are in danger.
This is so dangerous for Toronto. The 3-1 repetition, its siren song calls. Toronto Defiant dare not steer into those pointy rocks. They must straighten the ship, and they must take this now.
Although almost got the assassination on the Sparker, but this is a London fight with the sound barrier first, and Hoppa falling over before he could set up the Rampage. We're in full cap territory. It's red alert here in Canada, and not the red that Toronto wanted. London approach the final destination for the match win, and the final chapter to be closed. And Toronto, they can approach with the Rampage. Few more meters to go. And where is Hoppa? Where is our star? Hisu's the one who shines. Overclock at a distance will stop London from the full capture.
3 minutes to save a winner's bracket run for Toronto Defiant. This is the meta where they have proven themselves to be a team of elites. This is one of the best support lines we have in the world for this meta. But still, the resources are not all there just yet. The Blade, last time it was shut down so well by Hardy, all those gonna have to be so careful about his spacing against the Junker Queen, and maybe try and take out Landon early.
Although with the Blade, he needs your support, and he goes after Landon, the support of London. Without that rally, can London survive? But the clap back even harder. Although, and the supports of Toronto toast, as they were hoping to make this back-to-back fights, and they need to go for almost a full capture with the 135 meters that London have.
Admiral managing to get himself a couple of final blows there, but the real boogeyman here, it's Sparker with the overclock. So many maps of Toronto Defiant, 2 series in a row, Lemon, have been decided by Sparker, just deciding that the railgun means everything. Timmy's on the move, Toronto Defiant, they've set up the blockade. The bulwark has been laying up, but only 1 minute and 45 remains.
Well, Hottie is planning to do push-ups on the Toronto Graves. It's barrier v barrier, and overclock to pierce through Twilight, who tries to close the gap, but can't seem to get close enough to Sparker. But the front line of London has been overwhelmed as they tried to go a little too deep to go for the full capture in front of the Canadian fans. But Toronto ended here, but it's still a long road to try and match another 100 meters to go.
For London, though, it wasn't a huge investment. They used the overclock, they used the rally, but still, the sound barrier, the Rampage, the Blade, the 3 most important ultimates are waiting in the wings. Twilight, how aggressive does he have to be with the rally here to try and make London Spitfire disengage? But the question is, how willing are London Spitfire to just give away that space? Because they've got so much distance to play with, and Toronto Defiant only have 1 minute to save themselves.
Here's Hottie with a Rampage soon. Tries to go after the back line, although applying pressure behind. Backbone 14 HP. How does he do it? The Blade draws out the healing of Toronto and the ults on top, but it's London making a pain sandwich as Toronto fall yet again. London take back control of the bot, and there's only 30 seconds left.
Oh, it's the signature swap. Twilight's on his Anna, baby. It's the signature from Twilight. He's got the range to work with, but he doesn't have the time. And Toronto Defiant, they've only got the 1 ultimate to try and make work. The anti will be delivered, yes, from Twilight, but can although follow up upon it with the Blade. Watch for the anti. It hits Backbone.
Oh, and you got the punish onto the London supports. That's all Toronto needed. Finally, although, gets the pop off, but London got some trades, and you got to stay on this card. Perfection is demanded of Toronto if they want to force another map.
Hisu has to take the bot away from the remaining members of Toronto Defiant, though. And Timmy moves so fast, he moves at the pace of a person walking alongside it. And so Toronto Defiant, they may find themselves in a shambles as they try and get up here. Charong, yes, is going to start taxiing Twilight. The question is, can Toronto Defiant find the space for Twilight to work if he needs a longer range for this? Anna cannot afford to get into a close range battle with a London Spitfire. And Spitfire, they can bully out Toronto with only their sound barrier here because you only need to win one.
Twilight's ready with the anti, hits Hottie with it. The sound bear from Admiral starts the engage off nice for London. There's a sleep on the Sparker. Can he still get the finishing blow? He doesn't. Without that main take of Hotno, watch it, Toronto! What happens? Chorong misses the beat, but London don't miss this beat. They take the series just like they did last time, 3-1.
In front of a home crowd, let him just call himself villains. He's pushing up on the graves of Toronto Defiant. Yes, there may be a loser's bracket, but that does not mean that Toronto Defiant will be any less devastated by history once more, bringing itself back around, Lemon.
Just London, the confidence exudes from them. The way Backbone was a thorn in their backside. He is constantly harassing, going after the supports. I felt like Hoppa was probably at the least amount of deaths because of how much he's been ignored. He had the invisibility cloak on him as London stepped past and always went after that leader of Twilight, and you kind of saw the fight break down for Toronto. Not only throughout most of the maps, but in communications, when you had that C9 happen on Toronto. That's not something Toronto usually do.
Yeah, Toronto, their communication lines, they kind of broke down at points like we saw. That lack of touch on Dorado, that's going to echo through their memories for all of tonight. And especially going into that lower bracket match later on in the tournament, it's going to be something that honestly is going to be heartbreaking for them to do that in front of their home crowd as well. Toronto Defiant, it's a heartbreaker, but London Spitfire, this is a good turnaround for them after a mid-season madness performance that definitely didn't live up to expectation.
It's a lower bracket run for Toronto. Their story doesn't end here, and their goal of being the #1 Canadian team is still alive. And we have a special treat for everyone. We're gonna send it over to Danny on the stage with an interview.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, this is a very special treat. We got Sparker from London Spitfire for the post-match interview. How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're good?
First experience on stage.
First experience on stage. I mean, I guess I'll start my interview with that question because this is London Spitfire's first ever LAN. So how did it feel to be, you know, in front of the crowd playing Overwatch?
It's a surreal experience. Like, everything is shaking. You hear this. You hear everyone screaming in the background, booing and cheering, and yeah, it's a crazy experience, really.
I'm just gonna let you know that booing is probably gonna continue because you're not Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you were a little nervous and shaky, but I don't think that showed at all on camera and on your performance. Now, this match, I think, because it was a rematch from the qualifiers last week. Were you guys extra sort of confident that you guys could beat Toronto Defiant because you guys already have beaten them before?
Yeah, we think we're better overall at the current meta, and I think we just played our game and we thought we would win automatically.
Okay, all right. And last but not least, because of this win, you guys will be facing off against the Dallas Fuel, our #1 seed currently. Do you have any fighting words for the Dallas Fuel to the camera?
We're gonna beat them next game.
All right, that is it for Sparker, everybody. Give it up for Sparker one more time. That is it. That is all I have here. All right, let's send things back to our casters, Lemon Day and Leg Kiwi.
Oh, I like that. They're so creative. They're just so creative on the desk. Yeah, great interview. I mean, I would be honestly intimidated when the opponent starts doing push-ups right before the final map. So 3-1 ends the scoreline for London, and you kind of heard from Sparker of just the nerves were there, the boos were there, but it didn't affect their performance.
I mean, you know what was there? I like to take partial credit. The Brits on London Spitfire, Christopher and Backbone, they were missing the bickies from back home. I brought them over in my suitcase. I bought them some special biscuits, and well, the homesick went away, and the homestand win came to them.
The bias over here of just feeding the enemy.
All right, Canadian.
Be quiet. But there is one person who is very loud this match. You just saw him on stage. Your player of the match is Sparker, of course.
Duh. So many maps are just turned around. I mean, this is almost a legacy player of the match as well. Over the last two matchups between Toronto Defiant and London Spitfire, Sparker has just been the Sandman in their nightmares, who continually put them into these eternal slumbers, eternal rests. And let's not forget about possibly the most valuable disruptor shot in the entirety of this meta, even in the entirety of Sojourn's competitive history, to force that C9 on Dorada.
And even just being able to shoot a skatey boy like Chorong, that's kind of nuts. I mean, Sparker is able to convert on multi-kills almost every single overclock. He commits the overclock to deal with Hisu's Bob. I mean, we even get to see Bob for more than 3 seconds at a time. It even forces Hisu to go to Sojourn on that last map. And the stats speak for itself. I mean, Sparker, before this match, was top 3 in terms of railgun accuracy. He has very low deaths, which tells me that Aldo wasn't able to really gap close and go after him. Even Twilight, you saw in Coliseum, tried to step up just to harass Sparker, and they never could get to him.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and figure out the architecture of a dive onto Sparker when it felt like London were continually being able to control the tempo because Sparker was so mobile. And that 57% railgun accuracy, by the way, you talked about how he's top 3 in terms of railgun accuracy. That was a 55%, so he's only getting better. And that might actually put him into number 1 when it comes to railgun accuracy in this meta for Summer Showdown.
And we got 2 more matches around the corner. Keep your butts in your seats or on your gamer chairs. Get the popcorn, because Overwatch doesn't end here. We'll see you after the break.
Queen 1 a point, Queen 1 a point, Nice cap,
I'm slapped. Someone shooting me.
Yeah, Son. Lu, one behind us, close space, Lu. I got it.
AJ on the land, AJ.
Good job, guys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 3/5 of your Montreal Muskrat squad for 2023, pucking alongside Custa Reinforce. And, gentlemen, not a lot to be proud of if you're a Canadian today so far, Johnny.
No.
Oh, that was the good stuff. Johnny, we got to start here with your disappointment throughout this series.
I am so sad.
Because you and Custa have not only a syrup chugging competition throughout this weekend, but also there's a lot of pride on the line in this square box.
I just wanted the home team to win here. Custa was the only one to predict a lot of Spitfire. The rest of us, we understand the Toronto fan base. The crowd showed up, they gave it their all. But London Spitfire, they were just too much to overcome.
You saw this coming, Scotty.
Yeah, well, it was exactly, literally step for step, map by map. It was the exact same thing that we saw this most recent weekend. The Toronto Defiant, they come out of the gate strong when they're able to play control. They can set the tempo. They play quite well, but as soon as we get into these hybrids, these escorts, and the London Spitfire are able to get on top of that Hisu Ash, it all really starts to fall apart from them. And they had the exact same issue that although and Hisu just aren't showing up at the level that they need to be able to start getting some of these map wins.
The series wasn't all bad though, Johnny, right? If you came out to Toronto, you were pretty excited early on. You had Twilight doing Twilight things on the Brigitte. What did you see on the good side of Toronto's matchup?
Well, for the good side of Toronto Defiant, I still think that they're like a very group that plays well together. Early on in the stage, we praised their ability to stay together, similar to the Dallas Fuel actually, that they synergize well with the backline. Twilight and Chorong is an incredible support backline. The way they utilize those ultimates, the tempo they have when they play together, it's just the individual skill really that needs to come together for the Toronto Defiant. And I think a large part of this is the Ash play. So maybe if we come out with a Sojourn, Hisu, he is one of the better hit scans in the league, and I definitely think that Hisu, if he's come in to the next matchup and he plays Sojourn full time, maybe with that confidence he can be able to make something happen for Toronto Defiant. They still have tons of great players on this team.
Custa, do you think it's a hero swap that is needed? Because the Fuel needed to do it with Edison earlier. Do we need to just remove Ash from the field for the rest of the day if you're Toronto?
It's obviously not just the Ash, but I think the Ash is fundamentally hurting them. You said throughout the entire match, I was just time and time again saying, that's not a great bob.
Don't engage with the bob.
Don't engage with the bob. Don't engage with the bob. And the next thing you know, Hisu's throwing the bob very early, either throwing into a bad position or a place that the London Spitfire could disengage. I don't want to just put all the blame onto Toronto. I think London played it perfectly. They understood their win conditions, and they were able to capitalize on that. But if you are the Toronto Defiant, they need a different look. When the Ash isn't working, they need to be willing to switch to the Sojourn, and not just in the last map when it's all falling away from them.
All right, Johnny, it's your turn to hold the beaver. That means it's your turn to tell me how we get a victory if you're Toronto, because we're not done yet. We still have to play Washington Justice in the lower bracket when action kicks off tomorrow evening.
All right, so they're playing the Washington Justice tomorrow. And we saw how effective Washington were when they played Edison on that Ash. So really, I want to see Toronto Defiant, they swap over to that Sojourn and be more aggressive, all right? Yeah. Throughout this entire stage, Toronto Defiant, they've been like, oh, we're going to be calculated, we're going to sit back, we're going to make very smart decisions. Be less smart, all right? Be more aggressive. Push in, be ruthless, be emotional, play with passion. Your crowd is right there, get some momentum in the game, and they will back you every step of the way. All right.
Thinking more dinking.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I like this. This is the strategy for Toronto. Also, for all the fans, it's the last match of the night. So make sure you're hydrating, dehydrating properly to have all the energy necessary for that final battle tomorrow night. We still have another match, though, coming up here, and that is Vancouver. The Titans take on the Shock, a rivalry that we have seen since the beginning of the Overwatch League, and it continues now with the Shock coming in as the number 2 seed. How does Vancouver pull off the upset?
It has to. Okay. Sorry, I get my Canadian beaver. It has to be on the back of Aspire. He has been so good the entirety of this year. He is this up-and-coming hit scan who just has been unparalleled in a lot of ways. We saw in the selection show, Deepe is saying, you have to be realistic. You got chosen by the Shock. They're such a great team. You need to just be confident and just play their game. It's so easy to just sort of get overwhelmed by these juggernaut teams. Play with confidence, play on the back of Aspire, and you never know what you can get. They're just happy to be here, honestly. Just show up, play your best. You understand it's the Shock. It's double elimination if it all goes wrong anyway.
Johnny, do I win the tank fight, the support fight, the DPS fight? What's most important here for Vancouver?
I think it's actually the damage fight, all right? If you get Aspire going, especially in this meta, we saw what happened to the Dallas Fuel in the first match. Suddenly, Washington Justice, number 7 seed, they're up 2-0. They get the momentum going. I think Vancouver Titans, if Aspire shows up to that level today, he can do the same thing for the Vancouver Titans. Costa talked about Kilo on the San Francisco Shock earlier today. Hasn't really lived up to his reputation going into this season. San Francisco Shock, in the kickoff clash, when they were playing on stage, they looked a little bit shaky at times. So maybe this time around, once more you're on stage, maybe the Shock are a little bit shaky, Aspire gets going, suddenly you're cooking with gas. The Vancouver Titans, maybe they'll survive the Canadian cold.
Costa, one last question. Does the Shock let this go past 3 games?
I think if you're the Shock, if you're a fan of the Shock, you want to see a decisive 3-0. You are the better team. They've always come out slow, as Johnny said, where they've dropped a couple of maps early, and that's come back to bite them when they really need to close out matches. Come out strong, Shock. Crusty with the great leadership. They need to come out strong, get these 3-0s. That's what I predict.
All right, well, congratulations. Half of you on the internet already have a better bracket than Johnny and I, and if you have a perfect bracket, keep tweeting us throughout the week. This is the Summer Showdown, Match 3, coming up after this.
We are live here from Toronto for the Summer Showdown tournament. We've already had 2 banging games so far. And now we have the Vancouver Titans and the San Francisco Shock.
Oh, we got another Canadian team. Hopefully they can bring a dub home today, but what a beautiful city to have a LAN in. Like, can I move here?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to move here? Permanently?
As soon as we got here, not gonna lie, first day I was like, wow, so what's rent like? Expensive? Can I get a Canadian visa, please? Cast some Overwatch for you, I don't mind.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it'll be a great time. At least we get a chance to do it here. This is what could have been at the kickoff clash, but we at least finally get to do it now. So pretty pumped.
Live in person, it's going to be it's going to be a good time. San Francisco Shock and the Vancouver Titans. Like Puckett said on the desk, two teams that have had quite the history together. However, different looks from both squads. An extremely different look from the Vancouver Titans, making it to their first tournament and even finding their first wins in the qualifiers.
They were undefeated for a period of time this season. Pretty cool that they ended up getting 3 consecutive wins in their qualifier matches leading up to this point.
It's ridiculous. Like, who'd have thought, who could have predicted you come into a tournament and the Vancouver Titans are on that list? But, like, you got to look at the backroom staff. A lot of people have been talking about people like Defiant coming in and shaping the roster to what it is now. They came in with 3 wins, but small problem. They are facing the San Francisco Shock as their first game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rough one. Anybody that rolls the San Francisco Shock, I think, definitely is quaking in their boots just a little bit. I mean, they were undefeated, 17 wins in a row for qualifiers just this season, and it's just so impressive. I know that streak just got cut short, but they're still here at LAN, and they've got a chance to prove themselves again on a stage like this.
Well, your second Canadian team is about to play. Let's bring him on the stage. A team that has had a better comeback than Elvis. It's the Vancouver Titans. Like you said, a crazy turnaround, Rose, for this organization. They do have a tough opponent to go up against, but on LAN, it can be a very different beast. San Francisco Shock know that all too well.
I mean, they might have the Canadian buff here. You can hear the crowd going wild for this team. And, you know, the Titans, they definitely can prove themselves here once again that they deserve this spot in the Summer Showdown. And honestly, Jack, I have no idea what to expect because even the first 2 matches, that first match today between Washington, like that was a 5-map series. Maybe we get the same here.
We very well could do. I mean, look, we've had some 2 crazy games, some crazy Preds. Scott being the only one right now with 2-0 on the desk. It must feel pretty good. There's your lineup to start. You already saw him come out on the stage with Spire, King, Mira, Aztec, and Marsa. It's the lineup they've been running for all of their wins in recent memory. Aspire's Sojourn has just been such a blowout for some of their games. He's just taken over. And King, too, a relatively new addition to the roster.
Yeah, King's Genji in specific has just been a really nice glue for the team, and I think alongside that addition, plus Deepay's coaching, coming in as head coach for the Vancouver Titans, we have seen a pretty big turnaround for this team. But, I mean, again, a tough opponent for them today.
I think we better bring him out. Please welcome to the stage a team that needs no real introduction, the San Francisco Shock. Of course, there's going to be a couple of boos. We're still in front of a Canadian crowd. But Shock, just an unbelievable season thus far. Have only recently just found their first loss against the Dallas Fuel.
Right.
But against the Vancouver Titans, a team that they ended up picking, might be easy pickings after this.
Maybe. I mean, you still have to look at their most recent performances on LAN. I mean, in the kickoff clash, they went in as the #1 seed, ended up in 4th place, and that was a disappointing performance from them. You look at maybe some of the new content that they've come out with, like the Aftershock, and they are definitely hungry to prove themselves in this environment.
Yeah, it is crazy. They're hungry to prove themselves, not like they haven't done that already, but you're thinking back to the first LAN that we had in the year. We're like, wow, they're undefeated coming in. Surely they're the favorites to win, and they were on the first day, and then they ended up just falling by the wayside. Teams like Gladiators and Dallas Fuel, who ended up showing up.
I mean, they seem way more centered this time around, though. You can see the confidence that this team has had throughout the course of qualifiers leading up to this point. And despite the loss against the Dallas Fuel, I feel like this is the type of team that when they take a loss, they come back even stronger. So I'm expecting them to be in top condition today.
Oh, most definitely. It's worth keeping in mind, too, a lot of the Korean rookies that have come into the Overwatch League have had a fair bit of experience on LAN before. In Korean contenders, they've just started having some of their LANs back, or at least in-person events. It's been a bit patchy, but you know, that's just the times that we do live in. So you'd expect people like Proper and Kilo didn't have a strong showing at the kickoff clash to come in. Like you said, they are very hungry. The Titans have surprised everybody though, Rose.
They have, and I think we have to look at the fact that Aspire in a lot of the recent matches so far on the Sojourn has been able to secure first picks time and time again, and it's every single one of those Sojourn picks that has really allowed the Vancouver Titans to capitalize on that and get those team fight wins.
It's worth pointing out who chooses what map.
Oh, that's true.
It is loser picks, but the San Francisco Shock, because they come in at a higher seed, they end up picking first. So they've decided to take us to Lijiang Tower.
And Lijiang is definitely the map we would have expected the San Francisco Shock to come out swinging on, because they have an undefeated record on this map so far this season, 7-0. This might be a tough one, but at least this is a good litmus test for how the Vancouver Titans can perform against the Shock today.
First map. What can the Titans really prove? It's an upward hill battle, and you mentioned at the very top, right, that Deepay comes in, wants to be realistic about the expectations for the team. You know you're going against the Shock. Like, it's going to be hard, yes. Maybe they're expecting to make a lower bracket run, but Aspire King, they could come out and show us something crazy. Although you are against Proper, Rookie of the Year candidate, MVP of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely like nailed that story home. But I think one thing that you really want to look out for right now is really how King on the Genji is going to interact with Kilo, that's going to be playing that hit scan role for the San Francisco Shock. We have seen Kilo kind of flip between the Sojourn and the Ashe, and those definitely play a different role in how you end up dealing with that oppressive Genji that King is going to have.
All right, TP out from both teams. Let's see who gets where. Oh, that's like a little shield bash across the leg. Kind of dangerous. So, yeah, it's kind of cute. Dangerous, though, against the Lucio on the other side. So, yeah, you got to be careful. All right, Proper doing what they do best. The Savages Shock doing what they do best in running on forward, but Kalush not getting healed up in time, and Aspire with one of his trademark first bloods. And then Masa boops Kilo. Okay, this is what the Canadian crowd want to see, that's for sure. Vancouver Titans, even though they lose Masa, ending up winning in that first fight and getting the cap.
That's perfect timing right now, but it looks like we've got a little bit of a pause here. We just end up maybe needing to take a look at some things real quick, but I think that with the pressure that Masa put onto the Shock, not only was it Aspire getting that opening pick like we expect to see from this team, but they capitalized on it. Masa getting super, super aggressive there.
Maybe his keyboard disconnected.
Oh, no, they can't play the game without keyboard.
Stuck holding W. That's why he died.
That's what it is.
Rough.
Masa couldn't go backwards.
But it also wouldn't be a pause without us casting it.
Oh, we are cursed.
I know, it sucks. Kalush says R in the lobby, so hopefully we'll be getting into game in just a moment. Not sure who called for the pause, but they're just checking if Vancouver are also ready. Man, Seth's not even casting this tournament, and he's...
he's still cursing.
God. Okay, Master's also ready. Okay, and Kalush asking why I got headshot.
Rip.
Because Aspire good aim, maybe?
I think that's what it is.
Amazing.
Has to be. No, or just, you know, Kalush is so tall. So maybe that height has transferred over to the Junker Queen in game.
I mean, Junker Queen's pretty tall in game too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're unpausing. We're getting back into it.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, Vancouver Titans, they do lose Master, but look, capping the point first. Let's see how that ended up working out. Oh, yeah, so Master with a little, playing a little bit funny. You take that, though. You get a double kill, you get some extra ult charge, you die, your Lucio come back fast.
I mean, look at that right now. Masa, I mean, he's definitely keeping up with Violet right now. Violet has been one of the biggest ult charge Lucios in this meta.
Masa trying something for a little bit funky again. But look at that, the San Francisco Shock just charge forwards, mirroring their sights. Just doesn't really know what hit him. The Vancouver Titans have lost their Junker Queen, but they still have a couple of people on the point. Can they stall out for a little bit longer? It doesn't look like it. Kilo gets a double kill, and the San Francisco Shock. Oh, okay, Masa's still killing people. Okay, eventually gets taken care of, but 40% of the ball for the Titans.
Hey, and not before Masa takes out Finn as well. So you know that that Brig is off the board, and if you are fast enough with the Lucio to get the speed boost, then maybe Vancouver Titans can move back into this one before Finn is able to come back and activate that rally to get that overhealth started and generated. But Vancouver, yeah, they walk away with 40% here. They get to re-engage with the rally too, so they're gonna be coming in fast.
Here comes the ults. No more neutral fights, more flashy plays. Mira takes a headshot and has to back off. Commanding Shout is going to keep him alive in that fight, though, as Kilo tries to find a headshot on the sidelines. King ends up finishing off Violet, and now the San Francisco Shock do not have a beat to follow this fight up, but it doesn't matter because Proper's on the case. Kilo all the way in the background. Overcharged, overclocking, and the San Francisco Shock, despite losing Violet, who had a support ult, managed to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Finn got back in time, able to use the rally and make sure that the sustainability was there to keep the Shock alive, but it ended up being quite an expensive fight for them. That was 3 ultimates that they had to throw at the Titans in order to make sure that they could keep control. So now Titans get to come back with a Blade and maybe even the Rampage if Mir is able to work up to that one. The sound barrier from Violet might not be enough.
Oh, Spire's 1 HP. Maybe a pack, a single pack. There's the Blade. Violet uses the beat, hits all 5 members of the Shock, but King's still trying to burn down Finn, and he does so quite successfully. The Rampage from Kalush is quite large. Aztec and Aspire in a whole heap of hurt, but it doesn't matter because King pulls a Blade, gets the reset onto Kilo, and the Vancouver Titans take those ults that the Shock thrown at them with ease.
Where did that sound barrier go? Violet hit the beat, and I didn't see anybody get overhealth from that one.
He did end up getting 5, but King was doing so much damage with the Blade, it looked like absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it just kind of expired super fast. But that was really nice value there from King. He always seems to get 2 or 3 people with those Dragon Blades, so he's definitely living up to that hype there, but Masa goes off.
Okay, taste your own medicine, I think there, Masa. 4v5 on the point. King's super low. You've got Aztec, but he needs to use those packs for someone else. King tried to go for a flank and get healed in time, and the San Francisco Shock now just have to push the Titans off the point. Aspire at least kills 1, is able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but the Shock are just overwhelming the Titans. Stall game is all that they really want to do. 79% to now 80 for the Shock and building. It's one more fight now.
Yes, there is. And now when you take a look at the fact that Finn has the rally, you can just go ahead and make sure you're getting that overhealth generated before Vancouver even move in. But Aztec has one too, so it really comes down to what Proper and Kilo can do with these DPS ultimates. It's all about the Blade.
Can that Blade come up in time? For Proper, looks like it. Rally from Aztec, rally from Finn, and now Proper. He's got to take care of Aspire, who's been opening up these fights more often than not. He turns his attention to him, but Aspire and the rest of the team managed to peel for him. Proper pulls out the Blade. King and Aspire now already dead. The Vancouver Titans just cut directly in half. Master's beat only hits him, and the San Francisco Shock are going to take round number 1.
That was some impressive play coming out there from Kilo and Proper, but what a close first round here that we've had on Lijiang. Vancouver putting up a heck of a fight, being able to get that 79% capture progress on the point, and I think we're also seeing those nice moments from Vancouver Titans that we expect. Aspire getting those opening picks, King as well getting high value from the Dragon Blades, but I think Shock is just beating them to the punch on these DPS ultimates where Vancouver just hasn't had the answer for this first round.
Yeah, Masa going down there too to Finn. Can't build up that beat quick enough. Uses it just for himself. It's pretty rough. We're going on to our next round, of course, though. No changes. Who's a real surprise? Aspire's always going to be playing on the Sojam. No Ashe to be found. In fact, I think Kilo's going to do the same thing, right? Unless we go to Junktown or something.
Yeah, maybe hybrid map for sure, but we're just going to go ahead and meet in the middle here for the neutral.
Yeah, nice disruptor field from the San Francisco Shock. Well, it doesn't do crazy amount of damage. You can still like speed through it, it's whatever, but the Shock do use that space and time to get to the point first. Proper going pretty low, and Aspire trying to find these openings. That's how the Vancouver Titans have found so much success, but he needs to replicate that versus the Shock. Easier said than done, as Master ends up going down first. Look at Kilo just charging off of the headshots onto Mira. It's quite a quick and clean fight for San Francisco. They end up capping.
You can see exactly how that disparity in the sound barrier charge plays out here as well. Masa going down so early, 30%. Violet's at 70? That is so fast for a sound barrier to be charged in this meta. So now you know that you have a great answer, a great engagement tool when the Titans come back in.
Yeah, it's whether you, I guess, depends how fast it takes King to build that blade. But Violet will definitely get his ult online first. If they use an aggressive beat engage, Master's super low. Proper almost went for a little one combo there with the right click and the dash. A lot of damage being reflected by Proper. Kilo's falling pretty low. And now Violet's going to use that beat so early. San Francisco Shock, with the overwhelming health advantage, are going to be able to run over Titans. They earn themselves, what, a rally here, a double DPS ult coming up pretty quickly. Titans need to come back with something big.
I mean, this is big for the Shock as well. You know that you're going to be outpacing King right now, so you can use the sound barrier a bit more aggressively. And you also knew that Finn was going to have the rally online for this next engage. When Finn has been so good with these shield bashes and these flails, I don't know if you're as concerned about King getting the blade.
Double rally. Oh, Kilo oversteps his mark just a little bit. Vancouver Titans very happy with that kill. Proper deflecting a lot of that damage, but he's still got the blade. Commanding shout from the San Francisco Shock has already been used, and Proper goes pretty low. He does get double packs, but look at that huge ult from Kalush. He does manage to get the backline, but King pulls the blade and takes care of him. Can he find the resets? They've isolated one person in Finn, but he just shield bashes away. And in fact, Titans are going to pile on this pressure with a beat on top of that rally. A headshot from Kilo, using that overclock, but the Shock are more than happy to fight this. 86% in building, and they've even picked up Mirror. Titans do manage to find that flip, but they haven't got that front line now, Rose.
No, and that this was huge from the Titans as well. They denied Proper the entirety of the Dragon Blade.
King super low, no deflect. Oh, Kilo. Nice little left hook. The San Francisco Shock did end up losing the point, and Titans have managed to keep themselves in this one by flipping, but now the San Francisco Shock are in a position where they can just take this entire map.
At least you have that Rampage available, and there's not a great answer on the Shock. You don't have the rally or the sound barrier, but can they get there in time to use it?
Commanding shout from Mirror. King is going to trigger overtime. Not going to go for the cap because he needs to help the rest of his team. That Rampage from Mirror is good. It did hit 3 and takes care of Kilo. And now it is Proper, the man of the hour. And Finn in the front line too, his own personal bodyguard. But actually Titans end up going for this flip. But they haven't got the numbers now to fight in the front line against the San Francisco Shock. Proper luckily had that climb up, but it's now Aspire doing the dirty for the Titans, but they got no heals, no support. The San Francisco Shock, they lost the point yet again mid-fight, but they're gonna find the reflip, and maybe Masa gets back just in time. He gets booped off, triggers OT. Aztec kills Proper, they're coming back in. King gets on the point once again to re-trigger OT, but there's 2 support ultimates from the Shock that should be able to waylay them. Aztec comes back with a rally, but no, instantly killed by Kalush. That'll be it. No more support ults, no more health bars, no more players for Titans. The San Francisco Shock will take map 1.
Such a risky play there as well to send King over to the point to try to flip it when they were playing in the front lines. That was a rough one, especially if you aren't going to be able to get the win there. You know you're playing a 4v5.
Oh, the little Kalush cutouts that Shock fans have got in the audience. Okay, I see you. I see you. Kalush typing beef for my ult's not going to lie in the chat. We'll see if he can match Huddy's press-up. So maybe a press-up competition at some point. I hope
maybe.
So. I hope so. Another Kiss at LAN experience? I don't know. We had one in Hawaii, maybe another one with Huddy. All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see if Titans can come back after this. We'll see you in a sec.
lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vital's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straight the backline, instant killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back. Shock up a map already against another Canadian team. Vancouver Titans still have a chance to come back. We're going on to Hybrid as our next game mode.
Hybrid is an interesting one as well because as we talked at the top of the show, Kilo, the hit scan for San Francisco Shock, has had this tendency of switching between that Sojourn and the Ashe. And it's on Hybrid that we typically see Kilo go for that Ashe pick. But how does that fare against King's Genji? Ashe can be very oppressive with the Dynamite specifically because it forces you into this weird position where the Blades, you just might not have enough health to get them to work.
Yeah, I mean, King's doing pretty well with the Blades so far. For another rookie
stats.
that's coming late in the season, yeah, stats are looking pretty clean. And they knew it was going to be a hard game. It's how far they can really take the Shock. How far can they push them, maybe to their breaking edge. Aspire too has been coming up pretty big on these first blows, or first blood, sorry, in a lot of these fights. We're going to Midtown by the looks of it. That was Vancouver Titans pick.
Yeah, so maybe they have something up their sleeves, knowing that we might see this Ashe pick and how that does interact with the Genji. I feel like there has to be some strategy involved, but when you look at the record so far of both of these teams on Midtown, it's pretty 50-50. It's literally 3-3 for both of these teams.
Playing to your strength probably a little bit better in this kind of situation, rather than playing to Shock's weakness, then you play your own game.
Like the rollouts for Titans and the way that they control territory is definitely really good on this map. When you look at how they rotate to that first point, a lot of the time you will see them maybe try to skirt around some of that damage by going through the building, and they just seem to really understand the architecture of this map.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder on first to get a lot of value with the Ashe. There is a few nice sight lines, but you can get to that point so easy with the Lucio, like it's kind of gross. However, look at this. Little bit of Ana action.
Oh!
I ain't seeing Twilight. I'm seeing Finn pulling out the Ana, okay.
Okay,
on the defense. This is actually something that Mayhem ended up doing. They went double flex support with the Zen and the Ana, but it's actually Violet staying on the Lucio instead, taxiing around people. Oh, trolled. Actually trolled?
They thought about it a little bit more, maybe.
Trolling stick?
We'll see.
Fit?
Well, okay. I was gonna say though, I think in this scenario, Kilo has been popping off so much on the Sojourn that you may as well just continue to go for that railgun accuracy and those charged up shots. It has been hitting different for the Shock, and when you have these nice long sight lines, you get a chance to just charge that up quickly, maybe get a quick pick, and set Titans behind if you keep them at bay on the defense.
Okay, what you got for us, Aspire? Where are these first bloods? Quick rotation from the Vancouver Titans. Going in the alleyway in the back. Oh, look at Kilo, already pretty charged up. Master's alone in this corner. Just trying to do his laundry. He does boot Kilo out the way. He's done washing. Now trying to look to wash the Shock. Kilo taking a lot of damage though, and King's right above him. Where did King even come from? Descending from the rafters like Spider-Man. Proper's also pretty low. Targeting Finn, good priority for the Vancouver Titans as they made the way to the point already. Aztac goes down to Proper, but they end up trading their Briggs as Mira's found Finn. And now King just finding a lot of dash resets on these assist kills on the San Francisco Shock. Proper still pretty low, somehow alive, 70% towards that blade. King not too far behind.
Well, Kilo is back now as well, so you know that you still have that long range available. Titans do have to disengage from this just a little bit to buy some space and time for those cooldowns to come back online, but the aggression!
They're rushing straight to spawn. They knew Finn was just about to come back alive, and they take care of the Brig with ease. The Vancouver Titans now pushing forward. They have the beat way before the San Francisco Shock have found any of their ultimates. Proper is behind them, getting a little bit of chip damage, but now they know where he is. Can the San Francisco Shock hold on long enough?
Well, it looks like they're going to be focusing down Kilo and Proper right now, taking the damage out of the way.
Beautiful knife kill from Mira across the map. The San Francisco Shock still using that beat. They know Proper's got that blade so soon. He's not really got too much backup though, and he's already used Deflect. He's still got the dash, but uses it to get to safety. 3 ticks on the board for the Titans as they take point A.
Oh, and they're going to chase him down too. Look at this. Shock might not be able to get away.
Are they going to get to more stagger kills? They've lost their Lucio. Free ult charge for the Vancouver Titans here.
Yeah, I think it's the Disruptor shot did keep Vancouver Titans from aggressing too far onto the Shock. So it was a really nice play from Kilo to make sure that they were able to get away. But the Titans, they haven't used any ultimates right now. They've got 5 in the bank here coming up.
San Francisco Shock popping a couple of their own. There's the blade from King. He's got that beat to back up to Finn. Cut down. Both supports dead. San Francisco Shock torn apart. The Vancouver Titans on such a good point now. They can put Aspire up on high ground, and they've got 2 more ultimates to rely on.
I mean, look at the ult economy. Shock's ult economy is in shambles. They used both of the support ultimates there from Finn and Violet to no value. King's Blade just got a ton of progress. And now you see the cart rounding the corner, and this is a great setup for the rally.
There's the rally. Slowly but surely, that overhealth is building up. Aspire pops the ultimate. He does get pulled towards Kalush, but a beautiful air shot from Aspire takes care of Proper. He looked like he was going for that blade, but now can't use it. A double rampage from Mirror hits the back line of the Shock, and now they're in trouble. The Vancouver Titans handling Shock like clay on a potter's wheel. The Titans just running them down as they claim the 2nd point in record time.
I know, look at that. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and King and Aspire is kind of playing a different game here. Yeah, Proper's going to go ahead and stop them for a little bit, but Shock still don't really have the power right now in order to keep the Titans from this respawn advantage that they have. They're still going to get inches of progress as they wait for the rest of the reinforcements to come back.
I guess at least Shock have a little bit of a forward position. Proper still yet to use his blade. They know Titans don't have any support ultimates at this point, as they used them in this last fight. It's when the San Francisco Shock want to go in, that's the question. It's probably just waiting on Titans. Commanding, rallying cry has already been used. There's the boop onto Proper. Blade been pulled. Instant kill onto Master. Nice little reset. That's a lot of damage with that blade. The Shock managed to follow up. And now Kalush peeking his head out of those doors, but you've got to be careful. Mirror's waiting on the other side. Finn now back to spawn, and the Vancouver Titans just taking advantage of this over-aggression from Shock.
They really are overextending right now, and Titans are going to punish that, absolutely. And especially when you've got that respawn advantage too, Shock just cannot overextend like that. So now you're in this position where Titans, they're going to round this final corner. But Violet, Finn, they've got the double support ultimate here. They have at least that sustainability. Can they use these aggressively? They're not really looking at having to respond to anything right now.
There you go. There's the push from Vancouver Titans. At the helm is Mirror, who's going exceptionally low. That rally from both teams. Pretty hardy now. It's just a little bit more of a stalemate. Aztec was stepping up there. Luckily, he wanted to give Finn a little headbutt, maybe. All right, rounding this final corner. Both rallies out. Overhealth going to disappear in a moment. It's going to be on the Sojourns and the Genjis find these openings. But once again, Vancouver Titans trying to set their own pace. Kilo on the sidelines. He's got a good angle, but can he make it work? Of course he can. Master in his sights, taken care of quite easily. But Aspire with the outplay. Just with vanilla Sojourn. He didn't need any of that, but Proper. All the meanwhile, Aspire was looking at the front line. Proper, eagle eyes on Master, and Aztec takes care of them. But still, 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Titans on this last corner. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all, especially when you look at the fact that they have the Rampage, the Dragon Blade. Of course, they have the Overclock too. Aspire's been absolutely nutty on this map. And now you can see that after forcing out both the Rally and the Sound Barrier, these DPS ultimates, they could just pop off and get Titans the full cap here.
There's the ultimate from Mirror. Only hits Kilo, and they focus him down. Perfect synergy from the Titans thus far. King ends up pulling the blade as Mirror does end up falling. But like you said, it's the DPS from the Titans. That's who you got to watch out for right now. Aspire's already taken care of one and making Finn look 17 different directions to try and escape Aspire's wrath and save the rest of his team at the same time. A tough job at the best of times, but the San Francisco Shock are going to be able to regroup They're spawned close. They're spawned pretty damn close as the Titans' time bank is dwindling.
Well, you're waiting as well for Mirror to come back, but now that he is back into the fray, you can absolutely go in with a commanding shout and that speed boost. Just rush at the Shock.
All right, Proper with a blade of his own. He's got that overhealth. Look at the assertiveness in the corner. Look at the Titans, though. They just run him down. Every single member of the Titans was looking directly at Proper, stopping him getting value from that blade. Still got to pay attention to Kilo, though. But the problem is that the Shock are just kind of hinting onto the front line, just into the grasping arms of Mirror, who's taking this any day of the week. These carnages, this axe swings hitting like 3 or 4 people at a time. The San Francisco Shock are going to have to come back as Doom. Violet didn't even use the beat in that fight, and they managed to get the cap.
Yeah, I mean, Kalush, yeah, even coming back on the Doomfist. You hope that you could get there in time, but the way that Mirror was able to keep himself alive with all of those carnages and, of course, that wound, you get so much health back that Mirror was just unkillable in that last fight. Super impressive. It was just a crazy.
They just all dove to that back portion of the station.
Wow,
and Mirror was just like,
I'd
just be swinging. Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like how it's like, yeah, Genji has a sword, but I have a giant axe.
Yeah, exactly. Which one's bigger? Well, this time it was Mirror's.
I think it's going to be the axe there. I don't know. But what an impressive showing from the Titans as well. I think you got to give them a lot of credit for how well they've been able to focus down a lot of the ultimates that have been coming out from the Shock. The proper blade into the final fight was definitely a great example of that. But maybe this is the replay. Oh, look at Masa.
Little Masa gameplay. I don't mind that.
Oh, no, Kilo.
I didn't see that, and I'll pretend I didn't see it.
Yeah, unfortunate. He used the sound barrier, but the latency, he also got Skeet shooted out of the sky there.
Rather unfortunate. Unlucky.
Seeing a bit of a switch up though as Titans start to take the defense. Aspire, also a player that, you know, has had a little less time on the Ashe than Kilo, but we have seen the Titans pull out this Ashe pick when they are on the defense specifically of these hybrid maps. So Aspire definitely going to be playing, trying to get those big dynamites, and if Shock aren't careful, where they end up approaching the point, like if they go through some of these buildings or, you know, just kind of those smaller openings, that is a great target for those dynamites, and Aspire will get a lot of value. But Kilo sees that, decides to go back and match the Ashe.
All right, going for that. Going for the straight Mirror. Okay. Love to see it. It's funny because we're talking about how Aspire's never going to change to Soja, and then he brings out the Ashe. Maybe a little
Seen it a few times.
secret DP source. Oh, diffed. All right, Aspire takes care of Kilo.
Yeah, big reset here now for Shock. And you can see just how effective Aspire's Ashe has really been in this matchup so far. Not only getting a pick on the Kilo, but also 50% towards a Bob already. That's really big when you're playing on the defense, especially on Midtown, because there's so many different avenues that you can shut down with the Bob. Maybe play it by the fire truck, and then where does Shock have to go? You funnel them directly where you want them to be.
Mirror's playing a little bit of a goalkeeper there. Trying to stop. Oh, Jesus, does get cleaned up. King, again, just lurking in the shadows. Feels like Midtown's really his map. Shock really aren't paying attention to him, and they both trade their Ashe players. San Francisco Shock have wrapped around the Vancouver Titans and put themselves on the points. But remember, the spawn position from Titans is pretty damn close. A tick already gained from the Shock, and now they pile on the pressure. They use that beat to push them forwards, but they've got to worry about Titans who are using that rally. Master's 25% away from his own beat, but Vancouver Titans need to be able to touch. They do in the end, as they send Master forward with the backup of Mirror. A lot of dynamite damage from Aspire as he earns himself a Bob, and the Titans waylaying the Shock again. Master with a couple of clean kills. Half the time bank disappeared.
That was such a long fight as well, too.
Okay.
I mean, look at that. And you're also looking at the staggers onto the Shock. Aspire had patience at the very end of that, too. You know, not panicking that the Shock were still on the board. So now he still has the Bob to use for this next fight. Territorial control. You know that King has the architecture of this map down. Those blades have been massive. And even just in the neutral, King has been able to go slash and dash here. He's going to the back now, trying to find a place for the blade.
Yeah, you see those pings coming out. The Vancouver Titans know exactly where Kilo is. There's the rally from the Shock. Remember, Kilo is not with the team right now, so it's a 4v5 on the point, and King is just paying attention to Kilo, making sure he can't pop his little head out.
He eventually is going to get back to the rest of his team, but Rose, that overhealth from the rally has just disappeared now. Okay, Bob comes out, but a perfect whip shot actually from Aztec. He ends up pushing the Bob away so it can't get maximum effectiveness. It does though, because King ends up diving into the backline and Bob cleans him up. There's Kilo with the dynamite damage, and eventually the San Francisco Shock are going to get this one rolling.
Still though, Titans able to whittle away so much of that time bank. So now Shock, they do have 3.5 minutes, but you're really looking at them trying to cycle through the sound barrier and that rampage when Mirror has one on the other side. Mirror's rampages have been huge, hitting 3 or 4 people. And I think Mirror's been a very underrated Junker Queen coming into this tournament. So can Mirror do it again, set themselves up for success? If Shock go down the stairway as well, Mirror has the perfect sight line to hit a huge rampage, and then maybe the sound barrier is just useless from Violet.
Oh, Proper is just being rather annoying right now. Oh, almost gets double tapped by Aspire. Dynamite's still doing a fair bit of damage, as it looks like the Vancouver Titans still want to play at their own tempo.
Yeah, you can see that they're just setting up, and Shock just kind of jockeying for position here as well around the payload, but Mirror's going in.
Mirror's got one. The beat from the Shock is the perfect response, but Titans trying to keep themselves competitive in this one, but it ain't gonna matter. That rally does absolutely nothing against that anti-heal. Keeler with a 2-man dynamite kill, and the Shock win that fight. A better Rampage does it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Mirrors was okay, but Kalusia's was just bigger. And now as well, Shock just that they got exactly what they needed out of that. The sustain and the damage to be able to look at the ultimate economy being in their favor. The rally from Finn being online, Aspire's Bob at this point too is not really as effective as you would like it to be. There's too much open territory, so we'll see.
To Bob, holding down the police car there. As Aspire takes himself to the top of the bus stop. Look at this. The Vancouver Titans, though, have managed to isolate Kalush. Almost a perfect pick. If they can find more staggers, Rose, they might be able to make this one-fight territory. Yes, Finn goes down, Kilo, Violet gets out alive, same with Proper. A lot of mobility on those characters, of course, but wait, Violet's still burning. He goes down to Aspire. That's even more time off the bank.
It's not even that as well. Titans at this point are trying so desperately to get some type of ultimate on the board. If they've been tracking these correctly, they know that Kilo and Proper are ready to use their ultimates, and Finn has that rally to start building up that overhealth. Aspire with those dynamites, King with those shurikens, maybe gonna get a Dragon Blade online.
Okay.
Big pick?
Yeah, not sure what happened there. A couple of Cheerios. Violet didn't want that for breakfast. 57 seconds to go. The Vancouver Titans are in a fairly good spot. Like you said, Rose, still building up to a lot of those ultimates. And the Shock have to wait for reinforcements. But look, Vancouver Titans might just go in. Proper is touching the payload. But it's a 45 on the point. King pulls the blade. Kalush is his target. Next is Violet. Couple of resets for the Genji. And with 30 seconds to go, the San Francisco Shock are gonna have to rely on the 3 ultimates they currently have in the bank. This is last fight.
You hope that Violet can get the sound barrier online if you are a Shock fan. Maybe the rally is enough to sustain them to get to that point where you can just have the sound barrier as an extra insurance policy, but Aspire with another Bob. It was good against the police car.
Yep, rally coming up from Aztec 2. There's the Bob, big dynamite, Kilo's already dead. King finds the opening pick. The Shock used the rally to get onto the point, but Bob has joined the action. It's a 6-on-4 on the point. The beat from the Titans to stop Proper doing any damage. He eventually goes back in as he receives the beat from Violet. Kilo is alive and well as he's coming back from Spore, but his team might already be dead before he even gets there. Collusion finished off. The Vancouver Titans are going to do it. Mira takes 3 kills. The Bob jumps over the payload. Not where you want to see it go as overtime ticks down. The Titans tie up the series.
Yeah, wow, the Titans. They knew exactly what map they wanted to take the Shock to on Hybrid. They did not allow that Ashe to be the bane of their existence. King popped off, just completely ignored the dynamite damage that was coming out from Kilo, and the Titans, there you go. We've got a series on our hands.
That really, it felt like a King diff, that is for sure. King showing up big We know we had a lot of potential coming into the season. Aspire stepped up for the Vancouver Titans. In fact, the entire team in general has been stepping up and taking a map off the San Francisco Shock of all teams. What a good start. We're tied up. We're going to escort as our next game mode. It is Shock's pick. We'll see you in a bit.
May have just done it right now.
Oh, that was good one from Smo. They back right into it. Mira is the tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotation appointment to WGS Phoenix, winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh my God. Even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A real bait switcher.
The Vancouver Titans, they take a map off of one of the most dominant teams in Overwatch League history. After coming into the Summer Showdown qualifiers with 0 wins. They're now on the stage live in Toronto, and they are one apiece against Shock.
And like that first map was actually pretty close, despite it being a 2-0 scoreline. And then you look at how much of a blowout Circuit Royale, or excuse me, I was looking into the future. But yeah, just how much of a blowout as well that Midtown was. It's pretty big.
It was pretty big. Little cheeky wave too. I'll take those. We'll take those. Yeah, we are going into Escort as our next map. It was Shock's choice, and we are going to. You spoiled it, but it's fine.
I spoiled it.
Yeah. We're going to Circuit Royale.
And this is a really good pick for Shock because they have a record of 7-1 on this map so far for the season. And it knows in different metas. A lot of it was based off of Kaluja's Sigma. But now it's all about the Junker Queen, and you know that they still have a good understanding of how they want to play this map. Not only that, but Vancouver Titans as well. They don't have as much experience on this map.
It was all King in Midtown. This map a little bit different in terms of layout. You're expecting the hit scan players to really come alive here, so I think Titans fans looking to what Spire can bring to the table. And against the Shock too. Like you said, they are very dominant on this map. A lot of that came from Kaluja's unbelievable Sigma play in that Sigma meta. Well, I guess it wasn't a Sigma meta, it was just only Circuit Royale on this map.
Yeah, Circuit Royale was just Sigma and Widowmaker permanently.
Yeah.
We don't have that anymore, unfortunately. But we still have the Sojourns with the charged up railgun shots. True. So that's pretty fun as well. But we can talk at least about the Shock on the defense. No surprises here. Kilo's going to stick to the Sojourn, and I love this choice because you still have those long sightlines to use, despite the fact you don't have the grapple hook from the Widowmaker to be able to get you those aerial shots. But it's still going to be super effective with this closer hold as we see Shock setting up to be able to spawn camp the Titans.
Yeah, a little cheeky stuff. We've seen a lot of different strats coming out from attackers. Okay, teabagging at the door. All right, okay, well. And we've seen people use teleport. We speed out the left-hand side door. Looks like Titans aren't going to offer the sim. Just hopefully a speed and getting a kill. Maybe. It's pretty tough too. There's a lot of hiding spaces for the Shock to kind of hide around these cars, the F1 car, and obviously the building.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough defense for the Shock? You can already see that Kilo is actually being pressured out by King. King has just been doing such a good job of making sure that Kilo can't find maximum value, but it's going to be a big reset here.
Yeah, it didn't look both ways when he was crossing the street there. Spire and Kilo in a little honorable 1v1, or no, not quite so honorable as Spire gets healing. Same with Kilo, who's 20 HP as he backs up.
Got stuck on the bush though, so yeah, definitely so.
RP Violet again. Wow. How's Master landing these headshots with his cheers? I don't know. Proper takes care of Aztec, but look at this. King's online. 4 kills for the Genjis.
That's
6 kills in total.
Look, that's just going to start padding his stats even further. On Midtown alone, King had 16 final blows, 7 Dragon Blade kills, and that was almost double what Proper had on the Genji. And so King off to another blazing start, despite the fact that they have been stopped at the spawn doors. They are starting to get that cart rolling, and they might even have a sound barrier to boot. Still looking at kind of a neutral fight, though.
Proper's still pretty low. What can King do? See, Proper's farmed way more. King's got a lot of kills, but 90% on the blade for Proper. In the neutral with the Shuriken's accuracy kind of unmatched. Nice little double dash there, and that should earn him a blade in just a couple of moments. Master's got that beat online pretty quickly too. There's the blade. Master hitting that beat. Aztec almost went down, but Master came in clutch. Another beat, this time on the San Francisco Shock side. A nice little perfect deflect from King, stopping that blade from killing him. But Spire falling is not good. Titans still want to pile on this pressure with a rally, but King going pretty low. Aztec takes care of Proper, and in fact, it's more of an even duel now. It's really Kilo being the difference maker. Mira, he's the one you're looking at to do the damage, but the San Francisco Shock have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the firepower was off the board, but Spire is back now. Maybe he's going to get the overclock online and start pushing them back.
Nice disengage from the San Francisco Shock. Overlock comes online. Kaluj running for the hills. Kilo just dicing with death. Trying to take the size, take out Aspire, but got body shot. Healed up, though, by Finn, who's also returned. And there's the rampage from Mira. Kalush was already dead on the ground before Proper and Violet got antied. Kilo trying to make a hero play with an overclock of his own, but the Titans in a nice time, cap point A.
You're still looking at the Dragon Blade from King, too. Yeah, I mean, Kalush has been maybe struggling a little bit with the rampages on that first map. You saw in the chat, you know, you said maybe beefed him a little bit, but has been getting better and better as the series progresses. And when you look at the Shock having this high ground advantage as well, no matter what kind of avenue the Titans take, that is a perfect lane for the Rampage to go down. So Kalush definitely looking at trying to get a big one, but look at how the Titans are playing, they're split up.
Right, the commanding shout's already been used. King has got that blade in his back pocket. They have to go quickly though, because Violet pretty good at putting up these sound barriers fast. Over the last couple of maps, he's really just pegged Master to the post in the beat proficiency, while he's building them up. Couple of headshots and now, ooh, King. That is a body shot you're going to feel tomorrow. The Vancouver Titans here with a ginormous ultimate from Kalush. Yeah, his Rampages now looking a little bit better.
Yeah, that was really, really good. I know that the high ground helps a little bit, but King just got pressured out so much. You could see him posturing for the Dragon Blade, but just never really found an opportunity to use it because of how much focus Shock was putting onto him. They recognize he's a threat. They've got to take him out.
Here comes the blade from King. Yeah, matched with the beat from Violet. All the way back into Spawn. Spawn blade. You love to see it. He's not a player in ranked throwing though. I can guarantee it. San Francisco Shock. Got to help Kilo. He's getting targeted, but another commanding shout comes out just in the nick of time as Kilo survives. Even Master trying to get some poop kills. But look, the payload's also moving back, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Masa was just trying to help King stay alive, just going after maybe the escape, but couldn't get away. S-Key, not super effective as spawn is, so gonna go ahead and reset in there as they wait for the opportunity to use these double support ultimates. You gotta get the rally to get out of the door.
Oh my god, Proper setting up for a meaty dash. He does. He's got the blade already, but Spy takes care of Violet. Are the San Francisco Shock gonna stay in this one, even though they've got no Lucio? King goes down, so maybe they end up pulling the trigger on a couple of ultimates? No. Not enough healing. The payload, to be fair, has moved a fair bit back, and the Shock with a nice brutal spawn hold have cost the Titans a lot of their time.
Well, the Aspire as well just moved up to try to keep the San Francisco Shock at bay, buying some time, creating some space for that payload to move forward. But now it's about whether or not Proper can get back into this one. The stats aren't looking too good for him right now, but this blade is online.
Does it end now? Kilo's hoping it does. The beat from the Vancouver Titans as Kilo pitching a 10 on the high ground. The blade from Proper still manages to kill Mira. Even though he's antied, that meant absolutely nothing. Mira's ultimate, while clean, was just ignored by the rest of the San Francisco Shock. They take it in their stride and have put Titans in a precarious position. They got 30 seconds to go. They have to ascend the hill and get to the payload.
Well, Proper, he did such a good job. You know, Finn and Violet, they're always able to keep Proper alive. Finn saving those packs for Proper when he was going for the blade. But Kalush, once again, is going to have that rampage online. There's not really enough time for Titans to be able to get anything in terms of support to match this.
Maybe King gets blade 20%.
I don't know. It's 8 seconds, Jaws.
Beats. Rampage for Kalush. The San Francisco Shock have got all the tools they need. There's the Rampage. It hits 3, Aspire and Aztec. Oh, that was delivered with a ribbon on top. And that'll be it. That'll be Titans' push. Just before that second point, that orange box of victory will appear for the Shock on their attack.
Well, that second point is just so hard to attack as well. You've seen so many teams struggle with it, especially when you've got a Junker Queen that has been as good as Kaluj to lock down those corridors, and especially the main pathway. It's tough when you know that Kaluj has the Rampage online, because where do you go? There's not really a great way to escape from it. Give Proper MVP and Rookie of the Year award.
Just give it to him already.
Yeah, he's earned
Look,
it.
King's showing up, okay? We're not at the end of the year just yet. Still a lot of time. Still a lot of time. But yeah, I mean, he really has been the man of the hour for the Shock, and all eyes are on him for the roster. I mean, it is crazy Shock coming to a new season. They only have Violet as their returning player, and then they still put up results like this.
I mean, Proper is doing way better on this map as well. You know, he did get outpaced by King on Midtown, but is now looking at 15-9 versus King's 9-5. So basically just flipping the script here. He's got the double up now. Finn, what you got for us?
So talented, so handsome.
I know. It's not fair.
It isn't.
It's not fair.
Life is not fair sometimes. He's good at video games, he's good at piano, and he's a handsome lad.
All right, well, hopefully that helps him get the land buff to get out of the gate.
Jesus Christ. Are you really going to do Aztec like that, Proper? Reflecting Aspire's own railgun back into his head.
I was going to say, I don't know if you blame Proper or you blame Aspire for that.
God. Are you taking me seriously? Yeah, I am now. You're dead. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The Shock with a nice little push out. You saw the Vancouver Titans there. They didn't have that aggressive spawn hole. They weren't literally teabagging out the doors. Maybe that's what you need, just show some glory.
Yeah, show the cojones right at the door, don't you? But I think it's like for the Titans as well, that you play a little bit more of a passive style. You see that they're not as ready to go into the Shock when they notice that Violet has that speed boost available. They just don't want to get run over. You don't want to overextend. They've been able to punish the Shock for that.
Yeah, and they did just that. You called it perfectly. Proper just goes around the statue, tries to get a small little flank, maybe on the Titans, get some additional damage down, didn't end up working out.
Well, that's why the Titans play that way, because they know that the Shock might do that. So they want to be in a prime position to be able to punish that, because this is not the first time that we've seen Shock overextend. Midtown was another great example on first point.
I mean, that cost them a series. Oh, not the series, the match. Jesus Christ. I'm not getting too ahead of myself.
No, there's no crystal ball here, excuse you.
I'm getting too ahead of myself there. All right, still a large chunk of time in the time bank for the Shock. 2 minutes and 30. The Vancouver Titans are going to try and make them pay. King's pretty low. Reset dash from a Proper. And now, pedal to the metal for the San Francisco Shock. A lot of deflect damage. Proper's incredibly precise with these deflects. Yeah, Master, there's no hope in hell, my friend. And all right, checkpoint unlocked. That orange box of victory just up that hill, and the Shock are going to push super far. And in fact, look, the Titans are split.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at they're not even out of spawn right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out.
I guess it's a quick reset. It's nice, but not really what you wanted to be. Ult's building for the Shock too, looking at 5 coming up for this next fight.
The Spire has to come back, maybe with the overclock, but at this point, as the card starts to round the corner, you're running out of time. Masa is racing to get that sound barrier online. Aztec as well, just getting outpaced right now by Finn. Double support ultimates for the Shock to keep Proper's blade alive. This looks like a huge mountain to climb here for the Titans.
All right, there's the blade pull from King. Oh my God, meets Kilo in the air. The rally from the San Francisco Shock is still going off, so that overhead that is building, but Titans still have a man advantage. The Shock might not want to use any ults here, to be fair, Rose. They know they got a lot of time in the bank, and they go for a reset, just try and draw ultimates out from the Titans, but Mirror has already fallen.
Mirror's fallen, and now you have to look at the fact that we're going to see the rally here from Aztec.
From Proper, where's that deflect now? Oh, he didn't get it in time! Okay, he wasted a couple of seconds, and now a beat from the Titans. It's fairly decent at keeping them in this, but they're not going to be able to push forward because they don't have their Genji. Kilo has pulled that overclock, Master ends up going down. The Shock use all of their ultimates. The Titans can come back into this, Rose.
Yeah, look at Mirror right now, trying to set up for the Rampage, but is he going to be able to get back in time? He's right at the corner.
Master has just spawned. They don't have a speed boost. Mirror needs to come up with something big. 4% away from that ultimate, but look, San Francisco Shock are so healthy moving on to that point. Aspire is already dead, and Proper just trying to waylay Aztec. Mirror lets leash with the Rampage, but it doesn't matter at all. The San Francisco Shock just ignore it. And they take map number 2. The Titans couldn't quite get checkpoint B. And the Shock now sitting at match point.
Yeah, that was a rough one for the Titans. The Shock just showing why they picked Circuit Royale as their escort pick. But that does go back to the Titans. So can they come up with another Midtown-esque type map that's going to play to their individual strengths of King, just making sure that he has those avenues to get those dash resets. That's what he's been so good at.
Well, they're not out. Still smiles on the face, that's what you want to see. They know the crowd's behind him too. We are still in Canada, of course, even though there are an enormous amount of Shock fans. We're going to go to a quick break. This is time for Titans to choose their map. We're more than halfway through the season, and it's time to keep collecting those OWL tokens because, guess what? The upcoming Team Mix legendary skins. So yeah, some of those legendary skins we released earlier this year, yeah, they're getting some team colors. It's going to be pretty sweet. Also, you can sign up for the Overwatch League newsletter. You get some bonus tokens. Yeah, it's only a limited offer, so go sign up right away. All right, Vancouver Titans versus the San Francisco Shock. Vancouver Titans are going to choose the map, Rose, and yeah, they are on home turf, somewhat, of course, being in Canada, but Kalush, he's got a lot of fam here.
Yeah.
10 plus of his family members showed up.
I think I heard.
His entire family tree is here, supporting the boy.
Can we hear the noise from Kalush's family right now for support from Kalush? Oh, I love it. That's so cute. Aw. You love supportive family for esports folks.
Love it. He's doing well too.
Yeah.
His rampages, yeah, maybe they didn't lose a great start of the series, but
They look way better now.
way better.
Like that
Very
was just
much in
such a
tune
shutdown.
with the way the Titans want to start playing now.
I think we've got Matt on the San Francisco train too.
Matt's on the goop.
Hold on. He's actually on the goop though. Get this. 14 plus 8. 14, August 14th, the date that the Vancouver Titans won, okay? At 22 plus 2 is the amount of maps played this series. Yeah, 14 plus 8 equals 22, plus 2 for the amount of maps that were played in the series, which
so
gives you a total 24.
Yeah.
Divided by 8, because it's the second seed versus the 6th seed, so 2 plus 6 equals 8, which equals 3. So whoever wins the third map is going to win the series. So that was the shock.
So Matt is...
This is a very convoluted way of saying Shock is going to win the series.
He is off the goop.
This is insane.
I've never met a man more off the goop in my life.
Yeah, Matt, what are you
Mr. Matt Morello. Jesus.
Anyway.
I didn't know he could do maths. I'm going to be very honest with you.
This is an example of him doing math?
Yeah, not good math.
Okay. See, there we go.
Preschool math, maybe. I don't know.
Anyway.
Right. New Queen Street. Now, this was the pick from the Titans since they lost Circuit Royale.
And this makes a lot of sense, too, because despite the fact that up to this stage, Titans haven't won a series yet, they are undefeated on New Queen Street. They've got a 100% win record, 5-0. So, not to mention, Coliseum would have just been a bad choice for Vancouver, too. That's a great map for San Francisco.
Yeah, that's definitely the benefit when you reach that tournament, because you do get to choose maps even if you do go down 1 or 2. So Vancouver Titans, they ended up picking Midtown because they lost to Lijiang.
Are we going to go back and forth here?
Could be a
game 5. They might get a back and forth and get a map 5, that's for sure. But we are waiting for both of these teams to set up, see what they're going to lock in. It's going to be more of the Sojourn and the Mirror matchup so far for both of these teams. It's been a lot of Aspire versus Kilo and King versus Proper. Proper kind of evening up the stat score there between King. But
yeah, King really won it for Titans in Midtown. We'll see if he can replicate that.
They're going to be going over to the statue.
Oh yeah, crowd still behind the Titans. Marta looking for a cheeky boot. Oh, Finn, little dodge. Oh, not quite, no, what? Finn fell off. He fell off. Okay.
Jump dash wasn't good enough.
Apparently not. Goes in the drink. They do trade, they lose Master, but you take that trade any day of the week. Like,
I think so.
Losing a brig, it's not good. And now Proper trying to open this one up further. Dashes in, uses the reflect to get back to the rest of his team. But the Vancouver Titans, they do get that bot moving first.
I mean, you've got to back off if you're the Titans here. You have no disengage ability, but King gonna even up the score. Kilo is off the board.
Alrighty. How'd the San Francisco Shocker respond? Also, is Violet, this dude must be cheating. How has he got 80% to a beat?
He's just playing so aggressive right now, just getting in the backline of the Vancouver Titans, getting in their face, being such a nuisance. They can go in with an aggressive beat just like they did in one of our previous maps this series.
I mean, they gotta know King's not really that close to a blade. You've not really had a full fight. It's been a couple of environmentals. All right, the San Francisco Shock have beat. I don't think Vancouver Titans expected that at all. They're just going to run forward with the beat and the speed boost. Oh, Kilo ends up biting the dust though, and Proper's in trouble. Look at the turnaround from the Vancouver Titans.
It's almost like they expected that from the sound barrier. So now look at this, King just gonna go ahead and earn the Dragon Blade in this fight alone. Aspire and King now putting huge numbers on the damage board and completely outpacing Kilo and Proper.
Shock who? The Titans might actually be getting the checkpoint. Only a few meters, and yeah, like you said, double DPS ult coming up. Aztec has got Rally.
He could just pop that right away, get that overhealth before the shock move in, but Proper is looking to go in, gonna deny it.
Perfectly called, there you go, there's the Rally, and now Aspire's going head hunting. Kalush's already pretty low. Commanding Shout has been used, but Shock need to hold on. They're so close to that Rally, but Kalush is already dead. Finn, Violet, they know they gotta save that Rally, so they end up backing off, but the Titans, unrelenting in their pressure. They get that checkpoint, and butt scratch mode initiated. Now they have the forward spawn too.
That's the biggest thing that the Titans have to get away with, because at this point, with that first checkpoint unlocked, Titans just have to play to keep the lead. And so it's all about survival at this point. Masa's sound barrier needs to be cut big to be able to contend with these double DPS ults here from the Shock.
Proper's already gone in. He is half HP and used that deflect and dash, not in a position where he needs to use the blade. And King cleans him up. The Shock have got a little space and do what Shock do best and try and win it out in a 4v5, but the way the Titans are playing right now, it looks like it's going to be impossible.
Oh, well, cast to curse out a little bit as King gets knifed.
Hey.
Kilo using the overclock, finds one headshot already on Aspire, wasn't enough to end up killing him. Titans are still in the lead, mind you. And they don't have the forward spawn, no, but tussling and making sure this is a 5-on-5 is going to be a good spot. Both Rampages going out, Titans and the Shock backline in a whole heap of hurt. They do end up trading and going down, so it's going to be on the DPS. A nice little reset there from Proper. Dash, but then Aspire's coming up big too. Aspire kills 3 off screen. Proper's 19 HP, he can't go in. The Vancouver Titans getting the bot rolling again.
That was such a huge fight, though, for Shock to lose, because now they have 4 minutes off the board. They used a lot of important ultimates there. Kalush's Rampage was huge, but there just wasn't the follow-up. And by the time Finn went off the board, there wasn't a great way to keep Proper alive either to be able to get that blade damage. But they have a chance to come back now. They still have the blade, they still have the sound barrier, and Violet has been using these aggressively. He keeps doing so here.
Oh, King was there, now he had disappeared. Put on that invisibility cloak. All right, they're shocked. They got Blade, they got beat. Around in this corner. They know they can set up pretty well. Proper pulls the Blade, already pretty low, but now he's got the beats. Yeah, 2 ults. Easy fight win there. They can't. Look, Violet's already used 1v early and they end up getting run over. They needed something, a little cherry on top in Proper's Blade to make that one work.
Definitely invincible Genji right there, but to what avail? Shock now, they're playing in the midpoint, but they've got nothing. They've got nothing for what the Titans have at the moment. Aztec's gonna go into this engaging with a rally.
And Kilo's pretty low. Aztec's in the front line. Okay, shield bashes the rest of his team to save himself. King jumping to the skybox, and the Vancouver Titans control the payload once again. Proper dead, a railgun to the chest. The Rookie of the Year, the MVP already, getting taken to town by the Vancouver Titans. The San Francisco Shock have gained 8 meters. The Vancouver Titans on 69 and a little bit.
And it's past the halfway point. We now have 4.5 minutes on the board. Shock just had to take an eco push there to be able to get this rally online. But the Titans, they have a better rotation. Masa with the sound barrier can use that against Kilo's overclock.
There's the rally, Blade instantly pulled. They got to aim for that brick. There was a commanding shout mixed in with that too. So Finn is super healthy right now. King's Blade did a fair bit of damage. That beat now from the Vancouver Titans wearing off. Finn's overhealth did enough for the San Francisco Shock to hold on, but King is just unrelenting. He's 9 HP and does need a pack to get healed up to full. The Vancouver Titans still in a decent spot. They've gotten the payload a fair distance. And like you said, Rose, we're over half the time bank disappearing, and Shock have got almost nothing on board. 8 meters versus 88. The Vancouver Titans come back with a rally and that Rampage online.
The Titans have done such a good job of forcing Shock to use ultimates when they don't want to. And so now you don't have that overclock anymore because Kilo had to use that as a zoning ult to at least break through. But they're still at the midway point now. They've got to get some meterage on the board.
Mira's trying to set up here. You see he's going for a flank, trying to line the rest of the San Francisco Shock up. As long as Violet doesn't get caught, they should be good. A nice pick off from Kilo and Proper. All right, okay. The Shock mean a business. They need a couple more fights though, to be fair, Rose, to even equal the meterage that Titans have gained.
They do need one more fight to be able to get that first checkpoint, but I think they're set up really well to do so. I mean, look at the ultimates that are available. Aztec actually got the rally completely negated because it got taken out before the overhealth could start to build. So get Proper. Very safe right now to go for this Dragon Blade, especially Kaluj is going to get... He's setting up for it.
Absolutely not, but he's still going to go in. Proper descending from the heavens. The holy light radiating from him, spotted a mile away. All right, there you go. The Shock, they pull the blade to get the checkpoint. A trade you'll take any day in the week. But Kilo, and an unbelievable ult from Kaluj. He hits 4 members of the Vancouver Titans, piling on the pressure. 4 kills for the Junker Queen. Mouth agape. I think he's a little bit shocked after he hit that one. The Vancouver Titans now in trouble.
That was a huge rampage, and that was just dominoes falling over for the Titans, but the Titans do have respawn advantage. They will be coming out very quickly here, and Mirror now gets a chance to fire back as well. So close to that checkpoint, though.
A bit awkward on the corner, though, you must say. There's the carnage. Rampage lined up pretty well. Violet's in trouble. He activates his sound barrier just in time. No Ajax here. That overhealth working out well for the San Francisco Shock, but King has saved his dash. Oh, he manages to get on the back line, and Kilo's dash somehow gets him away. He doesn't go down and receives that commanding shout to keep him alive and well. Proper receives a pack just in time, but he's behind the team. Can he provide a nuisance, maybe an opening for the San Francisco Shock? It doesn't look like it. 0.5 meters separates both teams right now as Titans win this fight.
And now that they've done that, the spot's going to be moving quickly back towards their side of the map to continue some of that progress. It's going to reach this halfway point before Shock are even able to come out of spawn. So now Kaluj having to try to catch up to where the rest of the Shock are. Aztec popping the rally here could really keep them alive so that Kilo can't get these one-shots with this overclock.
Yeah, they're double DPS ult for the Shock coming up rather soon. Aspire has to win a fight in the neutral. He has to get a headshot on it on Kilo or Proper or one of the backline. There's the rally. Vancouver the Titans trying to make this one stick. The overclock. Kilo's got a perfect sightline. A couple of those right clicks actually reflected back. And the Titans, they got the overhealth and wait out Kilo's ultimate. Can they go for a re-engage before Proper gets his blade online? With 30 seconds to go, they're going to have to do something. The rally from the San Francisco Shock as they run on forward. Proper earns himself a blade, but doesn't want to pull it just yet. And no, he doesn't need to. Mirror Aztec Master already dead. There is 0.5 meters between Shock and a W here, and there's 15 seconds to go.
Titans, they've got the double DPS ultimates to come back. Violet has the sound barrier to be able to answer that, but it's about Kaluj's Rampage. That's what I'm looking at right now. Got a 4-man last time. Can he do it again? This next fight is for everything here, Jaws.
San Francisco Shock on match point. Eye set on Kaluj. The Rampage trying to line it up. He swings. Not a miss. Aztec King in trouble. Proper pulls the blade. That 0.5 meters is nothing for the San Francisco Shock. Kaluj standing proud. A 3-1 for the Shock. The Titans with a valiant attempt at taking down one of the most dominant rosters in Overwatch League history. But the Shock reigns supreme today.
Such a close match, though, as well from the Titans. If you told me maybe a few months ago that they were going to take a map off of the Shock, I wouldn't have believed you. But this was a close series. The 2-0 to start things off on our first map was actually very close, like 79 to 100 on both rounds. And then, of course, that slap on Midtown, that was a valiant effort from the Titans for sure.
Hugs all around. Jesus, Kaluj is tall. My God.
I feel like it's a bear hug every time, like he goes to hug a player.
I mean, a good start for the Shock. Yeah,
yes.
Like you said, it was a close game. And the Vancouver Titans still quite a formidable opponent. They'll drop down to the lower bracket. The Shock are going to advance. The winners of the Outlaws Mayhem game, which is after this one, will determine their opponents.
But the Shock needed a win here. I think this is a huge confidence booster for them, knowing how they performed on the last LAN that we had at the kickoff clash. That was a 4th place for them, and they want to take home the crown this time around.
They'll be more than happy with that, I think. And yeah, maybe family buff.
I think there's a family buff here, yeah, for sure.
Seems so. Looks like we've got Kaluj down on the stage. We'll jump to him in just a moment. But yeah, good start. They don't want to repeat of the kickoff clash. It's not what you want to see. They start off here with a W. Their opponent will be Outlaws or Mayhem, which is the next match. But I think we've got a little word from Kaluj down on the stage with Danny. Take it away.
Jonathan Necker, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Kaluj from San Francisco Shock. How tall are you?
Like 6'2".
6'2"?
Yeah.
It's okay, I just need to go like 6 inches. Hopefully I'll get as tall as you. Anyways, this match was, I think it was very back and forth. It wasn't a 3-0 for the San Francisco Shock, but at the end you guys did get the win. Were you surprised at all by how well the Vancouver Titans played against you, given that they're the 6th seed?
I feel like a lot of teams are underestimated in this meta. I feel like they're like they're more of like a top 4 team in my book. I think they had a few rough matches. They went map 5s. They could have easily went like 5-1 or 6-0.
Okay.
I don't think they were that underrated.
Right, but at the end of the day, it was the San Francisco Shock taking the W. So what gave you guys the edge for this matchup?
I don't know. I think we just came in. We had more experience because we played in Dallas, and it was their first time on stage, so.
Yeah, of course. And also, not only that, I also feel like you guys didn't have the hometown buff, but you had a special buff, and I think it's called the family buff. Yeah, you have your whole family here. So I don't know, like how did it feel to, just be on stage in front of your whole family? Did it, did you think that you got that buff, or was it sort of like, did it make you feel a little bit more nervous?
It kind of made me more nervous because, but it's all right. They're all supporting me. I appreciate them for coming out. Love you guys.
All right. That is it for the post-match interview, everybody. Give it up for Kaluj one more time. Thank you very much. All right, let's send things back to our casters, Jaws, and our birthday girl, Necra. Happy birthday!
Aw, thank you, everybody.
There's a lot of birthdays today. It's great.
I know.
It's a good time.
Yeah, what? Chio, Gurio at Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, and yours.
Your girl here, so yeah,
a lot
it's
of birthdays.
great.
There's going to be a lot
Great
of cake,
start.
I think. We'll have to see.
I like cake.
Well, look. Kaluj, yeah, maybe a little bit more nervous on stage, but like you said, the San Francisco Shock do have a little bit more experience. The Vancouver Titans did not make it to the kickoff clash. Well, they didn't even make it to mid-season. Like, this was the start of their run. The qualifiers where they eventually found wins. And even Kaluj said, look, I don't think they're that underrated. They're a top 4 team coming into it. Big words, and we'll see what the Vancouver Titans can do in the lower bracket. We'll see if they can make that run, but for now, the Shock, yeah, they're still the Shock.
Yes, they're definitely still the Shock, and one thing's for sure is the Shock have great players. So let's go ahead and look at our player of the match, and that is going to be Kilo.
Oh yeah, and we pegged like Aspire being this person that picks off a lot of people. Kilo not finding a lot of like first bloods or anything. That's more on proper side of things, to be honest. The amount of flanks he takes, but just a raw aim from this guy is it's just someone else. I remember watching him actually in some of the scrims from like before the season started. I'm like specking Kilo. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, how is this guy? His aim and like tracking on Soldier at the very start of the year is just unreal. And the Shock have made some killer acquisitions, and this is just one of them.
Yeah, I remember the same scrims as well, just like on Midtown, specifically with the Soldier 76, the tracking on those corners.
Insane.
Yeah, Kilo just has a great way of finding the perfect position to maybe take those off angles in a blind spot that their opponents just aren't looking at. You can see the stats there as well. The final blows per 10 is really what sticks out to me as well here. Maybe a few more deaths than what he would like, but these fights were happening super fast, and I think that's more of a testament to just how strong of an opponent Vancouver were.
Yeah, they were very scrappy.
Yes.
Let's be real. A lot of those fights were pretty scrappy, but yeah, Kilo's going to be our player of the match for the San Francisco show. We'll see if they can kind of keep that trend going. I mean, maybe it was a small stumble, or maybe it was Vancouver Titans kind of living up to that hype. Oh!
It's for me.
Okay.
I have a cake. Aww.
Happy birthday, Nick.
Guys, I'm gonna cry.
There's no candles. I don't think we can have flame on the broadcast.
I don't think we should have a fire in here. That's a very bad idea. Oh, thank you. We're gonna have to share this later.
Yeah, that's a lot of cake.
That is a lot of cake. I can't
That's a
eat
lot
the
of
whole
cake.
thing.
Yeah, there's just no way. I'm sure Mitch will devour that in a couple of bites.
I've seen him devour stacks of pancakes. That guy can eat, that's for sure.
Don't go to breakfast with Mitch ever. You'll never get any of your food back. Trust me. Trust me. Right, we're going to jump to a quick break. Outlaws and Mayhem coming up next. The winner will go against the Shock. It's a scary, scary thought. That is for sure. But the Mayhem also maybe pulling out something silly. We'll have to wait and see. After this break, we'll see you in a bit.
야, 이거 빨리. 나 왼쪽에 있어. 여기. 밑으로 가자. 야, 유키 캔. 야, 캔 빛. 트레드 십. 캔. 인게이지 버스. 나이스. 나이스. 그래. 야, 나이스. Let's go, baby. 야, 스노우 잘.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for another game break. Pucking alongside Custom Reinforce and, well, everyone who's in the chat right now. And fellas, we just came off a spicy game that I expected to be a 3-0. I'm now $1 poorer. My friend, who's not named in the control room, is $1 richer.
Damn.
Johnny, you said don't take this bet, though. You had some faith in Vancouver to steal one map.
They did it.
Which player gave you confidence coming into this?
Aspire, absolutely. He's an absolute beast on the Sojourn. But actually, it was King who showed up on the Genji. Usually it's always Aspire, he's like the star on the Vancouver Titans taking up all the room, but instead King, the Genji player on the Vancouver Titans, I think he had a fantastic match, and maybe with a 1-2 kind of punch, the Vancouver Titans actually has a chance coming in as a 6th seed to beat some of these other teams now in the lower bracket, despite taking this loss to
Now, you guys talked up proper coming in. Fellas, I won't say he had the hottest start. This is a pretty good clip. This is a pretty good clip. But I was expecting hacksaw level blades. You guys got me. Who are you level blades in our pregame talk? I didn't see him.
He's just warming up. He's just warming up a little. It definitely wasn't the proper that we know and love. He didn't have that same level of presence in the server, especially when we head over to this Midtown. I think he really struggled to get going. Honestly, the whole San Francisco Shock team, and we talked about it a little bit earlier heading into this match, they need to be able to not lose these kind of maps. It was interesting hearing from Kalush in the interview saying that I think people are underestimating the Vancouver Titans. So there's a level of respect there, and you can understand why when they pull out some of these performances, but it just wasn't enough. As we head over to Circuit Royale, a San Francisco Shock pick, they were just dominant. They were all over them, spawn camping, and I think you really started to see Kilo come into his own a little bit. If he can keep performing like that instead of like some of the other maps, then they start having that firepower from multiple different sources.
Yeah, I mean, Kilo honestly struggled a little bit to start this series, and there were some worrying signs for the San Francisco Shock. I started to feel better about my maple syrup bet, and I was like, Costa might not get away with it and Shock winning the tournament, because Kilo had a bit of a rough start, and we saw some of that on Midtown, for example. But when he picked the Sojourn on Circuit Royale and here on New Queen Street, Vancouver Titans were actually mostly in the lead here on the New Queen Street. But then you saw the clutch factor came in for the Shock, and they got a finishing blow on that very final fight. So looking good.
Gentlemen, I just have to say, I am amazed at the front office of the Shock. For you to be able to retool your team and still have the same success that I remember when I started at this league, it's insane. Shout out to Krusty. Shout out to everyone who had faith in the rookies to put them alongside Twilight. It's working out. Let's talk a little bit about what's coming up, though, because we definitely know the Shock is moving on, the Fuel's moving on. We've got our team, Vancouver, in the lower bracket. How deep can they go, Scotty?
See, Vancouver is that dark horse team that, as I said, they're really just happy to be here. But when you look at the level of performances, they can actually beat a lot of these lower-end teams. You know, we've already seen the Washington Justice, potentially upcoming the Florida Mayhem if they do drop there. I think that's a good matchup for the Vancouver Titans. They can go further. They just need to be able to string it together. And as we always say, it's on the back of a spy. If he can put those level of performances up on the Sojourn, I think they can easily make it to a top 6, potentially top 4.
Chat, you're right. The name is Violet. Thank you, Costa, for, of course, closing out our first matchup. Johnny, we got to talk about the last match of the day, though. This one is coming up with a whole lot of Texans getting excited. Houston is taking on Florida in our last match. Let's talk about the showdown here, starting with how does Houston deal with the double flex support? Is it a problem even for the Outlaws?
Look, it's going to be a problem, because if you leave it be, Sermajed and the backline of the Florida Mayhem, they're just going to go ham. They're just going to get the value from the Senyata, from the Ana. They're going to make it work, all right? So you got to deal with it. And to deal with it, you got to bring the pace, all right? You got the movement speed from the Junker Queen shout. You got the movement speed from the Lucio. Just run in. Just go in and just wreak havoc, and then deal with the backline.
And of course, we got to talk a little bit about Pelican in this one, a player to watch coming in. For anyone who may have stepped away for a minute, Scotty, what do we need to know about Pelican before he takes the stage?
Rookie of the Year in 2021. If you saw him in any clutch situation, he is the guy who's going to close it out for you. And we've seen the San Francisco Shock actually dismantle this double flex support from the Florida Mayhem by playing aggressive with the Genji and actually bringing the Lucio with you. You become that two-man hit squad, and Pelican has the skill to be able to shut that down as well. So the Florida Mayhem in RuPaul and Sermajed have a big task ahead.
And what are our odds of winning right now for a Mayhem fan?
Oh, you're going to throw...
Yeah. Put him on the spot. That's what I do here.
15%.
15.
I'm not in love with that. I don't think they can get... I think they can cheese a couple of maps from the Outlaws. They can struggle, but I think getting 3 maps off of the Outlaws is going to be a difficult...
Johnny, easy question. How many maps does Florida win in this next series?
They win 0 because I want to see the Outlaws come out and just like give it to them, all right? The Houston Outlaws, this has been a long time coming. I think this could be the Outlaws tournament for a top 3 finish. So just come out with a 3-0 against the Mayhem. Sorry, Florida fans, don't take it personally.
And final question about the Outlaws. Dante still playing Sombra these days, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. Is he on
Bring
Sombra?
the Sombra. Come
Probably
on, Dante.
not.
Yeah.
Bring out the Doomfist. You'll make me a happy man. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's the final series here of our opening day of the Summer Showdown. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Showdown here in Toronto. The Mattamy Athletic Center is our last match of the day, but we've had so many bangers so far. Game 5 Justice, the London-Toronto rematch. Vancouver took a map from Shock. I mean, everyone's brackets must be in the toilet at this point.
Yeah, thus far, Lemon, the evidence says that your favorites are not guaranteed to win. We have had some would say troubling matches between some of these teams right here. It's been very, very close. Vancouver, maybe much more of a run than anyone thought, up against some of the favorites of a Shock. Dallas having to reverse sweep their way through that first match as well. It's been banger against banger.
I can't even believe what today has held, and we have so many more days of Overwatch, but one final match of the day is the Florida Mayhem versus the Houston Outlaws. And I know Houston has been looking good this meta, but Florida just barely clinched that spot with a nice they won their last 2 matches basically to clinch that last spot, because it was all hell was loose in that last week of different teams trying to qualify.
And it seemed like Florida finally unlocked like the secret sauce to actually making this work, from Samajid getting super aggressive on the Lucio, and admittedly we had a pretty woeful match from Mayhem where it didn't look amazing, but the thing is, now Mayhem have learned they've got to go with Samajid, they've got to int with Majid, and then they do so much better because they just get super aggressive, and that works super well with these Sojourn teams as well. We've seen Hydron come in, replacing Exy, who was playing a little bit more of the Ashe to play the Sojourn instead, but we've seen throughout today he's actually excelling in these faster games against slower Ashe teams, and I don't think they're going to find themselves with an Ashe matchup here against Merit, who's one of the smarter Sojourns we've got, but they've also got the double flex support in their back pocket, Lemon. So, well, the team that has the double flex support is going to flex hard on Toronto as well. Give it up for Florida Mayhem.
Well, you did say to go with RuPaul, but RuPaul's actually not here. So we'll be joining the team tomorrow, but take a look at the squad. Looking only 4. Yes, yeah. Overwatch is now a 4v4. Just
Overwatch 3, baby!
Let's go! But someone leaving the jokes behind him, because this guy is the opposite of a joke. He's been, I think, one of my favorite upcoming tanks to look forward to in this meta. And speaking to Coach McGravy, this is someone who's struggled on the Junker Queen, but it's someone that they wanted to depend on this guy to flex to any meta, and he's trying his best. Now, I'm especially excited for Hydron. I have a special bias for him and casting him from Contenders North America, and the team told me that they love to play with Hydron, especially in a team-based meta, because of his ability to speak English well and just be able to communicate with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Samaj's got a day ahead of him. He's going to be playing remotely from Florida for this particular match. Then he's getting on a plane to Toronto tonight, and then he'll be playing with the Florida Mayhem tomorrow, regardless of whether it's in the winners or the losers bracket. But we will see a full-strength Florida Mayhem on LAN. And like you mentioned, someone may not be the most confident Junker Queen, but you see this guy's webcam, he's yapping away. Yap, 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 yap. This man confers a lot of information, and the information is super important in this meta because you've got to be tracking those cooldowns for Disruptor Shot in particular when you're going Sojourn versus Sojourn, and the Commanding Shout.
Well, although there's only 4 players here, there's 5 going up against them. They're hitting the stage. Give it up for the Houston Outlaws. That was pretty good, convincing.
Yeah, I'm not a hat person, but I would wear a cowboy hat if I could. Pow, pow, pow. Give yourselves a look at the Houston Outlaws. Dante in the center, of course. He's had himself a year. Coming out at the beginning of the year on the Doom Fist. No one expected the Doom Tay to come on to be one of the main weapons in the arsenal of the Houston Outlaws, but one of my yapping points personally is actually how I think that Merit in this particular meta, I think he's the smartest hit scan player that we have for this particular meta. He's so precise with where he places his disruptor shots, and it's so good for being able to either create space for Dante to peel back if he's been in a little bit more of a cheeky position looking for a big Carnage to open up a fight, or to try and isolate an enemy Junker Queen who's also been looking for that value out of Carnage.
I know the Pelican versus Checkmate Genji matchup is a scary one. I mean, even Florida said they respect Pelican's Genji, think he's one of the best. But Checkmate's Genji, I think they're probably thinking it's his second best, but very close to his best hero. So I always thought when it comes to Checkmate versus Pelican, this has been their meta. Although Pelican, I always thought maybe sometimes he likes the Echo because maybe he didn't feel like he could duel against the other Genjis. But he's been growing into that role, and I'm really excited for Pelican and Merit. And I think this an incredible DPS duo is why Houston Outlaws look like a top 4 team.
Gobajed on the cams from home, of course. Not quite here in person, but it's okay. He's plugged into the comms. He's plugged into the server.
It's convincing background.
Yes. We'll have to see if he's plugged into the Houston Outlaws backline as well. Merit and Pelican, you were talking about Pelican. It's kind of like the brains and the brawn, because I think that Merit's the smartest hit scan in this meta, and I think that Pelican is also one of the biggest risk takers, but he's kind of got like the dummy thick strength of the mad mechanics on the Genji that sometimes he can take a risk and he'll get away with it because he'll hit the shurikens he needs to get the dash reset and then be able to extricate himself from the danger afterwards.
And bumps in the road even for the tank line of the Houston Outlaws. They did just sign Doge, and then there was kind of that mix-up between was Doge going to step in as that Junker Queen, but then after some discussions, they kind of found out that while the team is just so used to Dante's leadership and just his aggression off of the Doomfist meta that just passed, or that they created, really, it feels like Dante is just better on the Junker Queen role for now, as we'll wait to find out if Doge is ever subbed in or maybe in the next meta. But our first map of the series will be Busan, and this is chosen by the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, Houston Outlaws coming in as our highest seed pick in this map. You'll see those question marks. If you haven't been joining us for half the tournaments, what have you been doing? But also, let me tell you about the format. It's loser picks the map, so we are destined for closer series as our backrooms can try and eke out a little bit more in terms of that personality, wondering whether they go towards the weaknesses of their opponents or the strengths of their own teams, picking the maps that best suit them. Looks like Lemon, we're probably going to be starting off here on Mecha Base.
And the Florida coaching staff are actually really proud of the work that they've done with the team, because they are aware of their weaknesses. And instead of like forcing their players to kind of be middling or just not so great at certain heroes or forcing a certain meta, they've actually gone for the double flex support, and it's worked out for them. The last time these two teams faced was at the mid-season Madness tournament, as you can see, where Houston Outlaws took a victory. So Florida want their revenge, and they're gonna, I mean, they could get it on the big stage.
Yeah, and it's important to think about how that was in the tournament context as well, Lemon. Florida Mayhem, a team of mostly rookies. Samon was kind of like a dark horse pickup, Samajed and RuPaul. They were also, like, Florida Mayhem scouting this year has honestly been nuts. Their backroom has done so much in terms of getting bang for their buck, finding the talent that other people didn't really consider as much, and really squeezing as much juice out of it as possible.
We'll see how much juice they're squeezing out of the other team as Houston present themselves. Dante leading that charge. Checkmate is a bit of a harasser in that back line. He's able to return to safety and to his team as Merritt's getting charged up, looking for that first pick, as someone is still dueling out in that front line. Very, very low as Checkmate's trying to be in distraction, but both tanks fall. But one man ahead for Houston as RuPaul down for Florida. Not a lot of healing unless there's some kind of big opening trade from Hydron. Houston Outlaws will take the point first.
Pelican's gone so aggressive. He's a replacement main tank, but he's getting armor pack after armor pack from Lastro. And one member of Houston Outlaws will peel back to make sure that point is capped, and it is indeed Lep and Pelican who do so. Florida Mayhem will cede away that first control. They don't give over too many lives in order to do it. Merritt with an early poke here, and of course, Houston Outlaws are now going to try their best to force Mayhem to come through the chokes, but we didn't see Checkmate coming.
Oh, Checkmate just dashing through it. It's so confusing. You got to do a 180 and find everyone. He's so close to the plate, too. At least Lastro has the rally. He might need to pop it. Yeah, Dante's half HP, and Houston needed that rally a bit earlier. Lastro will keep himself alive at least, but for how long? Against Checkmate's Blade, who receives the barrier from Majed at the last second, just to ensure value out of this. And Florida even invests the rally, but the same ultimates, same support ultimates used from Houston Outlaws. And as the dice fall, it's Houston that still have the point, as Florida are cleaning things up, shoving Pelican back in the locker where they found them, and heading to the objective for the flip.
Yeah, the late ult there from Lep. It may have extended the fight, but it didn't really give Houston Outlaws the purchase of a territory that they needed in order to win up against the tide of Florida Mayhem players. Checkmate got so brazen there, really towing the line to try and build up the blade, and he was finally rewarded for his brazenness. And now it's all about Hydron building up towards this overclock and how much damage can be done to the Houston Outlaws, who are forced to place themselves in these positions around the point.
Oh, shouts exchange, but Lastro down. A great first pick by Hydron. Really just all of Florida working together on these picks. Dante, meanwhile, is just bulldozing the front line. So is this a Houston flip? Because Florida are still trying to close the gap, and after this overclock is all said and done, Houston are still trying to kick and scream. I mean, Merritt's got his own overclock, and really, how is this going to go down? I think this is a 4 versus 2 for Houston, so this is a cleaned-up fight, and Merritt came with his A-game.
Yeah, I talked about Merritt being the smartest player, but sometimes the highest IQ you can find is just one at the end of a railgun. And Merritt manages to connect with shots that are the most crucial. And I just noticed how pretty this color scheme is, the green versus the pink.
It is cute.
Very aesthetically pleasing. Dante ready to go with a rampage. And remember, the spacing here for Florida Mayhem is going to be very difficult to counteract the rampage with.
The disruptor shot, I think, might have slowed Surmajed enough to just get the final axe from Dante in. Now 70%, if Houston want to maybe just pre-engage with a rampage, see what happens. There's no support ultimates. But Houston kind of just hanging out, trying to gatekeep, girl boss, see what it is. Pelican saying hello at the window, meets checkmate halfway, as Florida kind of just try and brute force their way through the door.
Pelicans' window play here is so important. It's all about information gather to make sure that Dante's in the right place to hit this early rampage. And the thing is, Dante, if he hits a big rampage, he can end this map.
Oh, the rampage hits the 3 of Florida that stepped out the door. They try to go together, but they will also fall together if they're not careful. Checkmate with the blade. Still no support ultimates for Florida. They're still so close to it. Can they live long enough? And it's just not going to happen. The first round goes to the Houston Outlaws.
Oh, that was all about Pelican being up in that window, gathering the information. It made sure that Florida didn't go too far. There were attentions made to see if they could get an early pick off onto Pelican. If he overextended himself just a little bit, just dipping his toes into the Mayhem, trying to get that extra little bit of ult charge. But in the end, it was all just about making sure that Dante was ready for a rotation for Florida when it came. And Dante was rewarded for his patience. A big rampage. It meant Florida Mayhem were always going to be behind in terms of the... oh, hello. A pause.
Hello.
They were going to be behind in terms of the amount of resources they had for that fight, because once you get rampaged, obviously one of the first things you're going to pop if you don't have a support ultimate that's ready is going to be the commanding shout, because the overhealth can still be applied even when you're antied.
Mojed, are you still there? Blink twice if you're still connected. I came from Austin to see the Outlaws. Yeah, shout out to all the fans who made the long journey here. And even the Toronto crowd supporting the Vancouver crowd was really cool to see. But that was still
I met a fan from Arizona.
Wow.
In an Outlaw city. Apparently they're a Paris Eternal fan, so...
Oh.
That's, had to pick a secondary team, you know, when we come to a tournament play. All right, we're getting back into it, so I don't have to talk about that any further.
Well, that was the first round, pretty convincing by the Houston Outlaws, and I think they were just really good at cycling their ultimates and mainly supporting Dante with the support ultimate when he was able to rampage. Because it felt like when Checkmate and someone tried to ult, they were already half health, and it was already chalked to begin with. But we go to downtown to see if Florida can rewrite the story.
Rolling straight out again once more. Sojourn versus Sojourn. Neither of these teams are particularly Ash happy. Merit does pick it occasionally, but like I've said, Merit is so precise. Oh, Checkmate went too far.
Checkmate! What's happening, brother? My brother in Christ.
On land, bro?
On land? I don't know if there was a disruptor shot that slowed him down, but he just couldn't get out. He was trying to duel Lastro, and that first pick from Houston is all she wrote with that first fight for Houston.
Maybe he fat-fingered a dash or something. I don't know how you end up there. Or maybe the remainder of Florida Mayhem were called to go forward, and the call simply wasn't feasible for the rest of the team, and they left Checkmate to his fate. Either way, Houston Outlaws are going to get the first cap here, and once more, they're going to be able to take over these defensive positions and give Merit so much room to work.
Really, he does have that much room to work, and Florida are trying to hide in the Mega Pack room. Merit has the space, and he's charged up, waiting for the one shot. Hydron misses his, but Merit doesn't. Houston again with the first blood, but how does this fight end? I think RuPaul just got booped forward, and Houston just chasing after the stragglers of Florida that seem to isolate themselves. Now their goal is to play on an off angle, to go for these backline assassinations, but they're getting divided and they're getting conquered by the Houston Outlaws.
All right, for those of you who are over 5 years old and know your basic maths, 86% is significantly more than 51. Merit right now, we talked about how much room he has to work, but it also means that Hydron is really lacking the angles to do a huge amount of work with this Sojourn because they're forced to play inside these areas, and that's only going to get worse now that Merit is close to the overclock. Florida Mayhem may have to overreact to this and hide away again, which will once again decrease Hydron's overall effectiveness with his poke.
Houston, I mean, they could take this fight once any of their ults come online. It's really how much you Florida want to invest in support ultimates, but I guess you're not investing in anything. The stonks are going down. When Merit hits headshots like this, how can you ever doubt the Houston Outlaws? But they almost went too deep. Houston lost Lastro during the journey. They need to be careful how much they want to kill Florida, because now Florida have a chance to turn it around.
Now the poke, it counts for so much more without any repair packs to really shield themselves up. Gonna use the sound barrier, but it can't save Merit.
Oh boy, sound barrier, Florida anti-healed, but they go back to the point to stabilize, looking for a flip. And is it really gonna go their way? It's a pretty close fight, and it's 98% for the Houston Outlaws, and Lastro just killed RuPaul. Rampage, someone, and Florida getting desperate as Lastro tries to find safety, but only finds the shurikens of Checkmate. as Florida just struggle their way. It's only checkmate alive, I believe, as Houston cap over and Florida under the wire.
Overtime once more. Florida Mayhem needs to get on this point and touch it. It's checkmate with a dash. Now he's going to be super vulnerable, still with the blade in hand. That'll give a dash reset if he desperately needs it, but right now looking for Houston Outlaws to use some resources.
Oh, checkmate blade going right after Lastro, and the whip shot hits, and Pelican has the peel. What is the answer? Florida don't have DPS. There is nothing more to say. Pelican is dominating the emergency doofus. They doing nothing. And the Houston Outlaws shut the door on map number 1.
This is what we've come to expect from the elite DPS of the Houston Outlaws. Merit and Pelican dominating on every front here on Busan. Whether it came to the early picks from Merit, making sure that Florida Mayhem never had the 5 people they needed for those fights, or Pelican in the midst of them, finding all of the openings in the mid-fights and exploiting weaknesses that were found in the Florida Mayhem formations.
I also like there's random Atlanta Reign haters, Gladiators haters in the crowd. I came all the way here to hate on someone who's not here. What is this? I believe in Artemis art.
In Artemis supremacy, plus ratio.
Oh, I wish I could read. Good thing I can vaguely talk. So anyway, I will see you guys all after this break.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
It's the pink versus the green, but I see quite a few red flags, like that. And I think it's the 70% control percentage gap between our two last teams.
Yeah.
That was
just a little bit maths.
A little one-sided.
Well, just to begin with on control. Sometimes control can be a tough one to get into. But you know what? Now Florida can turn it around because they get their choice of map. And the thing is, Florida probably one of the best teams in our league to actually be in a loser picks format. 'Cause it means that they can go to where they can really flex what the secret sauce is. We put the habanero peppers in, 11 herbs and spices, and it comes up as double flex support.
Yeah.
And that's Dante seen that side. He is.
It's not trash can, it's pelican. All right. Well, we'll see how the series ends up, and then we'll see. But
double flex support coming up.
Oh, maybe.
At least I assume so, because we're going to go to hybrid, and that generally means we're going to be going to Hollywood. If y'all can cast your minds back to ancient history written on dwarven tablets. Week 1 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers, we had Florida Mayhem going up against the London Spitfire. And London Spitfire were blown out of the water. They were so confused, they were mentally destroyed by the double flex support. And the thing is, it's a little bit of an IQ check, Lemon, because you've got to get good pathing. And you've got to be able to get on top of those supports before they can out-rotate you, because you get 2 speed boosts, and they don't have any. Which means that you've got to be really good with your pathing, not get out-poked by the Surmaged right clicks, and then be able to make sure that Florida Mayhem, they don't have good escape routes for those double flex supports. And I think the Houston Outlaws, they have the IQ necessary to try and counter it out, but you never know until it happens.
You need to have this much IQ to enter the Overwatch League. Although I've questioned that a few times, but yeah, and just
they let us in.
Yeah, no, jeez, don't tell them. But even in previous metas, like Ana, Zen, any kind of double flex support like that, you need quite a bit of a big flex zone between you and the other team. You already pointed out you have the speed, but if there's miles and miles, or I guess now they were Canada, kilometers between you, there's a lot of gap closing, and Florida have found success on maps like Junkertown, and maybe even maps like this, where there's a significant amount of distance and they can just Zen poke, and then you're just stuck trying to run at these supports, and it might not ever happen, but we'll see how far away Surmaged and RuPaul can play.
So one of the path things that's been quite interesting that London in particular tried against Florida Mayhem is going through a security room and then wrapping around through the backstage as well to try and come at the high ground of a cafe from the back and forcing Florida Mayhem out of there, so that you end up forcing Surmaged and RuPaul to try and play on the low ground. I mean, it's an easier second push after that.
There's the initial push from Houston. I'm wondering if sometimes you can circle around to the top left to just have that high ground control. But as you drop, sometimes you can take quite a bit of poke. So it's all about timing and really team play when it comes to this meta. Here's the drop from Dante, already down to half health. Gets pulled in by someone. As Florida forced to use the shout, so does Houston. A first anti-nade from RuPaul hits Dante. Not something that Florida could capitalize on, as Merritt finds the last shot into Surmaged, and checkmate gets punished again as Houston take a flawless first fight.
Yeah, Surmaged there dropping down was a huge L, unfortunately, for Florida Mayhem, but you've got to feel that it was because maybe they saw Merritt's railgun starting to glow, knowing that he'd be a super easy target up there on his Larry with no one to help him, so dropping down, hoping to get maybe a little bit easier shots with the left clicks, the Orbs of Destruction as well. Unfortunately, that Houston Outlaws as a whole could just run him over. Now at least we have the high ground available as Hydron moves over onto the Ash here. This is going to give a little bit more peeling power to these double flex supports through the use of a coach gun. So now they finally got themselves a knockback alongside, of course, the snap kick from Zenyatta.
Just Sojourn is so mechanically demanding. If you don't hit that 100% charged shot, then what are you doing? At least with Ash, and even, I mean, this is an ideology that other teams think of, the consistent damage of Ash is so important. So at least Florida are trying something new. Now that they're on the high ground looming, Houston are staying below these roofs to kind of avoid that dynamite damage or just really any poke at all. But Houston able to hit a nade, as even Lastro was matching the Ana, which is interesting. And from the low ground, that's hard to do. That's a double nade from RuPaul. And that's where you wish Checkmate was there and alive and well to do anything about that. But Florida don't have any DPS. So this is such a free push for Houston. Pelican gets slept, and he gets fragged by Sir Majed. So maybe Florida can stabilize off of this.
Lastro wondering, did you forget that I'm actually a top flex support? Let me give you one very timely reminder. Houston Outlaws still, they're going to be forced to back out of this, at least until there are a couple more players ready to go. I wonder why the Ana here is the choice over the Brigitte. Maybe thinking that that long-range poke could actually suppress RuPaul away from some of these angles where he's just free healing someone and make sure that someone's more vulnerable in the time after. Also, someone has to contest the cart pretty closely here under the guardianship of RuPaul, and trying to get an anti on him could be huge.
Florida are left without RuPaul, but I mean, as long as you stay on the high ground, you're kind of chilling. Houston have to kind of cross this bridge of death, it feels like, without falling off, maybe even getting some card push where Dante is anchoring that. He has to go against Checkmate. Checkmate gets antied. He's going to back away. This is free push for Houston, as getting Merit on this high ground is important for that overclock. And there's no exchange of that because Hydron has a Bob. Maybe he wants to throw it on the high ground, but it's always good to have Bob on the objective so you can kind of distance yourself away.
All right, someone here gets the anti from the friendly RuPaul. That means he gets even more healing. And Dante falling down is going to be a big thorn in the plans of Houston Outlaws. One thing I want to draw everyone's attention to is Lastro and where he's putting these nades. They're always on the players that are contesting the cart, because Florida Mayhem here, their composition has to have someone or Checkmate just sitting on the cart getting constant heals from RuPaul in order to allow themselves the time for Hydron to get picks from above. But if you get a good anti on that player who's contesting, they can easily be overwhelmed.
Yeah, Houston went up the elevator, and that's not the floor they wanted. They walk into Florida's Blade, gets nanoed by RuPaul as well, and Florida looking a lot better now that they're kind of positioning well on the high ground and engaging into Houston without them really knowing.
All right, so for Florida Mayhem here, it's all about staying on high ground. That's their win condition for this fight, because we're looking at a Nano Blade, right, from Lastro and Pelican, and the best way to mitigate that would be the Transcendence. But after that, you're thinking about the anti-nade from Lastro, but Lastro can't hit that very well if they're up on high ground.
So rock, paper, scissors. Oh, Bob just took the elevator. Kind of remote. Oh, the Nano Blade got slept. Does he even get any value out of it? No, he has to use Deflect just to live. What a play from RuPaul. Now the Rampage from someone. It anti-heals Lastro and Lip. Is this something Checkmate and Hydron can capitalize on? Checkmate does. A 2-for-1 swipe. You take those, but you can't deal with Merit, who's overclocking. So Florida supports are hiding, and they're going to buy time for reinforcements.
Yeah, Guerrilla Forces in the back here. Samaja and RuPaul back up to the high ground. What a critical sleep to hit for RuPaul. And I've been pleasantly surprised by RuPaul's performance. The entirety of his way through his short hour career was only a late pickup for Florida Mayhem. They started off with just Samajed and Animo on the team. For now, though, it's all about Houston Outlaws trying to get a little bit more distance on the cart. There's only a minute and a half remaining as RuPaul sets up an anti, but no dice, Lemon.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these Anas are aiming that towards the tanks of these Junker Queens, but it's a blade from Pelican. What's he up to? He's in the back line. Oh. He's got close to Hydron. What a sleep! RuPaul has hit another one. Pelican can't even believe his eyes. He's got the back hunch. He's going to have to straighten things out because Houston are heading towards point B.
Welcome to RuPaul's nap race, Lemon. However, you got to touch the cart, and I'm afraid that two supports simply aren't going to cut it, mate. A boop up onto Sir Majed, a second point gained, and RuPaul simply has to feed into Lastro as to not get even more staggers. Speaking of staggers, Hydron here grabs one onto Lastro, but in the end, Hydron's going to be the one who spawns even further away. I think I saw someone ducking into the spawn. I wonder if we are going to get a swap here. No, it's just Lep bringing Lastro back. No swap over to Brigitte this time. Sticking with the Ana, and it makes sense on this particular area because you've got these long sightlines to try and exploit. But at the moment, RuPaul has a serious advantage when it comes to the Nano, and that means Checkmate can get super aggressive with the right clicks.
Oh, Houston kind of taking a lot of damage, but Checkmate's trying not to take too many risks. I think he did a lot of that on Busan and got really punished, and he doesn't want to be a liability, but sometimes you have to go for these opportunities to really make a difference as Pelican pressures Checkmate off the high ground as they duel in the skies. Pelican really low. Checkmate not wanting to dash in no matter if he has the blade or not. Lep doesn't have the sound barrier yet, and RuPaul is down. The blade given to Pelican as he hopes to farm another ult. He swipes through someone. He's in the backline going after Hydron. But Checkmate, hey, where you bit, buddy? Well, clearly doing a lot of work, and that saves the fight for Florida.
Pocketed by the Samaje Trance as well. Florida Mayhem decided to get aggressive off the back of that, especially with Lastro seemingly gone. It meant that there was no anti to really nullify the overall Transcendence from Samaje, because of course Samaje doesn't want to use the Trance to deal with Rampage. It doesn't do anything against Rampage. It doesn't do anything against the anti. And now Dante is going to have potentially a fairly open... What is he doing back here? What is he cooking?
He said there's no one around me to punish for what I'm about to do, physically anyway. No coach can elbow this move. Checkmate. Does take out 2, goes for a 3rd. Man, Checkmate is lighting things up this map. A big turnaround for Florida after how things ended up. Almost the ace for him. Good job. 36 seconds left for Houston.
You know, Samaje's position there makes more sense when you're going up against the Ana compared to the Brigitte, because it means that Lastro is often going to find himself in a more isolated position, because you're not going to be running in like the Brigitte is, and that means there's a wider formation from the Houston Outlaws for you to try to pick off earlier. You can see right now, RuPaul up high with Checkmate. They are waiting for Houston Outlaws to move a little bit closer in so they can wrap around the back potentially.
Oh, someone took a lot of damage just trying to look for a knife pull, because that's a winning condition on its own. Rampage always available. Pelican gets antied. He's going to be slowed as they kind of want to, Houston want to break through either of these doors to help Pelican with this blade, and he gets so low they have to use Dante's shout. It's overtime. It's do or die, and Merit is looking for any contact with this overclock. It's not working out as someone counter engages with the Rampage, and we're left with just 2 of Houston to keep the train rolling, and the brakes are getting pumped. Florida have respawn advantage, and the road is about to end here unless Pelican puts his hero cape on. Hydron is low. He gets a dash reset. Wait, Houston can do this, but Pelican gets knife pulled. He's antied. He's getting supported. Lastro has to hit every shot as Dante's back on the Doom Fist. The Doom Tank is back. This is what you travel for. He's nanoed, and he's knocking kids out left and right, but the Transcendence is hard to break through. How did Pelican and the rest of Houston clutch this? They complete the map.
Lastro, I can't say the words, but SBD. What a pocket there, just saying to Pelican, tank the cart, bruv. I have got you 100%, and hitting the perfect anti-nades as well. Not only giving over extra healing to Pelican when he most desperately needed it, but also the anti-heal on the Transcendence as well, that Samaje was hoping would keep the rest of Florida Mayhem alive to keep contesting that. Lastro is a clutch master. And honestly, if Houston Outlaws had anyone else in that position, anyone else, they don't complete.
As an Anamade, respect. Because I choke those every time. Of just, it's like a super tense situation. I forgot how to play the entire game. And you miss that one shot and your DPS is just dead. The amount of support Pelican got, because he was in a 1v3, because the dash reset off of Hydron here in a second, goes back to safety. Florida did everything, including use a Transcendence, and that still wasn't enough to keep the defense alive.
Look at the support. You wish this was your pockets.
Pelican should have gotten Nano just for like a vouch. Like, he deserves it.
Yo, Pelican, thanks for picking me up in your Lamborghini the other day.
He deserves the vouch thanks to the mansion, bro. Like, Dante shows up for 1 second and gets a gold medal.
Still, it's an overtime take here for Houston Outlaws. If Florida Mayhem can take with more than a minute on the clock, they'll have an absolute freebie when it comes to the attack. Remember, this is Florida Mayhem's playground. The question is, how much space do Houston Outlaws want to allow to Samaje and RuPaul here? Because if you play it slowly, you're taking a huge risk that Samaje's superior mechanics just pick someone off with a right click.
Houston cap in overtime, so Florida, they might have looked better on this map. And they're learning step by step as they step up. This might not be the best meta for Florida, but they qualified. And they qualified over Atlanta and Gladiators. So just being here is a proud moment. As this is the poke phase. This is what's on the menu in this double flex support setup for Florida. The Discord orb looking for the right opportunity, and there it is. Dante is low. Checkmate presents himself, goes for the dash, doesn't get the finish as Houston hide away to heal back up.
So one of the interesting things here is that someone can actually be a little bit more aggressive than the regular Junker Queen, because he's got so much healing in the form of the Ana who can give him over the nade as well. And that means that you can kind of like try and condition Dante to think, oh, someone's inting. There's no way you can survive this with a Lucio and a break, but you can actually sustain those positions when you got Rihanna behind you. Dante's on top of Hydron!
Oh,
the flanker queen!
Flanker queen. And Dante is slept, and Florida just barely pulling through. I think it's, 3v2 for the Florida Mayhem. But without RuPaul, you just have very slow heals. So this is how you just have to take the fight very slowly. But Sermajad was off on another door, and Checkmate's trying to peel, but this is kind of chalked. So Houston will hold for now.
The master of guerrilla warfare, Sermajad. He's always coming from where you least expect. However, Houston Outlaws picked their moment, and they picked it well. Dante somehow went unchecked, being able to move over to the high ground, actually drop down on top of Hydron. He managed to precast for Carnage while he was dropping so that it would hit Hydron at the second that Pelican moved in as well, and the burst was simply unable to be responded to despite the large amount of healing Florida Mayhem have from this double flex support. Now they're looking for a place to put this Nano, which is likely going to be onto Checkmate, either to help him build the blade or to make the blade more effective itself.
This is going to be a big ult fight. I mean, a lot of people are just 80-90% as the first Nano to Checkmate. Not wanting to pull out the blade yet. Pelican can't deliver, neither can Lastro, and you don't even need to use the blade if you're Checkmate. This is a damage mitigation. The survivability you had was enough, and Florida don't lose a single member as if they're about to cap the point.
Oh, it's good that Houston at least die on the point here. There could have been some horrific staggered spawns. And you can see that Florida Mayhem actually moving forward quite aggressively here, potentially hoping to catch out Merit, who is one of the first to fall on the Houston Outlaws. Question is, Houston, after they swap back now to the Ana, hoping that the additional speed that Let brings us for Lucio is really going to be the difference maker, as well as, of course, for Sound Barrier, which is going to be a great counter to at least the Blade, if not the Bob. Houston Outlaws, they can try and play very aggressively for this high ground using their ults. No, you can't let Lastro die like that. No way!
From the low ground?
The double dynamite?
Ew. I have so many questions. But Florida, I mean, they're okay for now. So they just get to happily push the cart, maybe get Hydron set up on that high ground. That'd be real nice. Because if Hydron and friends of Florida set up on that top left building, Houston might be trapped.
Lastro swap back to break. Houston Outlaws, their comms right now might be a little bit here and there. Can't decide on the composition, but we do have 4 ultimates. Maybe here you have to over-invest macroeconomically just to try and get yourself a semblance of stability against Florida Mayhem.
So Hydron didn't go to the high ground. I think he's worried about Pelican just climbing up there and harassing him. Pelican, he's actually blading. It goes towards RuPaul. He gets the dash reset. He's looking for more, maybe even a hiding place because he's 33 HP. So we'll see Pelican in a minute. Meanwhile, Merritt gets to dominate the front, but the Transcendence healing of Florida is keeping them kicking. They have 2.5 minutes, and this momentum that they have is important, but also having a tank is important as well. And Florida didn't want to invest more than that despite having so many more options.
Hey, Lemon, time for an old classic from Mid-Season Madness. You know the Sojourn's headshot, it can actually kill through Zenyatta's trance on squishy targets. It does more than 200 damage, and that's exactly what Merritt got there onto Hydron, with Sermajad popping the trance, could not save from the burst damage of Merritt's headshots. Now Houston Outlaws, they're playing themselves a split forward defense here. They have to take the forward fight because look at where Dante is. They can't leave him on his lonesome over here, but maybe Dante in this exposed position can force out an early ultimate to try and punish him.
What is Dante cooking over here? And what are Florida? It's like you got to cross the road. There's Dante on one side and the rest of the team on the other. The bomb is thrown down from Hydron just to maybe pave a red carpet, but I mean, Houston easily killed that. Checkmate unleashes the blade, and it's ult after ult for Florida, and finally they can see green flags. No more green from Houston.
That's actually such a smart read from Hydron as well to use the Bob there. They see Dante on the soft angle and they're like, okay, he's cooking up something here. There's going to be a crunch that goes on, so what we have to do is make it so that Houston are going to be punished for moving forward. So we'll put the Bob over where the rest of Houston Outlaws are, and now Florida Mayhem, they can set someone up here with an excellent rampage against the Houston who are moving together.
The rampage, someone does it, hits Pelican, left just falls over. Lastro's 1 HP, he might have to pop the rally, and he does immediately. Can Houston salvage this fight? Florida on the high ground. RuPaul delivers the nano to Checkmate, but there's not enough healing with just RuPaul and the single target healing he has. So Houston will stabilize, and Florida only have 37 seconds to make this work.
And it's in these close brawls that the classic Junker Queen composition begins to show its real strengths in that AoE healing. Lastro and Lep being able to make sure that everyone's topped up, even if it's a little bit less point healing for every person. 22 seconds remaining. It isn't the fastest comp, but yes, there's plenty of time to get to the cart. What it may not allow, however, is a luxurious rotation where you can control the high ground. This might be scrappy positioning from a Florida Mayhem that could be punished very much so by Pelican. The question is, what angle is Pelican going to come from? At the moment, he's hanging around near that mega health pack and is going to be able to track the progress forward of Checkmate.
Oh, Checkmate got the touch, right? Oh, I'm not ready for any more C9s. Pelican, though, I'm ready for his blade, and someone has used the shell. There's a lot of health to get through, and Pelican cuts him by the heels, and Florida are down, and there's really no one left to keep this going. Oh, Transcendence, too late, and there you have it. Houston Outlaws are on match point.
Even 300% speed lemon is not faster than a speeding bullet, and Houston Outlaws got the draw.
Did I just get
Florida
ratioed
Mayhem.
at land? I can't believe it.
Man.
What did I sign up for?
Sometimes it do just be that way, Lemon.
Well, Florida taking the last spot. I think there's a lot of pressure on them, not only because LAN and but they've taken spot from big teams, from Gladiators, from Boston, from Atlanta, etc. So they're kind of going out with a whisper, but they'll have the map choice again, so maybe things can turn around. But Houston have brought their A game, the number 3 seed looking like a number 1. And after this break, we're gonna find out where Florida want to go to next.
Hostile spotted. I need you, Gracie.
Shout out to the Summer Showdown and them summer vibes. And you can show us your summer vibes by submitting some cute art. Go over to overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. I know you guys like tweeting it, but you gotta submit it so we can get that, you know, the file and all that going. Cause look at this art from Santa. So beautiful.
I'm feeling relaxed simply looking at it, Lemon. I know Florida Mayhem have had a chance to relax, obviously, with their current setup. It might be very difficult in halftime to be able to center themselves as a team because, while they do have some very personable coaches in Gunba and McGravy, it does mean that without Samajid there, it's so difficult to bring the team together and get that morale heightened. And I worry that might mean that there could be more spiral from Florida Mayhem. However, when it comes to this team, they now get to pick again as to where we are going. And I think we're probably going to be going to Dorado. I really hope we see their Farah comp because I've had to look at it. I've taken a deep, close look at it, Lemon, and I believe in the Florida Mayhem composition with the Farah. I think it's actually really well built with the Pharmacy and the Ana. I just want them to swap over Hydron from the Sojourn to the Ashe so that they get a little bit more peel for RuPaul, who's been popping off on the Ana.
I just find this pick a bit curious from Florida. Just looking at their map statistics from this stage, they've won a Junkertown against New York. They've won a Gibraltar against Paris, and the only time they went to Dorado was against the Dallas Fuel, and I guess it was close. It was 3-2, but it was for Dallas Fuel, so they've just never won this map, this meta. So they must just obviously feel like this is their strongest map, and a map that they can play very distantly away with their double flex support.
Checkmate. Show me the Farah.
Stop baiting them.
I wish for it to be real. I saw what they did against Dallas, and Dallas are one of the best teams we have in this meta. I think if Florida may have been able to really dot the I's and cross the T's with this composition, it could be everything, but no, Checkmate coming out on the Genji instead. This does at least give them two separate options as to how they can test the cart. The biggest problem that Florida Mayhem had before with their previous compositions that someone had to continuously be the cart contester. Now you can have Checkmate do that as well because RuPaul can also pocket him through that, just like we saw Lastro do with Pelican at the end of Hollywood.
And it's kind of funny and curious that Houston decided to use their own Ana. Because that was something, I mean, everyone is just running Lucio Brig, and I think they thought, well, the Brig is not going to ever get in range of a whip shot, so you're just never going to get Inspire up, and you can't really generate rally without it. So we'll be sticking to the Brig for now, because when Florida do engage, that's when your Brigitte can pop off.
Oh, I like this.
We do
TP
set up
to
the
high
TP.
ground. Samajid might kick them off.
Oh, we're committing! Oh, but I think the Surmajed got booped away, maybe whip shot by Lastro, because that should have been a kill for Dante. And now both teams lose a support each, as it's all chaos, and Dante just wants to hide away. He has no supports, and really not much help after that. Houston do have respawn advantage, so they're chasing away. But as Pelican went for a flank, he might have traded out with Surmajed, but Houston at least have space. There's a silver lining here.
Did any of you forget that Dante used to be a top tier DPS? Because that tracking was filthy, mate. RuPaul got absolutely dominated there by Dante, and now Florida Mayhem are going to be playing in a tighter zone where the safe zones for RuPaul and Surmajid are going to become increasingly limited, especially as this cart moves up. It's a moving piece of physical cover, which means Surmajid is going to be able to get less value out of her right clicks.
Houston moving forward. RuPaul hits Dante with the anti-nade, and Florida put a lot of damage into them, but it's Merritt that strikes through the hearts of two, and the fight just goes Houston's way off of Merritt just doing Merritt things.
Question is, do Florida Mayhem overreact to this? Do they make the swap now? No, good. I think that this fight here is the one where Florida Mayhem can really dig their heels, and if they can start to get control of a high ground and then force Houston Outlaws to continually have to rotate through Surmajid's zone of hurt where he can hit those right clicks, that's where Florida Mayhem can really drain away this time bank. That second fight on Dorado, it was such a tight space that the Houston Outlaws were always going to have an advantage with two aura healers, and now Florida Mayhem, they have invested heavily, 4-5 members all going to high ground.
What is Pelican up to? Well, he does try to dash away, but how are you gotta stay under this roof and try and avoid poke damage. And he sees someone, at least is on garden, but Pelican does manage to get out. Now it's a free push for Houston. Lep is also still coming back from spawn, so we wait.
Pelican in a risky position, but that's okay. Can get out fairly easily. Remember, with that Discord orb, your break points as a Genji become a little bit different. You actually have to get yourself out of dodge, I believe, at like 66 HP because you can be dashed even earlier by the other Genji because you're taking more damage.
Both teams just in this old generation phase. They're about 10-20% away. That's a big anti-nade from RuPaul. It hits Pelican and Dante. As Florida move over to Gardens, they nano someone who's so close to a rampage, gets the knife pull out to Dante, and hunts after the supports of Houston that were there to support him. That was a big, really great awareness from Florida, as you're not going to be able to pull them right back, so Houston reset.
I really hope that it was calmed from Florida Mayhem. We just like, break, 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 so they shoot the Lastro shield and it breaks just before the knife gets there. That would make me a very happy individual. Either way, a lovely pair of knives from someone. That's not good. Hydron down. That means that the poke from Florida Mayhem is weaker. Houston Outlaws can move more freely, and that's bad news for Florida Mayhem because they can start to close the distance on margin.
Oh, Pelican and the blade, and all the anti-nade on top, but Dante's counter rampaging to stop Checkmate in his tracks. Dante's also slept on arrival. As the dust settles, it's Houston only up by 1, so Florida commit more ultimates. The bomb on top, but everyone from Houston just vacates the bank, so this bot from Hydron doesn't do much.
Guarding the bank, but no one's here to make a withdrawal. I think the touching the cart's also out of the question. Lemon and RuPaul's been taken down as well. Gonna take a sweet time to respawn, and Florida Mayhem are stuck in no man's land, getting staggered here by Merit. Okay, Pelican had a little bit of a wild swap there for a second, but back over onto the Genji. Florida Mayhem made their own swap here. The Sojourn to try and lock down the choke points, hoping that Houston Outlaws are going to have to move through Disruptor Fields in order to get up to the high ground.
That too, but the mobility of Sojourn is so important with how close range this is. You just want to create that distance between yourself and the Junker Queen who's looking to axe you down. Houston have the overclock. Merit is heading up to the high ground. Florida have to be careful, but they also have the rampage, so it's really Merit that has to be careful of Florida at this point. But this is a massive time bank for Houston too. Florida desperately need a win, and someone has just been anchoring the cards, so very little progress is made because Houston are actually rotating to high ground.
Houston spacing at the moment, very good to try and deny a maximum value rampage from someone. However, moving together now as a unit. If someone can get into this alleyway, he'll be able to hit almost 4 people with the rampage. Here it is.
Someone rampages and it hits 3, including the supports. Dante tries to help them, but there's no help. There's no life raft for Houston in this fight. And Signs, oh, what a sleep. And Signs of life after Florida finally win a fight.
That's just how RuPaul do, man. RuPaul's Nap Race. Back again, Season 2. Houston Outlaws. Now they've got 1 less ultimate to worry about, but a fresh worry in the back of their mind. RuPaul, with this nano, previously it's been given over to Checkmate to try and give these extra effective right clicks, and it could be so good, actually burning down Lastro in particular, because the brick has a very meaty hitbox for Checkmate to get up close to and hit those right clicks for maximum damage.
RuPaul's nano ready for Checkmate. They're already at Florida established on the high ground. That's a good nade. No tank in the picture. How will Houston really keep this going? They don't. Pelican dashes out and at least scurries off to the corridor so he doesn't get knife pulled by someone. So Houston at least quickly reset.
Wake up, babe. New synergy just dropped. The Disruptor Field from Hydron slows people down, and then RuPaul can hit even more of them with the anti. It's inescapable in many cases. That's what happened to Dante right there. So watch out for when Hydron uses the Disruptor Field, if they pile on even further as the Florida Mayhem.
Oh, Pelican do be sneaking around, and here's the blade from Checkmate. Lastro with the rally, as Houston respecting that space. They even throw the Disruptor shot down, and Checkmate really couldn't convert on much. Houston, and it's the overclock. Checkmate down. Merit looking for more. Someone low, hoping to anchor the cart, and someone receives the nano. It has to be a hole for Florida. Both support ultimates out. Sir Machete healing everything he can, as Pelican can't seem to dice through anything. But it's a respawn advantage for Florida. They gotta keep this up, and Houston are down Merit. They don't have high ground control. Houston's backs are against the wall. This is not salvageable.
RuPaul once again able to free heal from the high ground, hitting antis, hitting sleeps, and hitting as many biotic darts as he would like. Still Houston Outlaws. One cannot deny how much distance was able to be gained there. And this is already a pretty successful push here on Dorado. However, their hopes rest on Dante. 1 man, 1 rampage, and 5 targets, but the spacing of Florida Mayhem, they're spread out very well, and they might not even expect that someone's waiting here for a carnage early.
Oh, just right after Lastro, who's anti and dismantled. What a play from someone, as Lev also almost snuck the cart through, so Florida had their attention split, but good communication still made the plan work.
With only 50 seconds remaining now, Houston Outlaws, that was a bit of a junk fight for a minute. It was so fast, Lemon. They haven't even really been able to build up towards any additional ultimates here, and RuPaul's been able to farm through that previous fight, especially with that huge ante. Once again, he's up to his old tricks again, so Houston Outlaws are going to opt out of that one, mate. Don't think I will, thanks.
Houston ain't that dumb. That's that IQ check you were talking about, as Houston almost sneaked the card through, as Florida tried to reestablish themselves. Checkmate has to climb over the wall to dodge that axe, as Dante's looking for any target. What a hook onto Hydron, and he gets the last lap, turns around and rampages. Florida fall like dominoes, and with 12 seconds remaining, the Houston Outlaws will fully cap.
And that was all down to individual duels. Lep went after Samajed and Pelican went after RuPaul. Each of them won their 1v1 and they took Florida Mayhem's legs out from under them. The healing was taken away. And after that, it was desperation, which Florida Mayhem could not turn into a full defense. Still, that was a meaty time bank, and it got absolutely cut down by Florida Mayhem. It's easy to see why they wanted to go to Dorado. The double flex support here is excelling, but on the attack, Lemon, it can be a little bit less effective because you've got to claim that space yourself. You can't force Houston Outlaws to come into Sir Majed's sightlines as easily as when Houston Outlaws have to escort the car all that way by themselves.
It's match point for Houston, and Florida have to full cap the map to give themselves another chance. And Houston, they met their match. I think point C was contested. Florida, I think one of their first fights on point C, it felt like, although point A was kind of a mess from either side. So Florida are improving, but if it takes this long, you're gonna face the lower bracket. But Florida have to put their heads together. They look quiet on the bench while you have Pelican kind of fist-bumping Merritt, who's just looks uncaffeinated at the moment. But it's fine. Florida.
I don't even have a coffee for this.
Florida ready to leave the gates for one last haul.
Hydron. Early peek and early headshots. What a freak.
This is the Hydron we have been waiting for. He was known for his widow back in my day, but in Florida, he returns to the Sojourn and needs to hit those shots. Oh.
Nice shot, bro. You handsome. You know what? I ain't going to argue it. Houston Outlaws forced to give away a huge amount of ground here, and maybe this will give time for Florida Mayhem to try and find an early opening on Houston Outlaws. At the moment, it's a little bit of a cooldown reset, so Samajed and RuPaul now offer that double flex support. They are going to have a significant advantage, except from Checkmate, who should be further ahead from Pelican in terms of the ult charge, but Houston Outlaws hit a really good disengage here to deny that.
I really like the map coverage from Hydron. He kind of closes out any corner that Pelican would try to sneak and maybe get any backline pressure, as Hydron continues to harass Pelican, but Hydron's been forced to use jump, and he dropped to half health, forcing, I think, the shout out of Florida, as it's all chaotic. Houston not knowing when to engage, but respecting that distance and playing ring around the rosy around the statue. Hydron full charge, misses the shot, no connection there, as Florida vie back and forth. RuPaul's shield bashes away. Pelican goes after him now that the important cooldown is gone, and Dante gets the finish. And without that healing, Servajet has to make a decision whether to use the barrier, and he decides against it to wait for the blade from Pelican.
I would have loved for Sir Majed to have hit that barrier the second he got it. It was an unbelievably fast build on the sound barrier and could have hit it before RuPaul fell down, but I think Sir Majed is feeling the pressure to make sure that Pelican can't wipe his team with a well-placed blade. We know that Pelican is a mechanical monster when it comes to the Genji, so if his blade isn't dealt with physically with something like a sound barrier or a well-placed rally and shout, he can get himself a lot of purchase. Now, once again, Florida Mayhem have to move through this choke point. You can see it from someone burning, but the dynamite can be a real issue here. You've got to try and find your openings after that dynamite has been used.
Well, there's going to be an opening created, all right, especially once this bomb is thrown down from Merritt. Let's see if Florida have what it takes to withstand it. They start the RuPaul rally. The overhealth is enough for Houston to back away as they keep the bomb on the card just to stop its progression, as Houston kind of gather their bearings and re-engage with the Elastro rally. The later ultimate, the better, and Florida are dismantled.
And Sir Majed, he's just holding his barrier for this blade. Unfortunately, Pelican, he's happy to simply hold the blade in its sheath. And Lep takes out Checkmate just before he can reach the exit. 99% on the blade. Florida Mayhem, they are going to have plenty of resources for this next fight, but what they don't have is for position. And that means that every time they approach, Merit is simply taking away their health, taking away things like the amp, like the shout, and forcing them to react to these dynamites is really messing with Florida's overall game plan. They can't get a clean engage right now.
Florida just need a clean point A. I don't think you want to go into the lower bracket after a full hold. Checkmate's in the back. He has the blade, but Lep, the barrier, has his name on it. Checkmate receives a barrier of his own just to keep him kicking as he goes to kick Pelican in the face. He escapes into the shadows. Florida keep engaging, but they're hit by Dante's rampage that hits RuPaul and someone. And Hydron's overclock has enough space. Pelican can't even believe he died to that, and he will respect it later. 33 seconds, and Florida, I mean, it's a 3 versus 1, so that's a clean fight, and Florida able to get point A.
Not sure if it was a poor timing on the blade from Pelican or an amazing timing on the on the rampage from someone managing to catch just the periphery of that AoE onto Pelican and ensuring that there'd be no healing available. And of course, the overhealth had already been used. Now Florida Mayhem. It's not a meaty time bank to get through point B, but this is going to be troublesome overall. No ults to try and force a fight on their own terms. Houston Outlaws, it's going to be all about how they decide to take this from high ground.
Florida lost so much time on point A, so you need to pray for a miracle. And it might be Checkmate who's already pressuring the high ground, but at the back it's Pelican harassing Hydron, forcing out the jump. Pelican dashes back to safety as now Florida just have to gather themselves. They have the high ground though, so it's about how Houston want to approach this. They've taken position over on Gardens, and speeding Pelican around in different positions has helped kind of keep Florida on their toes. They really don't know what's coming.
Checkmate brought them easily. Healed on up here as Merit gets closer to that ball. Pelican's going to have to demand healing here from Lashram. That's going to soak up a couple of packs. That's why Checkmate's going on to other targets.
Oh, the Merit Bob just set up right at the door of Gardens, so Florida, all they have to do is put that thing in reverse or die to it. And someone at Checkmate could not find safety in time, so Houston have brought this down to a minute 40.
These precious seconds are draining away now here for Florida Mayhem. They desperately want this series to continue to go to a map 4. They've been able to pick 2 separate maps where their double flex support has been at its best. But on the attack, Florida Mayhem know that it serves them better to have the speed and ferocity that Sir Margit Lucio brings to the table. They can force an engagement here with a rally, but they'd be probably poorly suited to do it early when Houston Outlaws can still just disengage.
Dante is so low. I can't believe Houston are extending like this, but Merit's taking pot shots, and Florida thought they had the upper hand. As soon as they went to approach to go after Dante, Merit's getting pick after pick. And, you know, there was the last show rally just in case. But now that that's out of the picture, Checkmate enters the scene. He tries to cut through the support, but there's so much healing and disruption, but Florida follow behind them, and they seem to do okay for now, but the time is not on their side.
Florida there made a really good macro play out of what was a bad situation with only 4 players alive because Hydron got picked off early. They actually had RuPaul kite backwards with the rally to try and survive the Houston Outlaws rally engagement came through the speed rush. They knew that Houston Outlaws would stay there and overextend with the stacking over health that they got. So they figured that after Lastro's rally is expended, Checkmate would be in a great position to get value out of that blade cut. Someone cannot die here.
Someone's getting beat down from behind. What is happening? Houston arriving like a train, and that's a great first pick as Houston hope to reestablish themselves on the objective, and they rampage in and sets up the pins for Pelican to knock them down. RuPaul does shield bash away, but I don't think you can stop because Pelican's ready at your spawn room doors to prevent you from going back home. Few more seconds remaining, and Houston Outlaws will take the series 3-0.
Our highest seeds, number 3 in the tournament, Lemon. They did decide that Florida Mayhem would be their target of choice after a lot of players were the cope. Okay. Well, let's just say Florida Mayhem, they chose...
He's like, oh, we're done.
Yeah, they chose to come to the tournament. They got the 3.
Going handshake. Why is Pelican looking so confused?
Oh, yummy, tasty jersey.
He's like, well... Cammy saw you conquered, and he's like, now what? Who's next? But they forgot what the stage is like. You actually have to go up and interact with other people on land. So here are the handshakes coming in, and Florida will have their 5th member join them tomorrow. Maybe that'll help make things a little bit less messy.
Yeah, hopefully that will turn things around. I think that Florida Mayhem in particular, they're going to be able to do a lot better in terms of the spirit of the game, just having Majid there beside him, so you can look over to your main spot and be like, I'm with you, mate. you go aggressive and I will follow you to the death, and it's so difficult to do that when Sir Majid's elsewhere, but he's on the grind. Into the match, into a plane, into the match again.
Isn't this our first 3-0 of the day, too?
I think it is.
I think so. Because even like Dallas went to 5, like it was 3-1 for Shock. I mean, Houston, just saying, we're the only ones who could do it cleanly. So, but I feel like I don't have a good radar on Houston Outlaws. Was this a big enough challenge to them? Did we really see Houston sweat? Maybe not. But hey, Rookie Lep there saying hello. But we want to give a special hello to Danny on the stage with an interview.
Thank you guys very much. Hello, everybody. I'm here joined now by Pelican from Houston Outlaws. Congratulations on the win. Now, I do want to ask, Florida is a unique team, I think, in this meta and the stage because they have been running that flex support composition a lot. So did you guys know that? And also, if you guys did, how did you guys use that to your advantage for today's match? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 플로리다와의 경기, 제가 봤을 때 플로리다 좀 굉장히 좀 특별한 팀이라고 생각을 해요. 왜냐하면은 이제 다른 팀과 다르게 투서블 조합을 계속 기용을 하는 팀이기 때문에 좀 그거를 알고 계셨는지 또 그리고 알고 계셨다면 좀 그거를 어떻게 이용을 해서 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단은 투서필 알고 있었는데 너무 건방지더라고요. 그래가지고 그냥 아무 생각 없이 그냥 때렸더니 죽더라고요. 예.
I mean, we definitely did know that they were going to run the two flex support composition. All I want to say is, it just kind of made me chuckle. I didn't really think too much about it. There was no need for me to think. We just beat them to the ground, and that's how we got the win. You did beat them to the ground. 진짜 좀 많이 패셨더라고요. Did you ever feel bad today during the match? 좀 너무 팬 것 같은데 좀 미안하진 않나요?
아니, 못하면 맞아야죠.
Oh, okay. Pelican says, if you're bad, then you just have to take the beating. I mean, I also feel like Houston Outlaws have been looking fantastic. This whole stage and also the past couple matches. Pelican, do you think that this stage or the summer showdown tournament is going to be the tournament for Houston Outlaws to win it all? 자, 마지막 질문은 요즘 들어서 휴스턴이 좀 날아다니잖아요. 좋은 모습을 굉장히 많이 보여주고 있는데 펠리칸 선수가 보셨을 때 좀 어떻게 이번 서머 쇼다운 토너먼트 휴스턴 팀이 우승을 할 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
뭐 당연한 거고 일단은 제가 진짜 못하는 거 아니면은 웬만해서는 저희가 우승할 수 있다라고 생각합니다.
I 100% think it's of course. He says, of course, unless I fumble really hard or I am bad. If that's not the case, Houston Outlaws are going to win the Summer Showdown tournament. Everybody, give it up for Pelican one more time. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. Now send it back to the casters. Take it away.
Well, at least the person who traveled all the way here got to see a Houston Outlaws victory. And after that interview, they're feeling really confident on going all the way to the finals and taking it all. But their next opponent is the San Francisco Shock. So, oh, man.
Well, Shock did show themselves a couple of weaknesses today against the Vancouver Titans. That was surprisingly close, but I think we could say that Vancouver Titans really played up to the Shock rather than Shock being the ones who sort of like fumbled a little bit. We saw King have a bunch of pop-off moments, and of course Aspire has always been one of our statistical top performers when it comes to the Sojourn. You cannot say that like he's not performing if it is a Shock fumble. So I think that we are going to have an incredibly close matchup, and Merit versus Kilo is going to be particularly impressive as well.
That's going to be scary, especially proper. I mean, that's going to be incredible. But Florida Mayhem's road is not over yet. They have to go up against the Vancouver Titans to see really which Canadian team is going to make it further into the lower bracket, because if Vancouver and Toronto kind of win their matches, we might see a Canada versus Canada. So that might be kind of fun.
Yeah, that'd be real fun. But when it comes to fun, I had fun watching a particular player in this matchup. Blades and knives may have sliced through flesh, but his words were also violent. Here's your player of the match. It is, of course, Pelican, the replacement main tank when Dante fell.
This moment, man.
And what a clutch god. Doing this in overtime as well, by the way, when he's the one who has to touch. That is unbelievably brave. But Pelican, he knows to trust in himself.
We already have a chatty here who decided to pump 30 push-ups, but look at what Pelican does to Florida by himself. With, of course, you got to give it up to Florida support line for, you know, allowing that, or sorry, Houston support line, of course, for allowing that to happen. Maybe Florida support's dying allowed that to happen. But that was an incredible match for Houston, not dropping a single map. But Florida, maybe I had a lot of expectations. You know, they ended off the qualifiers really well and were able to clinch that final spot, but this was not a great look for them. It is their first match. They looked quiet on the bench, but Pelican is the one who was the loudest. I mean, even on the bench, he was yelling, giving high fives, and Mara's like, I'm trying to focus, dude.
Man, I'm just out here trying to play some Overwatch. Come on, bro. Be like that. Well, I'm also very happy to see some consistency from the Outlaws as well, right? Because we had that weird dip in the mid-season after Piggy was released, and we're like, are they broken? Has something happened? Has something happened to the Outlaws? Are they okay? They just didn't turn up for a match against London Spitfire. We're like, all right. Was Pelican the lucky charm? Was he the Hureg? But it seems like even with Piggy gone, we have seen these players knuckle down when it comes to being able to perform on the land. They aren't intimidated by the crowd. I think the crowd actually loves the Houston Outlaws quite a bit here. And you know what? I think
at least
I
three
do
people
as well.
do. I've spotted at least 3 Houston jerseys out there, so that's pretty good. And they're looking like a top 3 team. Honestly, they're looking scary. But Florida, their journey continues in the lower bracket along with other teams. That was our final match of the day, but you want to stay tuned because the Watch Point post show is coming right up.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome to Watchpoint. It's Puckett alongside his furry friends. We have Custa, we have Johnny. His suit is better than Custa's, but guys, we got to talk about Overwatch today. And we just saw Florida versus Houston. Houston, hottest 3-0 of the entire day. The only 3-0 that we've seen.
Yeah, it was a pretty clean victory from the Houston Outlaws, pretty textbook. There was a little bit of stumbling when we went over to that Hollywood. We saw Lastro move over to that Anna, which had mixed success.
Mixed success, yeah, you know.
But it was pretty much what we expected. The Florida Mayhem, they did qualify. It's good to see them here, but the Houston Outlaws just outclassed them. They're just more consistent in this meta. Obviously, Pelican had a great performance on that Genji, but Merit, Dante, everyone just performing at this level. I think Lemon Kiwi said it as well. It's kind of interesting because this isn't a great gauge for where the Houston Outlaws are. They play their match tomorrow against the San Francisco Shock. That will be the real test.
And I'm excited to see Houston. Coming off this 3-0, you got to feel confident. It wasn't as clean, though, as we expected, especially in that second map. A Doomfist came out, Johnny, shortly after we took to Twitter.
It come out 15 seconds of Doomfist to cap things off. Oh, it's right here as well. When Dante comes back to the
Pelican,
Doomfist.
but we should be watching.
Look for the Doomfist. It's coming.
The Nano came out, just what you wanted to see, right?
Coming. It's coming.
It's
about to arrive.
I hope it does.
It's coming.
Come on now.
There he is.
Yes!
Sorry, Dante!
Dante
and it's gone.
Pelican cleaned it up, but we all know who deserves the honors of that play.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, this was a fantastic showing for the Outlaws to open up your summer showdown. You're coming out. You're feeling good. Who is the star player, though? Because we argued, does Pelican deserve the MVP honors? Do you give it to someone else on the squad? Custa, who's shining for Houston in your eyes?
Okay, here's the thing. I've already highlighted American Pelican Dante. The one that we don't talk about enough is Lastro. Lastro on that brig has some of the highest statistics, is absolutely incredible, but his ability to go over to Honor as well in case they ever need it. I think Lastro's been having a great performance. It's kind of difficult to highlight support players in this meta because it's very ultimate usage dependent. It's hard to really know with positioning, but I think Lastro consistently puts up good performance.
Ana has always had some of the coolest highlights, especially those sleeps. We saw them all day long from the Mayhem. Does the Ana ever pay off for this squad in this tournament, Johnny?
It has to. It's honestly Florida. It has to. All right. Look, it's the Florida Mayhem's best chance, all right? They're playing against the Vancouver Titans tomorrow in a lower bracket match. If you lose, you're eliminated. You're out. So the Florida Mayhem, I honestly do think that the Ana is their best chance to get the victory against the Vancouver Titans. Look, the Houston Outlaws, they got a good coaching staff. They got Jake behind them, you know. They figured it out. They knew how to beat it. Vancouver Titans? I'm not so sure. So maybe Florida Mayhem get away with a...
They're watching the post show. Now they're going to be ready for it, Johnny. But we had a fantastic day, number one. Congratulations to Houston and all of our teams winning here on our first day. But there's only a few moments that deserved best of the day honors, and our first one comes from a Giga Chad tank who plays for the Spitfire. Yeah, let's take a look here. We got the great, the one and only main tank.
Maybe 3 mains. Okay. I'm hitting my push-ups.
You push-ups? Come on, lad.
You ever just gotta hit the push-ups?
And look at him go! Like we were expecting 3, maybe 5. He pounds out 20 in front of a live crowd, Johnny.
I mean, this guy's an absolute beast. All right, he's a Reinhardt main, and he does push-ups on stage. What more can you ask for?
Mr. Beefy, Hottie, you earned another fan tonight. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other big moments. Johnny, what did you pick out on the day?
For my best of the day, look, all right? We always do this. We always highlight it because, honestly, it's amazing to see every time. I had a play like this a couple of weeks ago. Let's run it back, all right? Edison didn't have the best performances on Ashe, and he didn't really do Bob any favors here, setting it off on Paraiso. And, well, you know, come on, Bob, help us out with his own positioning. Well, where's Bob going?
Bob?
Bob? Where are you at? Bob?
Did it get booped?
Did it get booped?
Oh, he got whipped a little bit.
Yeah, you know, whipped a little bit. But Bob, he was more interested in, you know, discovering Brazil. See what it has to offer. See you later, Bob.
Somebody coded that guy wrong.
Whoa!
Bob like saw the doorway and he's like, no, I don't think I will.
I think after watching today, if you're Ash, just don't use your ult. It seems to be worthless every time. What is your best of the day, though, Scott, from day one here at the Summer Showdown?
I want to talk about Kaluj. I don't think we highlighted him enough.
Okay, all right.
I don't think we highlighted him enough in this match in the San Francisco Shock. Had a great play on that Junker Queen. I have one here, coming here. This is the Junker Queen play. He got it. He ended up on the low ground. I'm like, oh, no, he's on the low ground. But don't worry. Aztec had him covered. He's like, don't worry. I'll make sure you get value from this. They were dropping down.
2 of them.
Yeah. And I also want to credit as well the Kaluj family. The Brady bunch came out in full force to support Kaluj. I always respect any family that's willing to support these players. It's always appreciated.
There's nothing better than live crowd audio coming through our mics. We had it in a big way in Toronto. What an awesome day here to kick things off.
Absolutely. The crowd was very supportive, and they got to come back tomorrow, right? You got to back up the Toronto Defiant, who didn't really get the win today, but I believe in the Toronto Defiant
for the
lower
weekend.
bracket.
I heard Thursday was too early to show everything you got in Toronto.
You play more games in the lower bracket.
Run it back.
Toronto's just trying to play more games in the lower bracket.
Run it back.
It's a great plan. I love it. Shout out to all of our players today. Reminder, you get a chance to see them tomorrow. Let's take a look at the action because it's going global. It's not just our squads in the West playing in Toronto. We also got the battles going on in the East, and that's where we start with our bracket preview. Johnny, which match are you more fired up for there?
Look, we got to see Jimmy, all right? We got to see Jimmy perform.
Another one.
I'm not hyping Jimmy up to be some MVP level player, but come on now. We got to see Jimmy in the playoffs.
Bring me the Jimmy. I'm ready to see him. We'll talk about him bright and early on Watchpoint at 10:30 Pacific tomorrow morning. And of course, we got to talk about what's happening in the West. This is going down all day long. We've got the Fuel versus Spitfire, Shock versus Outlaws here in our second round of the winners bracket.
I'm actually really curious to see how London Spitfire are going to do against Dallas Fuel. Dallas looked a little shaky today, and London looked to be on top form.
There you have it. The lower bracket is set. Who's getting eliminated? It all happens tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. Our opening match is 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 o'clock Eastern. Thank you all for tuning in. Reminder, we're opening up bright and early, 30 minutes early with the Watchpoint pre-show. You don't want to miss it. I'm Puckett, I'm back, and I'm throwing things at Johnny. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey! 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 Ah!